Morning, morning. Got this going here. It's going. Okay. Well, I got a notification. I'm addicted to your channel. Wendy is addicted to the channel. I appreciate it, I guess. Why is that at home? Welcome. Well, very nice comment. Thank you. All right. Day 73, says Robert. First in the house. 12 of you in here right now. Maybe though the return of Heidi today. More backfiring. Canceling yesterday. Is that a bit racist? I don't know. Day 73. More goo. Just so they can wind it up, right? Haven't really answered anything much though. Cindy was here, is now gone. I do hope that you have a good day. Linda M. Harvesting and planting seeds from plants in the yard. That sounds fun. Gardening away. Okay. Good to do good positive things, make things grow. Welcome to you and good morning. Brenda Grant, good morning. Pioneer, good morning. Countryside, good morning. Glow Watchers, Glow Watcher singular, right? Not plural. Unless there's a few of you. Do you glow Watcher? MH, good morning. Sarah G, hello. Welcome. Jane Brandt, good morning. Let's see how exciting today this gets. Not. Well, as long as we all hang in there, they're kind of like, well, they're not going away. Nosy, good morning, Nosy. DVD, no. Mr. Galaxy Man 57. Quite the name. Good morning. Good morning to you. Sad Mafioso. Used a clip of his, put it up on the channel. Thank you very much for that. Halfway through Brennan's session, and the thought came to me that you folks are still here, still working, still carrying all troopers. Much respect. Very good. Yes, people here very diligent. Won't leave. Not giving up on the 23 and their families. Lily Baum, good morning. Missed yesterday. You missed, well, there was a stream. We did some stuff. I talked about some interesting firearms things. I do need to make a correction. Thank you for correcting me, NS44. Appreciate that. A 50 caliber will not, even with incendiary exploding tip stuff, will not penetrate an Abrams tank. So that was, I'm sorry, it was a bit overboard there, overzealous with the power of a 50 caliber, but it will penetrate armored vehicles in my research. So a bit heavy powered, and 50 caliber is a common issue weapon for snipers and heavy power stuff in the United States military. Well, please do. I appreciate that. Blue Nose. Good morning. Yeah, I should change the name to the Go Watcher. Mr. Galaxy Man says, really, if you're going to prep for the big one, you should do so in the last 10 years. 3 months is a laugh. The big event, the big boiling down of the world, is that what that's referring to? Chris Lee, good morning. Yesterday was more productive and interesting than most MCC days. Okay, so still want to get those. You can email them to me, by the way, if that's more convenient. nsinvestigators@gmail.com. I put out an appeal yesterday. Oh, sorry. I'm very big on the caps. Don't mind me. It's not that I'm yelling. Sometimes I forget. Explode. But anybody who has citations of specific problems that they have identified, if they have the COM numbers, that would be very much appreciated. Or if you can just remember the reference, I can look into it. But if you can email that to me, we can maybe it'll come up somewhere. Maybe. So this is the culmination of your hard work all these last 2.5 years. So please, and I'll try and do a live stream also where we can just kind of talk things through in chronological order, so I can get all the great ideas that you all know and I have no clue about, and we can kind of share and get that stuff out. If it's not citable, though, it's not very much, the rumors and innuendos and disinformation I'm not into. So if we can not refrain from that, that would be great. Incurable Collector, no worries. This is a group effort. All of us participating, as are you, by watching and sharing. Thank you very much to all of those of you who do. Galaxy Man, sick from injections. Okay. Worried about them 3 years ago when this all started. Yes, well, another topic for another day, sadly. Had to avoid certain topics. Okay. I've been looking through vehicles this morning. I kept waking up during the night, not because of vehicles. What was waking me up, however, maybe I can get this in before they start. Where is Julia? No, Julia. Looks like we're a bit late starting. Lori Ward wanted to correct the VIN on this car. I have no idea why, because it's not 17 digits that she's corrected it to, and she's removed the reference to the police model. This is on the 2017 car. I have no idea. Oh, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Yes. Chiang, also good morning. Julia's our official timekeeper, does a great job. Now, what was waking me up repeatedly through the night was the Clawback agreement. I'm going to start getting upset and posting this around all over the internet because I want them to spell out, what is the Clawback agreement? that MCC signed March 17th. I'm Irish. That pisses me off. With the government of Canada. Clawback agreements refer to the return of money when specified actions on behalf of the employee. So if they got goals or wanting to control things with money and then asking for returns of money, if they don't get that, the reason that it well, obviously this is terrible that they haven't even told Canadians what they've signed, what's guiding and controlling the MCC. And I have a feeling that it has to do with the withholding of documents to certain times and under certain provisions. Release of documents at very late dates that, by that point in time, it won't be relevant to those who are following along because, well, it'll be too late. And the people who could have been questioned on it and, people would be upset about, well, that day is come and gone. I suspect that's what it has to do with. I don't know, but if the government of Canada is blackmailing, essentially, the MCC using this, quote, clawback agreement, which I've mentioned a couple of times, but it's really, it honestly woke me up a couple of times last night and just couldn't go back to sleep after 2. So there's something very, very wrong with this. If you guys want to ship it around, that would be wise. Ask everybody. Start citing them in your tweeters, a whole group of them. The media, that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to throw a whole pile of people in there. Media, politicians, MCC, that way then you get somebody might take notice of it. And if you get a few of them on board, it's kind of like the secret's out of the bag. That always works best because it's like, well, those other people know about it, so maybe we have to do something about it and answer. If you're under agreements and you're not specifying what they are, the whole mass casualty, whatever, which we know is controlled, they're not telling us what it is. And is it money? Is it people's salaries? Is it people's what is it? And what are the specific terms? I want to know the terms of this legal agreement. Scandals in their organization. Good morning, Todd. I like that company profit bit. Well, it's a general legal definition, right? If you don't do certain things or bring issues, then. But I think this is because Lori does remind on certain items, she likes to make sure that she reminds them, which is not uncommon and actually signifies usually special things that they're worried about. You have to say it again so nobody can say, well, I didn't know about that. But she likes to remind Justice Cromwell, listen, we're under this clawback agreement that you all signed. Did you sign anything? I didn't sign anything. Did you? Okay. Let's see here. There we go. Why is that not popping up? Whoa, that's quite a list of open windows. I'm feeling like my computer might go boom. Is this it? Oh, wow. Not happy. I don't know. Oh, my screen's turned white. Okay. Oh, that's not the one I want. Right. We'll just stop that. I might have to close all my windows. That's not good. I just turned that off. Stop sharing. Share. That's not the one I want. Why is it doing that? Pardon me for the technical things on my end. That can't be it, though. No. What is this window? I don't know that one. All right, well, let's try a new one then. Bang. All right. Let's try that. Wow. What's going on? Are they worried about Heidi? There we go. I think that's good. Don't forget you have to sweep my floors too. Sweeping the floors. Oh, okay. Now we know. Is it just me, or are they 12 minutes late? Maybe they don't want people to know about the clawback agreement. I don't think it's not the first time I've talked about it, but it's just pissing me off. So please do get on your social media platforms and do cite other people, lots of other people, swimmer girl or swimmer boy and weather girl and Globe and Mail and some politicians from different parties, and throw them all in there, in the Mass Casualty Commission. Get them all in the room together and ask them about the clawback agreement. Say, I want to know exactly what you entered into on my behalf. Meaning you, not me. 12 minutes late. Okay. As the Queen died. So the head of the Queen's private army gone. Rcmp's figurehead gone. That's her private paramilitary organization. Link to Hellman's domestic ops on paper. See if people can put 1 + 1 together. Yes. Domestic ops stuff. I think, the more I'm looking at this, there's definitely a lot of military involvement here going on. And I think the south of the border stuff has always been kicking around on a variety of areas, including some friends with interesting people in this story, who are kind of supposed to be looking for truth. That one's always disturbed me, but I've never really talked about it. Anyway, moving along. Weather Girl was first Saskatchewan RCMP stabbing brief. Oh, she was she? I didn't catch that. I didn't follow the Saskatchewan stuff terribly close. Other than, which is unfortunate, but that'll be the next can of whoop ass they're going to have to deal with. Oh, Bootland. There's some ringing or something in the other room. Bootland is going to be a major fiasco. I don't know how they'll even begin to recover from that one. But yeah, scrubbing through cars this morning, I haven't found the third 2013. They're just using the same VIN, 2 different plates, which is interesting. Anybody else coming across? You heard her? Okay. Interesting. What else did I dig up around here? Mills. Yes, we talked about Mills. I'm sure people noticed that one. The certificate of death for Wortman, probably just being a Peter repeater, but was a day out. Families, some of the autopsies were a day out, which is odd. And of course, Wortman, the Wortman, whatever, Enfield, miraculous coincidence goop that HRP was just hanging around for, and Hubley decided to visit around there a couple of times once before going back down there to get some more gas that he didn't get the first time around. The person that dealt with Mr. Wortman was Walker, which I thought was interesting. I don't think I noted that before. Walker. His former employer, friend, who then he distanced himself. Who knew about the car? I don't know. What's that all about? 2 file numbers under 1 autopsy. Oh, no, I did not. Who's that? Notice how MSM has not said boo about BC bank robbery in months. Oh, the Saanich? The Saanich show thing? Whatever. I don't want to say it's a show, but whatever that was with the racing stripes on the car. All the things that ping in people's minds subconsciously. John Zoll had 2 autopsy numbers? No, I didn't notice that. I did notice that on the post. Are you talking about the postmortems? There was 1 postmortem that's missing, and then the things I spoke about yesterday. So I won't go over those too much again. National amnesia for failed PSYOP. At FYEV. Five Eyes is not watching. Is that what that is? Yeah, on post. Oh, postmortem. No, I did not notice that. I did notice that there was no determined cause of death, and the 9 and 7 and identifying bodies very early on. That's all kind of disturbing me a bunch. But if they told families that people were dead and, well, didn't know, that would be a bit of a problem. I could see a lawsuit coming there. Hopefully, those families will become aware of that. I'm sure they will. Oops. Wow. All right. We're now 20 minutes in, I believe. I went through them all last night. Didn't see anything missing. Only one was Gabe's, not theirs. Well, it came back with, 21 hits. So I think I did run through them. I thought there was one missing. Good morning, Jamie. Good morning. Hopefully I didn't upset any family members by... I haven't heard anything negative, so that's good. My intent was not to do that at all, but simply just to raise what was in the documents and perhaps add some more help to their legal case in some cases. So that would be good. All right. 11 minutes and we have nothing. Still waiting. I think I'm live. Yeah, no. Nothing much happening here. 21. Well, that would make 23, so something missing. Sandy, good morning. Yeah. Well, they like to bring out that skirt, and well, now it's kind of turned into a bit of a sledgehammer. Boomerang. That was a fail on Thursday. But I don't know. I don't think we pay people who have a lot of foresight. These employees that we have, they're just not very forward thinking. They need to use the forward thinking lens. Wrap it up with a bow. Tie it up with a bow. Tie it up with a bow. Bad optics. Bad. It's kind of like wearing a bulletproof vest, when doing a press conference. Very bad. It certainly doesn't send the tough guy image. Rhonda. Good temp, though. Good temp. Fail. Oh, I calculated Invasion put out the number of, 5.3 billion. So I was just sitting around and I was like, 5.3 billion. And so I did the math. What did she say? 32,000 employees. That barely covers, I would say, salaries. Certainly doesn't cover like all the stuff to do with, well, yes, because she's very concerned about, yes, well, whatever. She needs that, right, from the press. Maybe, Weather Girl might do something disastrous. You never know, I suppose. This world is crazy. I don't think so. So that kind of is rather insulting to the media. Just like, you have to make them use drawings. And of course, they don't seem to have a problem with it. They don't seem to have a problem with it at all. Nobody challenged that in court. They just kind of griped about a little bit. Did their show. They deleted your record stream to the 13-hour one. Oh, did they delete that? I thought I saw it in there. $48 hours plus. Oh, yeah, it's not making me very happy. Makes me wonder all of the information. I know Lloyd was a piece of that. I showed some things there about Lloyd. Didn't seem to fit. Brennan said 30,000, 20,000 are regular members. Okay, well, you didn't see it? Okay. Well, we're still 35 hours out. I'll have a look and see. I thought I saw it in there. Okay, well, 36,000. Wasn't that what Brenda said? It came out to 147,000, which I don't think is a lot. 5.3. Let's try 30,000. Okay, so now we're up to 176. I don't think with lots of sixes. 6 repeating. Peter repeater. I don't think I think they have more than 30,000 and 176,000. Listen, all the toys and gadgets and goo. 32, yeah, Lucky said 32. So if you do 32, good morning, Charlene. Okay, now I guess we're almost half an hour late. They're all right, so let's do 32. 32,000 comes to 165. No Peter repeater 6. So almost 10. Yeah. You got your notes going. Good. Notes out there. Lots of notes. Yes, these things are going to come back. People are going to have long memories, and more than 3/4, more than. How's Charlene doing today? More than 3/4 of that number are hiding in basements, running wide awake. Yes. Makes you wonder how much CSE is getting paid for all their supercomputers and stuff. I would say that's Thursday's backfire. Thursday's disaster. Well, even the women's groups turned on them. They're probably all got a scolding. Do you want some money? Clawback. Or in transcription at a later date. Tony? What do we have? Thursday? Thursday is it Thursday? Yeah, Thursday is a 2-hour participant consultations. That's great. That's great. Two-hour consultations. Next week will be good. Next week will be good. But really, you decide to take a early, late, whatever breakfast on Thursday and just shut people down. That's pretty awesome. Good morning. Only here for a short time. This damn work thing. Yes. It's all that stuff happening over in the Ukraine, you know. I like living in Alberta where we have vast supplies of oil, and yet somehow the Ukraine stuff is causing gas prices to be high. Right. No gouging going on here. Mary Shea. Okay, I'm going to struggle with that one. Mary Shea Mahik? Is that correct? From New York State. Oh no. Poor New York. New York is definitely better off than us, I think, though. Americans have more liberties because they have a constitution, and they probably have the amendment to back it up. Nothing more beautiful than to see the Canadian map change. "30 minutes late. Nothing going on here. Must have been another scheduling conflict. Hope it's not a racist one. That would be, or misogynist. Notice they haven't brought in the LGBT community to hear their say, which is unfortunate because they did bring them up quite a bit and things. So I don't know. Maybe they're worried that they'll backfire on them too. Love to hear Bootland's name get brought up here. That would be good. Trudeau tells me it's all Putin's fault, not his. Yes, they all do. Okay, here we go. Thank you. Mahikis. Mary Shea Mahikis. Is that correct? Mary Shea Mahikis from New York. Welcome, welcome. Yes. I always wondered when I was a child why we don't have a refinery here. Oh, they say it's expensive. This was when I was very small. I'm like, well, why don't we do one of those P3 things? I didn't quite understand what a P3 was at that time, but entirely. But I was on the right track, I think. Could do that. Would pay for itself quite quickly, even if you just had it as a government owned. But no, that's not part of the plan. And you can gouge. Believe that the Canadian people are waking up from my 40,000 foot view. Was Brenda the 40,000 foot view? Who can't read? I can't remember. Is it 40,000 feet? I don't remember the number. She needs to put a new lens on that one. Perhaps a fulsome lens. Paul Martin. Canadian steamships? What? Nothing to see there. 44 people. 44. It was 10,000 foot. It was 10,000? Okay, well, Mary Shea is like 4 times. So she's got that one fully in view. Almost a mile up. Getting there. I'd like to do this think.
Good morning, everyone.
Oh.
Welcome.
Oh, we don't
Bonjour et bienvenue.
No theater announcement.
We join you from Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory
You can turn
of
on the
Mi'kmaq.
camera.
Thank you so much, Elder Merlene Companion from the Hullabu Mi'kmaq First Nation, for your opening prayer and starting us off in such a good way.
Racist.
And Elder Companion, our thanks are extended not just for this morning, but for being for us our many
Turn on the
difficult
camera.
days. You were there when we started our proceedings in February and often throughout, and we are greatly indebted to you for being there for us.
Yes,
It really means a
racists.
lot.
Racist.
Please join us in remembering those whose lives were taken, those who were harmed, their
Where's the
families,
theater person?
including
Did they
those
quit?
here in Nova Scotia, across Canada, and in the United States, and all others affected by the April 2020 mass casualty in Nova Scotia.
You had a power outage? That's unfortunate. Oh. That's ominous. Oh, he's going to do stand-up comedy routine.
This week we continue the final phase of our work focused on recommendations. Recommendations that can help make our communities safer.
Wow.
As we think about recommendations, we continue to draw on...
Sorry, I don't want to pause this too long. Look at him. It's taken its toll. Wow!
Phases of our work where we looked at what happened and how and why it happened. Our mandate includes focusing on individuals or groups who may have been differentially impacted by the mass casualty. Thus, our work will be greatly enriched by the input and participation from diverse voices and perspectives. With those things in mind, today we are engaging with representatives from the Indigenous community. They are here to share their important suggestions and recommendations. And for the public, remember that you can also share suggestions for recommendations with us through the Commission's website, by phone or mail. And as you think about potential recommendations, we encourage you to use the discussion guide and scan our prior scan of prior recommendations, which are also available on our website. I will now ask our co-facilitator, Ms. Cheryl Kopage-Gihu, Indigenous Community Engagement Advisor for the Halifax Regional Municipality, to begin today's conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. As you mentioned, my name is Cheryl Kopage-Gihu, and I am the Indigenous Advisor for the Halifax Regional Municipality, and I also am a council member for Sipekne'katik First Nation. I would like to take this a second to honor some individuals we lost within our First Nations communities in these last few days. We've lost an outstanding, amazing elder, Margaret Silaboy from Wagaba, and Angie Son from Eskasoni. So our thoughts and prayers are with both of those communities as they go through this tremendous loss in their communities. I would also like to acknowledge that this event is taking place in Mi'kma'ki, our traditional and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq Nation. I'm very honored to be here today to facilitate this circle, and I'd like to just go over a few of our little directions for while we're going through our circle. So when we're doing our circle, I always want us to feel about our 7 sacred teachings. So before I go into that explanation, I'm going to do a quick round so everybody can introduce themselves here so we all know who's in the circle, because one of the most important aspects about a circle is that we are all equal and that it's a safe space for everybody to share their thoughts and perspectives as we go forward. Thank you, Elder. So what I'm going to do while we're doing our format is that we're going to first do our round of introductions. I'm going to ask that each person introduce themselves and what community they're from. And then we'll go around again after this, and we'll talk a bit more before we go into actual talking about some of the issues.
Cheryl, thank you very much indeed. My name is Emma Cunliffe, and I'm a settler who lives in the traditional, ancestral and unceded territories of the Musqueam, Tsleil-Waututh and Squamish nations on the west coast of what we now know as Canada. And so I'm a visitor here in Mi'kma'ki. I have the honour of serving as the Director of Research and Policy for the Mass Casualty Commission.
Thank you. My name, of course, is Marlene Companion. I'm a mother, a grandmother, and a great-grandmother. To some people, I'm considered an elder. Some people, I'm not. I am associated with the Mi'kmaq Native Friendship Center here in Halifax, and I belong to the Urban Elders Council here in Halifax. And I'm very privileged and honored to be here throughout the Commission's time. Thank you.
My name is Noel Brooks. I'm from Mulbrook First Nation. I am the Manager of Community and Public Safety.
My name is Luke Markey, and I'm a security guard for Millbrook First Nation community.
My name is Jared Watton. I am the coordinator of Indigenous Outreach and Research for HRM, and I'm also a member of Glooscap First Nation, and I want to thank the Commission for having us here today.
Good morning. My name is Commissioner Leanne Fitch. I'm from New Brunswick, Fredericton, New Brunswick, and the Maliseet First Nation and Mi'kma'ki of New Brunswick. And it's an honor to be here with you all today.
Thank you. My name is Michael McDonald. I was born and raised in Whitney Pier, which is part of Sydney, on Cape Breton Island, and my grandfather was born in Soldiers Cove, which is a boundary to Potlatch First Nation, and my father made it very clear to me since I was a child to honor the Mi'kmaq and how helpful they were to his and my ancestors when they first arrived in Cape Breton. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Kim Stanton. I'm a guest here in Mi'kma'ki, and I ordinarily reside in territories shared by the Anishinaabe, Huron-Wendat, and Haudenosaunee peoples. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask that we go back to the 7 sacred teachings slide. So whenever I facilitate sessions, I always like to ground the sessions within our 7 sacred teachings, which is honesty. Like, we want everybody to be honest and speak your truth, which is also another teaching of ours. And we want to have patience with others to understand what we're trying to express. So we want to give that respect and respect each other's opinions. One of the things with our Indigenous community is that we always like to exercise humility when we're sharing. And we're always there to love and support one another. And I want everyone to know that we all have wisdom, and what we're bringing to this circle is bringing your wisdom to the center to bring it and share with the larger community and the Mass Casualty Commission. Thank you. We'll go to the next slide. So I just wanted, before we start our circle, just to go over a little bit about our talking circle format that we have for today, and which is our usual perspective when we're doing the circle. So when a person is talking in the circle, I will pass the feather along the line. When they are talking, this person talks until they're finished. They need to have that opportunity to say what they need, to articulate it. And the rest of our group is here is not to interrupt the speaker or try talking across the circle. We want to respect that they have wisdom that they're bringing to the table here, and that we're going to have the patience and humility to understand and sit here and listen to what they're processing and bringing to us. If during the circle at any time you're not in a position or you don't feel like adding something, please don't feel like you have to. You can say, I'm going to pass on this one, and then we'll come back to you the next round. Because I know that a lot of these issues can be triggering, so we want to make sure that everybody is comfortable. So always that option is there. This circle, we will probably go multiple times because it's a fairly small circle. So we want to give everybody an opportunity to discuss issues as we go through. And as I said, people will, sometimes there may be participants that will come in the after. We've talked about this, and we're going to allow them to join our circle. And we'll be probably doing 2, maybe 3 rounds during this circle to try and get as much feedback as we can from all the participants. The other rule that we like to do within the circle is to respect everybody's voice that's staying there. So what we stay in this circle is what we're bringing here. And it's important that we're extremely respectful to everyone and their perspectives as they come to this table. And what they are saying has true value, and we want to make sure that we honor that as they're speaking. So with that, maybe I'll start off a little bit from my community perspective before I pass on. So my community is Sipekne'katik First Nation, which was very close to where Constable Heidi, where the First Nation right next to the town of Sipekne'katik. So these events were very close to our community, where several of our community members live. Literally the houses right from where the accident were. So it's really important that I felt that somebody from our community come to the circle and share. I'll add more as we go along, but I'm going to pass it over to my co-facilitator here first.
Thank you, Cheryl. My thoughts today are, first of all, gratitude for those of you who have joined us, and I'm looking forward very much to learning from each of you today. Secondly, with those who are unable to join us because of the losses in their communities, my thoughts are with them as they grieve and do the necessary work that a loss of that kind brings. And thirdly, with the James Smith Cree Nation, who have only just begun a journey that some in this room have been walking now for some time. And I'm conscious of the salience of discussions of mass casualty for Indigenous communities having multiple dimensions. And so I'm very grateful to each of you for coming to share today, and grateful for the conversation that we'll have.
Thank you. Today, I chose my very first eagle feather that I was able to obtain through natural resources. And the officer that gave me this eagle said, it's not in very good shape. And I said, it's perfect. And he said, well, I don't know what you're going to do with it, but it became a very valuable teaching tool for me because it has a tail feather from a young'un. And unfortunately, this eagle's demise was electrocution up in Shuby, where the big farm is, and also a goose from the Shuby River. So a bird that flies high and a bird that flies low, and a piece of deer antler. The people say, you're an elder, you should carry something more grand. And I do, I carry my eagle fan. But today I was called to bring this feather. And the teaching behind this feather is not everything in this life is perfect. No matter how hard we try to do absolutely perfect, it's never absolutely perfect. And what people fail to realize is that they've done their best, and they've said their best, and they've shared their truths. And as people who have sat and walked and listened to the entire proceedings from start to finish, you've all done your best. It's absolutely perfect. You may be fringed along the edges and your hair may stand up on ends, but every single one of the people that are here have done their best. So it's perfect.
Thank you, Elder.
So what, we're saying over here?
Yep.
He stopped it in our reserve. There's people that were affected by it in our reserve. People lost people from our reserve, one person. So, yeah, that's why I'm here, I guess. I got invited, so.
Thank you.
I'm also here to put some insight and information and share some concerns and thoughts from people in our community, because just like all other communities, we've all been affected by this, and we need to find a way to work forward through it and show our respect for those who've lost and those that are still grieving for it, and hopefully find ways to prevent things from this happening, or at least minimize the outcome as best as possible. Thank you.
So, while my while my reserve was located in the valley, pretty far from where this took place, the chief of our reserve, Glooskap First Nation, Chief Sidney Peters, lives up in that area. So when this happened, we all began to get worried about him and his family. And I just wanted to come and share my thoughts and my feelings and show the respect for the people that this affected, and to show the breadth of how far this affected, that it wasn't just communities there, it was across Nova Scotia and Canada. Thank you.
I might be a little bit longer.
That's fine.
I'm here because to the commission in general, because I was asked. I had just retired from 34 years of policing, and I received a call to help with what was first the panel review in Nova Scotia. And when it switched to an inquiry, I stayed on. I had given a lot of thought to taking on this role and responsibility, even when it was a panel review, just coming out of retirement, and still healing from mass shooting in my own community in Fredericton, where we lost 2 citizens and 2 of my officers. Those of you who are familiar with Fredericton, New Brunswick, know that the city has grown up around our First Nation community, which is in the heart of our city. And over the course of my career, I spent a lot of time patrolling and meeting and developing relationships with what was then called St. Mary's First Nation, now Sistantis, and developed a lot of learnings over the years. And when we suffered our own loss in Fredericton in 2018, that affected all of our communities right across the province, but specifically, I think those living in communities that make up the city of Fredericton. And I'm just honored and so grateful that you've all chosen to join us here today. So I'm here for a number of reasons, and just very, very grateful to be in the circle. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm very grateful for everyone attending and sharing their insights, which will be very important to our work. But Elder Companion, you reminded me of something that's been on my mind a lot. We often talk about the challenging days we have and the difficult work and the difficult discussions, and I worry just how difficult it must be for those who have been most directly affected, the families of those of the lives taken, those injured, the traumatized first responders, and so many who have been directly impacted. And I worry about our process causing those most affected to relive and finding it very difficult, and just want to keep reminding myself that as challenging as we think our work is, it must be so much more challenging and difficult for all of those who have been most directly affected to day in, day out work with us. And we have to appreciate that so much, to have their participation and knowing how difficult it must be is so greatly appreciated. And as I say, of course, a cause of concern for me, but we will keep on doing our very best. Thank you.
Thank you. One of the things that we're asked to do in our mandate is to consider how our work might affect people from different communities. And the subject of the inquiry has a large focus on policing. And we live in a society that has a colonial history and a colonial reality. And that has created a situation where there are disproportionate impacts on Indigenous peoples with regard to the policing and laws and policies that we have in effect. And so given that we're asked to make recommendations with respect to areas that include policing, it's important for us to hear from folks to whom those recommendations are likely to apply and land more heavily in some ways in their implementation. So we are very grateful to have voices join us to help us to understand how to create recommendations that will be implemented in a way that doesn't cause unintended harms. So I'm very grateful to everyone for joining us for that purpose, and also echo a number of the sentiments that have already been expressed, and in particular, though, being very conscious of, unfortunately, the relevance of our mandate given the terrible events in Saskatchewan in the last couple of weeks and in the GTA yesterday. And we're mindful of the ongoing relevance of the work and the need to continue to do our best to fulfill this mandate and do anything that we can to help to create safer communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we start this next round, we've had a participant join us virtually. I would like to take this opportunity to allow Clifford to introduce himself and say where he's from, and maybe provide like some perspective why you've come forward to be part of the Casualty Commission circle here.
Hello, everybody. My name is Clifford Paul. I'm sorry I wasn't able to travel up they had me doing some things ready to later last night, so I just decided I might as well join virtually. So yeah, I come from number two. I've done some work in the past with policing, and today I sit on the advisory, the commanding officers Mi'kmaq advisory group with the Nova Scotia Rcmp H division. Also, today I am the boost management coordinator for I work on behalf of the Assembly of Nova Scotia Chiefs through the Unawagi Institute of Natural Resources. But I was invited to be part of today's talks and discussions, and I'm not saying very keen on the processes, but I know I have some input that might be helpful.
Thank you, Clifford. We're going to start our next round, and then I'll call on you when it's your time to speak. And we just went through some of the basic talking circle rules about respecting each other while each person speaks. They speak until they're done, and then really being attentive and allowing the person to speak that needs to have their voice heard. It's great to see you, Clifford. I know it was up there last week. So I'm going to start this round, and I'm going to ask people to add if they want to build in a little bit more and tell more about their community's experience in more details, to be that voice for the community members that couldn't be here. So and then maybe the next round, or if you want to add in some of your recommendations that your community was thinking about, or issues, we're going to allow this to be more fluid and trying to address all of these kind of mandate questions that we have. So within my First Nation, as I mentioned, I'm from Sabaganagati First Nation. Our community was very close to the incident that happened with Heidi. And for most Indigenous communities, a lot of our individuals, our people, they're lucky if they're on Facebook. They don't really go on Twitter or Instagram or any other of those mechanisms. So for many of us, it wasn't until we seen posts on social media on Facebook that we started to figure out what was going on. We weren't really getting any advisory notifications. Our chief and counselor weren't notified that there's a potential incident happening that we should send a warning out to our community members. So our community members were out driving around, going to Tim Hortons, getting coffees, going through the same intersection where it is. Our security guards weren't alerted. Like everybody was in such a vulnerable section that day. And I just happened to be one of those people out driving around getting a coffee. And I come across a scene within my community where an individual needed police assistance. She was run over by a vehicle, and there was a lot of interactions going on. We were calling constantly for police to come and assist us, and there was none. We waited there for, I'd say, at least an hour or two with this individual who was run over a car before we were able to contact. I reached out to my brother-in-law, who's a volunteer firefighter, and he called some of the local volunteer firefighters who came up to help us stabilize her until we were able to get uh, somebody there to assist us. And then when we did get somebody there to assist us, it was a police officer from another county who really had no clue where he was going in the community. He to be honest, he really wasn't much assistance to us in that day. If it wasn't for the volunteer firefighters that day that came and helped out when we called upon them through our mutual relationship with them, it may have been a different story for this woman that was hit by a vehicle while we were dealing with this. And as I mentioned, we have two families that live right at the bottom of the hill where Heidi's accident happened. And the young children were playing outside and went running in, and it was like, Mom, there's a fire, there's a fire. So how easily, because there's a public park there where the children play all the time, for one of our community members to be affected. And we also talk about there's a new Mi'kmaq emergency alert system. And all I've seen so far come out is a flyer with the Q code saying, oh, register if you want to get alerts. I think there needs to be more work done from our community perspective to make sure that our Indigenous people are getting these alerts as they're needed. I'm going to speak on a number of different topics because I've also, as a First Nations counselor, but I've also worked for many years within the Nova Scotia Native Women's Association in the women's sector, and about the vulnerability of our Indigenous women. Our Indigenous women go missing much higher and at higher rates. We've had incidents within our community where a community member has gone missing, and even in our urban community here, for I think it was like 18 days or 16 days, where there was nothing, no notification, no flyer, no anything gone out. And I hate to say this, but I almost feel like it was because she was a dark complected Indigenous person compared to a lighter complected Indigenous person that this and she wasn't a university student. She was a person that was out in the street that didn't have as much of a circle around there to advocate for her. So it wasn't until we started really pushing the media, and actually we had to go speak to the Halifax Women's Commission and ask them for assistance to help us get more information out about our missing and murdered women. And then it happened to be an International Women's Day, and that was the only way we had got media coverage for this young woman that was missing in Halifax. Luckily, she was found, but it could have been a much worse turnout for our women. So those are just a couple thoughts that came to my head and into perspective of this, and I'm sure more will come in my head as we go along. But I'd like to pass it over to you now.
Cheryl, thank you very much for sharing your perspective and some of your reflections. I think this is around where it's appropriate for me to listen.
I know that in the urban community, when this first happened, people were in shock. They didn't know what to say. Many of the people that hang out at the Friendship Center and various groups, universities and whatever, don't really understand the geography of Nova Scotia and didn't realize how close it was to the urban centers. After things began to settle down a little bit, people began to chatter, and I had a conversation with some women and elders of urban Halifax, and the thing that was most prevalent is what happens to the children? Like, what do we, or what is the commission and what is the government going to do about the children? We know from firsthand experience what generational trauma is. And although it's been years and years, the children that aren't even born yet are going to feel the effects of this situation, this mass murder. I'm not quite sure if anyone has thought of that, but those unprotected babies that aren't even born have got to have something in place for them so that they don't end up like the majority of people on reserves that are young people going to university. They're still, suffering from residential school, and residential school has been closed. So that's what I'm hearing in the urban center. It's still talked about very quietly. I don't think that we've had anything at the Friendship Center or elsewhere as a way to do prayers and make some offerings and to bring people who are feeling the effects of this into circle with us. Maybe that's something that we could consider. But yeah, the children, future children, is one of the concerns.
Thank you.
Hi. I'm wondering, I have lots of room here for families. Could we bring them in? I'd like to hear so we can all heal together. Maybe when the microphone comes your way, you You could ask for that. Maybe. Just say.
A lot of RCMP officers affected by it. That's probably our biggest problem right now in Melbourne is lack of RCMP officers because a lot of them are not allowed on duty. I know there's still quite a few. Kind of just lock my door and stay inside with my family. But yeah, that's about it.
So the night, a lot of people talk about the day. The night, it happened that night, the night before. I was doing security when the first thing happened of my community. So I was patrolling around my community and had no idea that something happened that close to my community. And I had no idea that this person was still at large. It wasn't until the next day when I was out working and stuff that I've got a notification through a friend of a family, like family members and friends saying, hey, that incident last night wasn't a select incident. There's somebody on the loose. Like there was no public notification given to anybody till after. And being somebody who works alongside with the RCMP as much as I do, like I see them on a regular basis every shift. And at night, I could have stopped to talk to this guy thinking he was a police officer, right? I might not be here today if he would have rolled through my community that night. Luckily for me, it wasn't until the midday or the early morning the next day, he stopped at a gas bar close by and changed outfits. We had people going in and out of that gas bar. We had people driving up and down the street. Nobody knew. So possibly having something in the near future of alerting people sooner. Maybe contacting people of authority or people that have higher responsibility in the community first. Like, I understand everybody needs to know as soon as this happens. But if you alert the guy that's out doing it, we're looking for him, he's going to get more likely hide. So I think there should be also like a trickle down authorities and then base out. And then our community needs to know as soon as possible that there's somebody of this amount of severe danger roaming our community and stuff like that. And as for afterwards, like Newell said, our RCMP officers have been affected, so a lot of them aren't around. We don't have a center, like a real PTSD center. So if anybody's struck by something traumatizing, it could be anything, like Elder said, from residential schools to this mass shooting to any trauma within your family. We don't have a center where people can go and feel safe and let it out. Tell people, like, this is what I'm going through. So having more places for people or more engagement for people like that might also help people who've been affected by this tragedy have a safe place to like come feel comfortable and just let it out. Some people can't even cry because of this. Like, we just need places, more community engagement and stuff like that. And I feel like having centers at the right places would really, really help for community outreach and stuff like that. So thank you.
Thank you.
So like many people, our community, myself included, I found out about this incident over Facebook. We heard from many of our community members that this wasn't helpful, this wasn't good enough for them. They still felt like they were in danger when they found out this way. After that, our community began discussing how can we prevent this from happening? How can we keep our community more informed? And since then, we've tried on multiple occasions to develop an alert system, which we're still working on today. And I think having both internal community alert systems and also having those connected to a larger external communication system would be extremely helpful. It's something we very much need, especially in some of our more isolated communities. For our community, it takes at least half an hour to an hour for even one police car to get there. A lot of the time they get lost because they know us as Horton 35, but when people call, we say Glooskap First Nation, so we have confusion beyond that. So I think by having a larger alert system and having clearer communication about location or even just I guess, giving people a better general understanding of the geography, which I know can be hard. It's a lot of education behind that, but I think those are definitely areas we need to look at if we want to try and prevent this from happening in the future, or at least minimize any effects this could have. Yeah.
Excuse me, before we go, I'm going to allow our participant online. Clifford, would you like to add some?
Sorry, I just unmuted myself. No, we were watching from afar here in Cape Breton, in Unamahgi. We felt it for our friends and relations up in Halifax, Millbrook, all those areas affected, you know, where the incidents occurred. And, you know, me and my friends, we have relatives that work for Rcmp and have worked for Siboney, Millbrook, Pictou Landing, and other detachments, not just on the reserves. So we were very, very astounded, really, that a lot had occurred before the public was informed. And I know we have a really nice alert system with the Mi'kmaq community. Had we had gotten an alert or a message, I know that our coordinators are right on top of those things. So it's easy to speak like that after the fact, you know, but that's why we're talking today. I know COVID prevented us from getting together to debrief community members, especially Millbrook, who had such close contact with the potentiality for more casualties were high there. And I think as other participants have said, we needed avenues and venues and elders and communities to come together to deal with the immediate grief, to de-escalate what was happening in our own minds. I guess that debriefing, that was very important. I think COVID prevented that too at that time, because we couldn't really gather as much as we could have or should have. And so I'm hopeful that today's discussions actually and input from our community members will inform people that, you know, we're there, we feel it, it's heavy on our souls, and it will always be continue heavily on our souls, you know, because it's a disaster, and it's something that it's going to take a while to just deal with the facts and information. And I think we need our healers, our elders, and our pipe carriers to assist us and assist the Rcmp, not just the members, the civilian members as well. I speak for them. They're very important in their roles, and that we able to come together and see how we can press forward, I guess, for the better safety of our people and our officers.
Thank you, Clifford.
Thank you. I remember the day well, like all of us, I'm sure, do. I was actually down in my barn on Sunday morning at about 8 or 8:30, and having a coffee and listening to CBC News, as I often do on Sunday mornings, and started to hear about the details as they were coming in through media. And my father was born and raised in Nova Scotia. His family had been here for a couple of generations, and he was immediate family still living here in Nova Scotia, including in Pictou County. So one of my first calls was with my mother. to find out where my sister was, because we knew that she liked to walk country roads with friends. I hope she doesn't mind that I'm sharing that today. Um, and so we had concern for immediate family. And before that, just in hearing the turmoil that was unfolding, I felt my heart just, it felt like it shattered all over again. And my thoughts went immediately to the families in Fredericton, and our officers and civilian members on the force and the police agencies that helped us during August of 2018. And just knowing the wounds that would be opening for so many people and our community at large. And it felt really overwhelming, the emotion of it. And when I've answered the last question as to, why am I here today? And I said it was because I was asked to help, to bring those experiences forward to the work of the commission, in hopes of making a difference going forward and helping people manage through what I knew would be a very, very difficult and lifelong journey. So that's where I was, and that's why I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate so much the input and important perspectives so far, and of course, I'm here to learn as much as I can and hear as much as I can. And we are hearing a lot of common themes, not just around this circle, but in all our work. And I very much appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. One of the things that we're asked to look at is the relations between police forces, different forces, and so it's helpful to hear about how your communities interface with the different police forces around where you live, and how the RCMP are engaged in your community or not, and what might be helpful in terms of the one of the things we're looking at is the structure of policing in Nova Scotia. So just thinking about, we've had some discussion of the Marshall inquiry recommendations and the degree to which they have or have not been implemented, some of which were around recommendations for Indigenous police forces, and that's a call that's been heard again over the last week out of Saskatchewan, and just would be interested to hear about if people have thoughts on the structure of policing in Nova Scotia as it relates to Indigenous communities. And Cheryl, I just want to acknowledge as well that in addition to the Constable Heidi Stevenson at the Shubenacadie Circle, the life of Joey Weber was taken there as well, and I just want to make sure that we acknowledge that as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And not to overlook Joey Weber, but that's also a very common route that our Indigenous people go there, because they fish along the banks, and it was almost optimal fishing season there. So we fish all along that area where Joey was lost his life. And the most commonly used position we have is just literally the next driveway from where Joey had passed. But I wanted to kind of build on a few more things, like hearing from the conversation. I know when I'm in a circle, when I hear other people talk, I'm thinking, oh, yes, I should raise that point. And it kind of builds off of that. So I'd like to kind of build off of what each of you have said a little bit, and then go back again around the circle and see if there's more that you want to add in, if there's more recommendations that you thought would be perspectives from your community, that would be really valuable. So one I heard from our circle here was about the remoteness of a lot of our communities. There's only 2 really urban communities that are within like a city structure, and that's Member 2 and Millbrook First Nation. And they both have relationships not only with the RCMP, but also with the municipal police system. In our Halifax urban community, there's a relationship with the HRP, the Halifax Regional Police, but there's not a lot of Indigenous content I find within either of the organizations about creating more cultural awareness, more understanding about the Mi'kmaq communities, more understanding about even the dynamics and the logistics and how everything operates within our First Nation community. I'll speak from my experience here within the city. When we're doing recruitment, it's extremely difficult to get Indigenous people to apply for RCMP or regional police positions. And that probably comes from the long historical mistrust through intergenerational trauma, because it was traditionally those people in authority like that that came and took our children away to residential school. So that perspective I always keep in mind, like when I'm trying to increase recruitment. But the other perspective is that we expect these officers to do maybe a 2-day, a week-long training in Indigenous culture and customs and protocol and expect them to be true, efficient and culturally aware. And that is not the case. As an Indigenous person, I'm continuously learning more about our culture and traditions every day, and I live it immensely. I'm involved in it every day in my community and in my work sector. And it's a lifelong, ongoing journey to really, truly get that cultural competency that we all strive towards. And as an Indigenous person, I'll say I am not anywhere near completely culturally competent. I am continuously learning about ceremonies that were lost through residential school. I'm relearning my language because that was lost. And there's so many aspects of our culture that we really expect these individuals who aren't part of our community to understand unless they had the opportunity to live and be there in the community. And most of our detachments are now, the officers don't live in the community, or they're not from the community. And as Jarrett was saying, it could take like up to 20 to half an hour to 45 minutes for them to come for any call. And there's also mandates that even the ambulance or that can't come to a scene without having a police officer there. So in my community, I know they're sitting at the end of the community waiting for all of these backup, while these individuals who are in trauma, we're trying to do our best to keep them stable or calm, or until they follow their protocols and get a police escort or something like that to be there. So those are issues that I find really big. And the other one is that there's no designated person within our First Nations community. Newell, you're the first person I heard who's a public safety officer, which I think is amazing. And I think that's a gap in all of our First Nations communities. We have emergency preparedness, but their focus is more on preparing for a flood or power outage or dealing with a hurricane or tornado or those kind of natural disasters. And COVID was a big learning for them because our emergency preparedness officers ended up taking a lot of that work on in collaboration with their health facilities. We don't have anybody who's a public safety advocate within our community to ensure things like this don't happen within our First Nations communities like it did out west. And that was a huge wide open thing when that happened to the community, to see that could happen. It wasn't a gun, it was a stab, and it was somebody who was going door to door, where most of our First Nations people don't even lock our doors. Our doors are open because it's our family coming over, the children are running in and out of the house. How easily we just seen that can happen. I also wanted to acknowledge that our urban community isn't like a First Nations community, and Ella will speak about it. We don't have designated communities like a settlement where our Mi'kmaq thing, we're splattered through all of the cities. Even though we have reserves or reserve lands here in the city, there are a few people that live there, but most of our urban community is splattered throughout the city, and their only focal point is the Mi'kmaq Friendship Center. So we really need to make sure that the Friendship Center in our urban community is looked after as well, because there's a huge, more than half of our population in the Indigenous communities here in Nova Scotia is in an urban setting, either in Halifax or the Sydney area. So it's so important that we take care of our Indigenous people on and off reserve and make sure that that's there as well. The relationship with policing, I touched on it a bit. We have so many First Nation police officers who are extremely triggered by this, and many of them are still healing from this and other things within their communities, and we need to find ways that provide support for our Indigenous police officers, because there's so much, and I always hear directly from them, the hardest thing that they ever have to do is policing their own communities, because it's not just Timmy down the road or that's somebody that they knew, grew up with, were friends with, know the family, the interconnection with the communities. And in Mi'kma'ki here, especially in Nova Scotia, all of our communities are fairly small, and we pretty much know everybody from every other community. So it doesn't matter what community they're going to get placed within, or that they have a relationship. It's a cousin of a cousin, or they grew up, or friends went to school. So it's really important that we look at that relationship with police and figure out ways on how we can make sure there's more Indigenous content. And I don't want it just to be a week-long training. It has to be more. It has to be really getting out. And I always say to many people, for many of them, I just had a talking circle on the Sabaganagati Riverbank Sunday evening, and we had 4 police officers from the local detachments come out. And for many of them, even participating in a blanket exercise was the first time they learned a lot about the history, about all of the things in acts such as centralization, the gender bias within the Indian Act, how these all affect our communities today, right now, still. These acts that were started and created before Canada was even a country are still affecting our Indigenous community. And they were very thankful and humbled, because this was not a learning that they learned even in all of their Indigenous training. These were things that they didn't know perspectives from. So with that, I'm going to pass it on, and maybe if you want to raise some more things.
Thank you so much, Cheryl. I would like to share some things that we've heard in other parts of our proceedings, because I'm very interested to hear the thoughts of those in the circle today about them. Last week, we had the honour of hearing from Heidi Marshall and Jane McMillan about the history of the Marshall Inquiry, and Commissioner Stanton alluded to this, and those recommendations which have been implemented and those which have not. And in particular, that led to a discussion of the Unama'ki Tribal Police Service, which I understand was not a direct recommendation of the Marshall Inquiry, but which was implemented through the advocacy of the Mi'kmaq in the wake of that inquiry, but which really only lasted about 5 years. And Heidi and Jane shared some perspectives on the ways in which, as they articulated, the Unama'ki Tribal Police Service had been set up to fail, had been underfunded, and that to a certain extent had become the victim of some aspects of its own success, because the culturally competent model of policing that it implemented was so much in demand that demand massively outstripped the capacity of the police officers to meet that demand. And so against the backdrop of that conversation, Noel and Luke, I'm very interested in the work that you do in Millbrook as public safety and security providers. And you mentioned working closely with the Millbrook Rcmp detachment, and the personal challenges, of course, and the deep challenges that have been presented by the involvement of members of that detachment in the response on April 18 and 19, 2020. But I'm also interested in the broader context of the work you're doing, Noel, around public safety and how you're imagining that. Another really important conversation we've had in the recommendations phase is the idea that policing is only one part of what's some use the metaphor of an ecosystem of community safety. That community safety is delivered first and foremost by community members to one another. But that by many other service providing organisations, whether they be health organisations, whether they be folks like Noel and Luke doing the work that you're doing, whether it be education and the work that is done through the education system. And so some of the ideas I think that we've heard from others are around questions around whether if we strengthen the community safety net in other ways, do we possibly also address some of the challenges that we see in policing? And so those are some ideas I wanted to share that we have heard so far, and that we'd be very interested to hear in turn from each of you about.
Thank you.
So where my job is, we're working with the RCMP. There's things I guess I don't want to, like, what problems I see, things I think they could change. I don't think I could share this here just because it's being recorded, right? So if you guys ever want to talk where we ain't and we can talk where it's just us, I have no problem telling you guys how I do it. But basically, Melbrook Security is going to be, the liaison between RCMP and Melbrook community, the Melbrook community members. So listen, we get a lot of, right now, because of the casualty, we have a lot of RCMP officers coming in from other places for overtime. They don't know the community that good. They don't know where they're going. They don't know nobody. So we provide that input with them saying, yeah, this person can be this person can be that. Their name is this. There's probably these many people in the house. We provide backup once in a while, not too much, but we do provide backup. Luke will be better off explaining because he actually is out on the road with them. But my end goal, one of my end goals, there's multiple different endings I see for this. I'm working on different ones as we go along to see which one fits Melbrook. But I like the idea what Moncton just did. If no one knows, like, they have their bylaw officers riding with their police officers now, so they're together as one. That was pretty. That's kind of that's a nice end goal. Seems like it would work. A member community member with an RCMP officer. But yeah, that's one of them. If you guys ever want to talk other than this about it, I have no problem discussing it with you.
Thank you, Noel.
So as Newell said, with security, we work alongside of the RCMP. So a lot of us get to know the on-duty officer on a more personal level. We get to stop, we get to talk, just shoot the crap of their day, our day, how their shift's going, how our shift's going. If they have any questions or concerns about somebody they may not like they might not personally know, which is a lot of the case because, like Newell said, we got a lot of non-local community members working that right now because of this. So we have other people coming in. So they'll be like, for example, they'll say, "Oh, we have an incident up the road. We are going to at this address. Do you have any intel or insight on that for us?" And we can say, "Yes, this is this person's house. Chances are it'll be a walk in the park. You just got a noise complaint." Or I can say, "Hey, this person has a history of violence. You might want to get back up and go ahead." I would say over 75 to 80% of all calls from our community members are directed to security first because we are from the community. We are within the community. We know everybody. And like what was stated before, there's that past traumatization of authority figures removing our children and stuff from our communities and stuff like that. So that still hits home pretty hard to a lot of people and a lot of our elders. So they're more likely to call someone like me that they do know, or one of our other workers that's like a nephew or an uncle, our cousin or whatever, and they'll be like, "Hey, like there's possibly this situation going on," and then we will alert the RCMP after that because we're not necessarily hands-on unless it's like like incident emergency. We're right there. Like we try to let the authorities do their job as much as possible. It's harder when we don't know the officers because the officers don't know us. So sometimes they won't stop and ask for assistance. They won't ask. They'll just go in full tilt, and that affects our community members on a psychological level as well. So I think having a intermediate, more or less, I guess is what you could call us, between the community and the RCMP help. I believe more community engaged events with RCMP or your local police officers within your community, whether it's a game of pickup ball or volleyball or some sport, or an event where you have your officers doing a cookout, a barbecue, and the community members can come in. And if your community members get a chance to meet the officers out of uniform, as more or less as a person, opposed to an authority, that's where you will bridge the gap of that broken trust. I feel that we get a lot of from within Indigenous communities.
I think A may pass on this question. I don't really have as much experience working with the RCMP as the other individuals in this group, but thank you.
Clifford, would you like to add in? Oh, you're on mute, Clifford.
Yeah, I have so much to talk about because I did work for the Unama'ki Tribal Police 1995 to 2006 years, and I've seen a lot. And I've seen the best at their best, the worst at their worst, and vice versa. And I'm very happy that some of our members in this circle did hear from Heidi Marshall and Dr. Jane McMillan, because I will use this as an example, because institutional racism, it's not just within entities such as the RCMP, but the Department of Justice, the court systems, and all these things that our people are experiencing in this world. And I have a lot of horror stories in that relationship, but and PTSD is unrecognized for a lot of these members who did not join the RCMP, and for them to get help, they need these what's that number RCMP have all the time? You have to have that like membership number, and some of our members did been seeing incredible things happen in that short period of time. You need a regiment number, I think it is, or something like that. I forgot the number. I was talking to a member who did not join the RCMP when we shut down. But really, it's all racism got us there to set up this police force, and racism killed it. And we were basically set up to fail. The Marshall inquiry was out. We've had researchers study the incarcerations of First Nation people in prisons in Canada. We have 5 to 10 times family violence rates. We have suicide rates that are well beyond the norm. We have sexual assaults and all these other crimes, 5 to 10 times the national average. And Unama'ki Tribal Police was set up as a recommendation from the Marshall inquiry, and that was a great moment for Canada and the Nova Scotia Department of Justice to say, okay, let's wrong this right this way. And yet the tribal police force was grossly underfunded. And I'll give you a good example. We have a 15-member force. That's members. That's not counting civilian members. 15-member force to police 5 First Nation communities, and the funding was $1.15 million, almost $1.2 million, and the training budget alone was $10,000 for all those members. And we've had RCMP auditors come in, and they looked at the files. Of course, it reflected exactly what was going on in First Nation communities. And I remember one of the auditors saying, The only reason why this force is surviving is because of the love our police had for policing their own communities. And I've talked with several people, and the relationship between our Mi'kmaq negotiators and the Department of Justice was basically, here's your chance, take it or leave it. And of course, we took it. And now you have all these members. Some of them joined the Rcmp. And I remember because they were kids, they were younger than me. They joined the Rcmp. Now they're all retired. So the kids are retired, right? And we have unresolved issues with the Department of Justice. And I'm glad Dr. J. McMillan had conversations with some of these people, because that's the 1990s now. We're supposed to be beyond when I grew up, 1960s Sydney, Nova Scotia, how racist that is, and how racist the treatment was for my cousin Donald Marshall Jr. You know, I was just a kid in 1971, but it's incredible that the relationship has much more to bloom, I guess, for it to be properly instituted and properly, you know, the Marshall Inquiry was big, man. That was big stuff. I wish our members, I wish the tribal police and other things that's supposed to have spawned from the Marshall Inquiry had been given the energy it deserved, which did not occur. And I think today, it's not my job to ask people, what do you think of policing in your community? It's not my job, but people are telling me, bring back the tribal police. My uncle Dana Joe was the first to jump off the ship. He saw those rough waves and he went right to Sibanagany. And he was so well respected in that community, because I remember the Shubi people says, oh my God, there's a tribal police guy coming here. It was my uncle Dana. Yeah, you know, I'm from Membertou, and if you're from the res, you have uncles and aunts younger than you because you babysat them. Well, Dana is one of them. You know, he's younger than me. He's my uncle. He can get away with calling me Gwiz because I respect him as an uncle. So he's just one. And there were many that, you know, that worked. We were so underfunded, and I'm not going to lie to you. My pay doing criminal records management and police dispatching, my pay was $19,600. It was the lowest I ever earned in my life working for the tribal police. And Membertou welfare had to supplement my income so that I could work. And I don't know why I stayed with that money, but it made me a better human being because I was able to deal professionally with the fallouts of residential schools. I was able to understand that our people are sick, and that alcohol and drug abuse are one of the bad casualties of the residential schools and institutional racism. I've seen a lot and I learned a lot. So that work there made us, all of us that work there, better human beings. But man, we were sad to see it go down, because that was Police Chief John Leonard Tony's dream to set up a tribal police force. I wish it was the dream of the Department of Justice as well. Maybe they will still be policing their communities. Maybe the Mi'kmaq language will be brought into homes where you have to de-escalate situations, and simple word like miskay or quis, settle down, you know what I mean? That goes a long way. So I think, you know, I have a lot to say, but I'll keep it at that. The relationship is institutional. The attitudes are old, and the studies have been done. Let's move forward and let's work in meaningful ways so that our communities get the best policing, our officers get the best protection, you know, they worked hard, man. They're heroes. All the guys I work with and the women I work with are heroes. Yeah. I'm getting emotional, so I better take a sip of my coffee, and I'll leave it at that. I know that's a lot.
Well, Alan.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to have some unique experiences to be able to share from policing in Fredericton for over 3 decades. And so some of my stories, you know, I hear you talk about the good stories and the bad stories that you've witnessed, and I can assure you, from a policing perspective, I have seen some very bad policing in St. Mary's over the course of my career. When I first started with the force, we had 3 First Nations members of the police force, and they were assigned to the reserve, and this was in the early 80s, and I worked on the north side of the river for a long time, so I spent a lot of time with these 3 officers while working. And back then, members of the police force wouldn't go up on reserve to answer a call without backup. And our three First Nations officers, they didn't work 24/7, but the arrangement was terrible. They lived in the community. Families were in the community. They would be disciplined by the police organization if they were off reserve. So if they went off reserve to back a member up, they didn't have opportunity for promotion. They didn't have opportunity to work in specialized units, and it was really, really hard on them. Now that evolved over time, and with the advent of community policing in the 1980s, there started to be a rotation of officers assigned to reserve, and we would try to have the same people there for 2 to 3 years because it was important to build those relationships. And this also gave our First Nations officers other opportunity to work in other areas and other divisions as well. But initially, it was such a difficult setup for them, and I just had such respect for how they managed and lived in community. Over the course of time, relationships improved. By no stretch is it perfect, but it is something that I think both our First Nation community and our officers have grown over the years, but always room for improvement. We were fortunate to, I don't know if I started out by saying that I think Fredericton and St. Mary's stands have, I think it's only one of maybe 3 quadripartite agreements in all of Canada where a municipal agency provides police service. But it's interesting. I remember one day having a conversation with Chief Candace Paul some years ago, and we were talking about community policing, and she said, you know, back when this all started with this community policing, nobody asked us if we wanted community policing. You just started doing community policing to us, which is not community policing. And you know, and this was just a few years ago, and we just have so much more to grow and to learn and to build those relationships. So I'm only speaking from my experience that I think is relative to our conversation today. And I just want to say that after, well, prior to, but also after our shooting in Fredericton in August of 2018, members of First Nations provided our first responders with sweat lodge. So we were very honored to participate in sweats, both prior to, just as we had been working on our relationship, but but also the care that they showed us in the aftermath. So I just wanted to share that and give a public thanks for that as well.
Thank you. One of the outcomes of the mass casualty was damage to the trust in our institutions, not just our policing institutions, but all our institutions suffered a trust deficit because of it. And so I see today as a real opportunity because you all are experts in what it takes to build back trust. And you have such an important perspective to help us in coming up with recommendations to build back trust. And I'm not at all suggesting that the trust has been built back, but you are certainly experts in experiences that have resulted in a lack of trust. And so I see a real opportunity to learn about how what could be done to build back trust. And I'm hearing some themes develop, one of which, of course, is being part of the community and taking the uniform off and whatnot. So that's very helpful because you are certainly experts in that field. Thank you.
Thank you. The themes that I'm hearing as well are with respect to the importance of relationships and also how to have a response that is appropriate to the situation. And so it may not be that police are the first people to call, and that actually having community partnerships, community relationships that create the knowledge and the knowledge base, the competency to be able to say, here's what I know about this family or this part of the community, and here's why perhaps the first person to go in that door ought not to be a police officer, but a person who can speak to the folks there in a way that will de-escalate the situation. But trying to sort out how to ensure that those relationships are built and that that people in the community who have that knowledge get the call to be able to share that information is part of the challenge, I think, in terms of how to structure things in a way that help everyone, including officers whose safety, of course, is also part of the picture. And so it's just a very important part of it is figuring out how do you have those partnerships, how do you make them sustainable, because we are hearing a lot about the community agencies that have a lot of competency but no stable funding. And so to be able to ensure that they're available and able to provide the information and knowledge that would assist in any of these situations is part of the picture as well. So thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to do one more round because I realize that this can be very heavy and it does bring back a lot of emotions for us. But I wanted to talk a little bit more about some of the topics I hear. Like I said, when I hear other people talk, it makes me think of things and I'm like, yes, I need to bring this up. So one of the things I talk about a lot is colonial organizations, and that's very much what our police structures are, and our municipalities, our government, everybody is a very colonial organization. And I remember when I was hiring for Jared, developing questions with our HR, is I wanted to ask them very specifically, do you think as an Indigenous person, you will be able to work within a colonial structure, because it is very different than working within your First Nations communities. And I really thought HR was going to come back and tell me, are you crazy? You're not asking that question, but they let me go with it because I didn't want to bring somebody into the organization that was not going to be able to thrive and experience their indigeneity, their indigenous identity within the organization, that they would feel sequestered or and I didn't want that. I wanted to make sure that they were strong enough that they felt that they can figure out a way to get through these colonial organizations to really make a difference and change for communities. And I think there needs to be work done at all levels to really start looking at these institutions and organizations, the justice, policing, even our way our government interacts with us. It's very paternalistic that, oh, we know what's right for you. And as was said earlier, wasn't asked if you needed community policing, it was put upon you. And that there's that real need for really developing a strategy that deals with how they're going to dismantle some of these structures that are so restrictive. And it so can be so frustrating at times. I've had organizations what says, as an Indigenous person coming into the organization, we're going to pay you this because you do so much work on reserve and it's tax free, but your equivalent non-Indigenous person gets paid a higher salary because they have to pay taxes. How is that even allowed? That's discrimination, but it happens a lot within organizations and structures because they feel, because of an act that was created by government and dictated to us, that we have a different taxation sector, that they feel that they have the right to impose, pay us less than what we're worth compared to a non-Indigenous person. I also wanted to talk about, we have so many research projects done, so many recommendations, but there is nobody designated to do the work or to implement them. And there's no designated funding to do them. You develop all, when you do these research studies and that, like we have UNDRIP, the UN Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous People. We have the Truth and Reconciliation Commission recommendations. We have the Marshall Inquiry recommendations. We have the Missing Murdered Indigenous Women recommendations. All of these things have really valuable recommendations, but there's nobody designated to do them. You expect people to do, our Indigenous communities to do this off the side of their hats and implement them, when a lot of the structure and change needs to happen at this colonial level. You have the funding to help do these supply positions that for the Native women who can work specifically on implementing these recommendations, but also the funding to go to support the work in a continuous function, like and continuity. And that's what I was hearing with the policing. Like, we created this tribal police, it was great, but there wasn't equivalent funding because we were probably on reserve, and they figured, oh, they're on reserve, we'll pay them less, we'll give them less money. We don't get the same training budgets, we don't get this, all these items. We talked about community and actually having them being more engaged and truly becoming allies to the communities that they work with. And that's, I teach a course called Allyship. And one of the things I always tell them, have you ever been out to a First Nations? And they're like, no, I haven't. I don't know the correct words to say. I'm worried to put my foot in my mouth, or what if I say the wrong word and all this stuff. So I help get them comfortable to be going out and to do that. And I'll take the words from an esteemed colleague of mine. He says he brings his students out to the community and he tells them, do you see that line? And they're like, no, there's not. He goes, exactly. There is no line. There is no boundary stopping anybody from coming into a First Nations community. Everybody is welcome in our communities. You're probably going to meet the nicest people because you come into our community. We're not going to let you leave without feeding you tea or feeding you food or engaging with you. We'll welcome you in our house. And as I mentioned earlier, a lot of us don't even close the door, or lock the door in our communities. So it's important to really focus on building allyship amongst our individuals. One of the other things I wanted to talk about is a lot of people don't realize they have an unconscious bias. And that's another course I train people in, because you realize, you think, oh, I'm not racist, I don't have this, but your unconscious bias says something different. And I recently had an incident with a very high ranking judge within Nova Scotia who was at a trial for an Indigenous person and gets up and gets a call and just gets up and leaves while this Indigenous person is testifying. Oh, I got to go take care of this murderer. He said that, walked out with and doesn't realize how connected we are within communities. So I automatically knew, because I heard about they were looking for a First Nations individual in the Truro area. I knew exactly who they were looking for. And even though he didn't say it, he didn't said it unconsciously, his bias, that for me sent a strong message that he believed that this Indigenous person was guilty because he called him a murderer before he even had trial. And then when I called him out on his bias at a talking circle later, after the trial had happened, he automatically got defensive. Oh, you don't know how much I do for the First Nations community. I done this to help this person and this person and this person. That's your token Indianism. Like, that's the take a picture with a person from African descent. I'm not racist. I have an African Nova Scotian friend, and we get that a lot. So there needs to be more done with this unconscious bias, and that they need to really look at this implementing throughout all of the system, because a judge may think he's not racist, but you're saying things that are showing that you are. Actions speak much louder than words at times. One of the other things I wanted to really touch on before we go is our Mi'kmaq language. And as Clifford was saying, sometimes it's just that Daladigan dus, like, what's the matter dus? Like, that calms you down. And our language has so much power in it. And now that we have the Nova Scotia Act, there should be opportunities where more of our police officers, you're required to learn French. In Nova Scotia, Mi'kmaq is going to be the official language of Nova Scotia. Why aren't our officers learning basic words on how to communicate with our community members in a language that comforts and brings them strength? So those are just some of the things I wanted to add in, and I'll pass it over to you now.
Cheryl, thank you. We normally take a break about now, and I'm noticing a few people squirming. I'm wondering, would it be appropriate if we took about 10 minutes?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah. Just keep typing out those names. My turning my back isn't a racist thing. I just hope that I was praying that when Saskatchewan comes around, which I'm more than happy to help looking into and will, that they don't have a community of Thai people in there talking about things that aren't very directly affect the Aboriginal community, and want to talk about other issues, not mention even the Rcmp, or have a bunch of police officers in there talking in circles. That's what I pray, because that would be very hard for them to deal with. The door is always open. You're shutting the door on the families of the 23, which is really hard. And a lot of Canadians who are just trying to help. It doesn't. But we all know the gig. Who's there? They've got so transparent, like talking about Aboriginal policing. I wonder how supported right now, Darren Bernard feels. He would be a good person to talk about. Peterson, maybe we can look back at Bob.
Black Diamond Combo.
I enjoy the job that I was doing.
But Carrie McKee also says there was a flip side.
There was a lot of me being called a there was me being uneducated.
Insults colleagues threw at the Cree woman from Montreal Lake Cree Nation in Saskatchewan. McKee says when she called for backup, it often arrived late or not at all, even on dangerous calls. During one incident, a suspect tried to steal her police car and gun.
I ended up having a broken voice box and had a really good black eye.
The Mounties aren't shy about showing off Indigenous officers in recruitment ads, but the numbers show they're having a hard time keeping them. More than 100 Indigenous officers have left the RCMP over the past 3 years.
Members taking humor in the term prairie.
We're protecting the identity of this retired Indigenous officer. He says managers must no longer ignore racist behavior.
It has to be addressed. Does it get worse? Does it continue?
If you don't trust the system, they don't want to be part of it.
This observer says episodes like these don't help. The beating of Athabasca Chippewa First Nation Chief Alan Adam by officers last year, or the shooting of Chantal Moore in New Brunswick.
Just one incident can take things back 20, 30 years in terms of trust building.
The RCMP says most officers make it to retirement, but admits it has no specifics about why Indigenous officers leave.
There may in fact be some systemic issues that are resulting in folks making the decision to move on.
The RCMP has a goal to increase Indigenous hiring, but no real targets. Last year, the number of applicants recruited into training dropped by nearly 50%. Rafi Bujikani on CBC News, Ottawa.
Yeah, where's Chantal? I know I definitely talked about Fort McMurray. What about Bob? They forget about Bob? They understand, it's very strange because the RCMP has a very racist history. Very. And they continue.
We encounter racism every single day. Some of the worst racists carry a gun, and they carry a badge authorized by you, Commissioner Paulson, to do the work. We need you to confront racism in the ranks. Now, when I met with the senior Indian agent across the water, she told me, oh, no, some of the police are great. You're talking about one or two bad apples. Well, why is it I have to keep dealing with bad apples? I do not disagree that you have wonderful public servants in your employ. You'll never hear me say that. Some of them are from my community. I'm related to some of them, not as close as Perry, but I'm related to some of those that serve you and, more importantly, serve us. I love and respect those public servants. They put the safety of others before their own. I know that. They're from my communities. So I appreciate that, but I'm talking about the other ones. Now, not that long ago, a First Nations constable committed suicide. The RCMP as an employer did not take care of that officer. The RCMP failed to make sure that one of their officers was properly looked after. Shame on you, Mr. Paulson. Shame on all of those decision makers. You have to take care of your own troops. That's on you, Mr. Paulson. I want to close with this. I don't like the kinds of politics that we've had for the last decade. I don't. I don't like the fact that Aboriginal men were blamed. We were blamed for all the violence against our women. We knew that wasn't the case, Commissioner Paulson, but somebody informed the government of the day that we were responsible. That was you or someone in your employ that did that. Shame on you, Mr. Paulson. You want to earn trust? You start by owning the truth and apologizing and doing more than apologizing. You start acting on the direction of government about reconciliation. It starts now or you won't get your job done.
I hear what you say. I understand that there are racists in my police force. I don't want them to be in my police force. I have secured from the previous legislative sitting a new act which permits commanding officers and me to be very decisive in respect of handling matters of discipline. And I would encourage you all, not just simply because I will give, and I have given direction to superintendents and commanding officers about the need to be properly engaged with the communities they police. I would encourage you all, though, to have confidence in the processes that exist, up to and including calling me if you are having a problem with a racist in your jurisdiction or any other problem. We have elaborate systems to bring accountability to those people that are trusted and in some case not trusted, but who are empowered to deliver policing services. And one last comment about the suicide. We can debate perhaps whether or not we provided services to that individual. Clearly, he committed suicide and we failed. Clearly, he committed suicide, therefore I failed. But you should not be seized with the idea that we didn't go a long distance to try and support that officer, as we do to many of our men and women who suffer emotional and mental challenges from the incredibly difficult job they do on Canadians' behalf every day. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you very much for hearing me. Thank you, National Chief.
Being effective.
These promises mean nothing. What about the fisheries stuff? Lobster pound. Officers that didn't intervene about that. They want to talk about that. That's a local issue. You want to deal with the problem, then you deal with it. And you don't play games. And you don't play with people who have no intent of helping you. If you want to help the families, help your community, help the 23, this organization is a disaster and has been a disaster to natives, to women. Highway of Tears, Highway of Tears, Starlight Tours. You got all kinds of it. You've got a history of it. 150 years. Look at the foundation of the RCMP. And so perhaps allying with them, even though you may have some friends or you may have worked in that, what about Bernard? Bernard, he had a lot of interesting things to say about the force. Those videos that I read through, his statements are on the channel. Or you can not even mention their name. You can start going into the Aboriginal police force. I even heard that man attacking the Aboriginal police forces. That's not good. I'm not saying that the RCMP, there aren't, obviously, just like he said, there aren't great members, but there is some real shit. And they don't care. That will continue. Whether it's women, whether it's Aboriginals, whether it's gay people, it doesn't matter. It's the machine. Lots of people get convicted wrongfully. Donald Marshall. So, there will be always a time and a place for everybody's issues. This venue happens to be for the families of the 23, the memories of the 23, their voice. The people of Canada will come to help you. Most certainly. I believe that. Maybe I'm an optimist. I don't know. I like to think. I know my family's history. They'll definitely come. But we all have to be here for each other when the time is appropriate. And I don't know. I'm not saying that. That would be very wrong if there were people involved that were, handpicked or whatever. That bring Bernard, bring the gamut to the table. Let everybody have their say. They opened this door. Walk through it. That's the legal saying for make your bed, you sleep in it. Well, if you're not an optimist, then what do you have left? Despair. Then you just give up. And then the machine eats everybody. Starlight Tours are heartbreaking. It's terrible. The Highway of Tears is horrific. These are real problems, like real problems. Racism in the RCMP is a real problem with individuals. It's not that they like the blanket systemic anythings, and because then it's you can never assign blame to a person. You just say, well, that vague thing, which can never really be dealt with. The government will, that damn government. Well, what are you going to do with that? What are you going to do with, aside from getting rid of the RCMP, which frankly, I think they're on their last legs. But these people, I find it very
and welcome back. We're going to continue with
interesting that they're not raising like issues with individuals in their own bands that have been racist behaviors have been exhibited towards them by the RCMP. Name it.
And I would really like to hear a bit more from each of you about some of your perspectives, because as we've seen what happened out west, that it wasn't even a gun that did it. It was actually a knife, a stabbing that had that incident. So I'd like to.
And I hope that people stand tall with you, ma'am. I hope it doesn't turn into a Thai issue or an East Indian
Thank
issue.
you very much. And thank you for the remarks you shared before the break as well. One of the questions that I would love to hear from all of you on either this round or at some point, what are the places or the institutions or the people who are doing important community safety work that could use stable funding, that could perhaps make a big difference if they just got a little bit more help of one sort or another. We heard last week again from Heidi about the really important work done by the Jane Paul Centre in Cape Breton. And we would love, as part of our recommendations making process, to hear from each of you about the places where more attention, more funding to strengthen the initiatives that are coming from within your communities. A couple of you have alluded to the ways in which often solutions are suggested from the outside. We would love to hear about what's happening on the inside that we could amplify and draw attention to, and possibly make recommendations to support further.
I think that I'm going to comment on Cheryl's question first on firearm safety. I grew up in a time where you didn't have to have a permit to buy a gun. Heck, half the time we didn't even have a license, but that's dating myself. It was a time when you needed the food, you went out and you got the food. I spent a lot of my early adult years around Indian Brook, and, putting food in the freezer. Today, you can't do that. It's very apparent with everything that goes on with firearms, stabbings, violence against other people. Personally, I think that if we start our young people off very early within our communities, whether it's urban or reserve, and sort of make a mandatory course that would get their attention and keep their attention, and teach the firearm safety, and possibly give the course to, not only the boys, but the gals as well, because there's an awful lot of women out there that put the food on the table. I think that it should be accessible, somewhat like the grade 10 Mi'kmaq language course that they have in the high schools. I think it needs to be done a little bit sooner, like maybe even junior high school, so that they have a little bit of that knowledge. And I really think that with the kids that are coming into junior high and high school, the harsher the better. Because I think that a lot of the kids today are being brought up as mommy's boys and girls and really have been um, sheltered from reality of what's going on in this world. I think we have to go back to the old ways, especially in communities, Indigenous communities, and the communities that surround those communities, so that people know how dangerous it is. The young people of today kids today aren't born with racism in their hearts or hate in their hearts. They're hearing it from their adult parents, and those parents have heard it back to a time when colored people and Indigenous people had to sit at the end of the bus. I remember those times, and I find that, you know, that's 3 generations now. So we have to get the young kids to get over the racism. People have to realize that, our blood is red. At the end of every prayer, we say, all my relations. And yeah, I think that we really have to start with the younger generation. And with that comes the generational trauma that the children from Portapique and surrounding areas is going to incur. And you know that mom and dad aren't going to seek help for these young adults. Thank you.
Thank you, Elder.
So I'll start off with the firearms. So I'm in charge of the FAC for Melbourne. So not saying in charge of, but I put on the program for people in our community. One of the things that what I'm doing now is you have to take the wilderness hunt outdoor program as long as with the FAC. So you probably know how to handle a gun. And for the kids part, I'm putting on a survival camp for kids. It's a weekend. It's a weekend thing, and it's just teach them how to handle guns. They ain't get to touch guns, like they're not gonna be guns there, but give them an idea of how to handle a gun, how to survive in the woods overnight, make a shelter and stuff like that. That's coming up soon for us. The program or for funding, there's money out there, but to jump through the right hoops to get to it, you pretty much have to have somebody sworn in as a special constable to access that funding, right? Um, and the money we get for the Rcmp is a lot. I can't speak too much on that, but yeah, but that's what we're doing in Melbourne for the FAC for handling the gun, and what we're doing for our youth. And there's funding out there. You just got to jump through the right hoops to get to it. Yeah, that's it.
Can't speak on that, eh?
For firearms, I'm an avid hunter. I hunt every year. I deer hunt and moose hunt. I think having general knowledge information sessions, even if it's once a year, like you could have a once a year like FAC course, hunter safety course. It's a course where people get to learn about the gun. Knowledge is power. Knowledge about the guns, how to handle guns, how to properly store it. Storage is a huge factor when it comes to it. As long as you know, like you store your firearms in one, you store your ammunition in another. That's 2 steps. That's 3 steps I got to take before I have a loaded rifle. So giving people the chance to have that extra information and really hitting it home is what gets it to stick. So like Newell said, if you have the ability within your community to put on a course where your young kids can learn survival at an earlier age, that'll give them the ability to be more confident when it comes to using firearms and such, and they'll probably be more safer with it. Personally, it's all within how you store it as well. If you don't have access to storing it in a safe at your house, maybe have a local place where a lot of people can stash their rifles or something like that. But the most important thing about like rifles and safety is having the separation, so it's a longer process to get from bullets to ammo, and that's how I feel we could kind of regulate that. So.
Thank you.
So, sorry. I guess we have to start by accepting we're always going to have guns in Indigenous community. They're part of our life. They're part of our hunting style. It's something we're always going to have. I know in my community we'll hear gunshots randomly all the time, but we don't necessarily worry about it because it's just someone hunting in their backyard, which, you know, we're not obviously supposed to, but it happens. So eventually there is, in my community at least, a level of normality and comfortableness with this happening. But I think really, like they've said, it comes back to education. I agree, we need yearly courses to keep people updated or notify them of changes in the laws, make sure that these people are still able to handle these weapons. And I think it's important to also start that at a young age with kids, giving them information on these things. And I think at the same time, we could tie in the RCMP education into that as well, bring them into the community while we're doing this and introduce them to the kids and community members to kind of give us a different perspective on them, I guess, and a different perspective on the guns. It can help with the relationships. It just, yeah, I guess you get a different view on what's actually happening, what the effects of these individuals and these items can be.
I'm going to go to Clifford.
Yeah, firearm safety. I think, this is Nova Scotia. I think a firearms course in either junior high or high school is not a stretch. We want to start with the young people. Let's offer it in the schools. If I was a high school student and one of my electives was a Nova Scotia firearms course, yes, I would take that course. Especially, not make it mandatory for all students, because not all students are going to be hunting or fishing or living off the land like we do. But I think we should bring it into the schools. A modified course just for people, so people can understand it, and maybe another course where people can actually get work towards their certification, their PAL. I think it's not a stretch because we're Nova Scotians and we have access to incredible resources through hunting and fishing, and I think that idea will work, especially in communities that have First Nation control over their education. If we had a high school in Simonagady or Eskasoni, those are two of our biggest communities. Maybe we can start there. In this world, you can't predict what a person's going to do. And when things happen, everybody blames the police. It's the social structures, the family structure, and it's the lack of understanding, like the person that did the killings in Nova Scotia. Nobody predicted what he was going to do, but there were triggers and signs. And what happened in Saskatchewan, nobody can predict what that person was going to do, but there were triggers and signs. But the police can't be part of that. But it all comes down to educating our youth and educating people, giving them that opportunity to understand the issues around safety with firearms, and that you want a youth to access a firearm, maybe through a youth hunt or through target practice, you want to make sure that person has safety in mind and some degree of training. So yeah, let's bring it into the school system. Seriously, seriously, this is an idea that will help. It'll educate a whole group of young people in Nova Scotia about firearm safety. So if there's ever a time where a firearm ends in their hands, at least they have some training.
Thank you.
It's I appreciate hearing the various input on this topic, and of course, firearms is an important part of our mandate around safety and security, and we've had some good panel discussions so far, and expert reports that have been submitted to us, and so it's very enlightening to hear perspective around this talking circle. I think the responsibility and education are always at the center of a lot of things related to community safety and well-being. And so I'm just going to jump over to Emma's topic just a bit, just to talk a little bit more about community safety and well-being at large, and the importance of relationships and collaboration in doing so. And thank you for pointing out it isn't just the responsibility of the police, and that's clearly not a way forward. And so that acknowledgement that it takes a whole community working together with other partner agencies and other resources to make our communities healthier and safer going forward. I failed to mention earlier on the security aspect how important that relationship is as well, between local police, whether it's RCMP or the municipalities, but to have a really solid working relationship with on reserve security. It's something that I've seen develop as well, and it's worth its weight in gold. So, thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm very grateful for the input we've received, and I think I will say no more so that we can preserve some more time for our guests. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple of comments. I grew up in southern Alberta and in a rural community in southern Alberta, and hunter education was part of my curriculum in junior high, and it makes complete sense to me that kind of education should be available. I think that with this commission, our mandate is with respect to firearms, it's with respect to access to firearms, because of course the perpetrator didn't have a license and wasn't a person with registered firearms, and so that has implications for the rest of our mandate with respect to, for example, the inclusion of gender-based violence and intimate partner violence, and the prevalence of the use of guns in domestic homicides in especially rural Canada. And so, with respect to what we need to have in terms of education at an earlier age for kids is also got to be around healthy relationships and the ways in which violence can be avoided in communities by recognizing some of the red flags sooner that Clifford mentioned, and how to do that. And so I think it's a sort of more expansive look at how these things all connect together, and how we might help our kids grow up in healthy, safe communities. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to just kind of add a little perspective to the different topics. So about firearm safety, I like the firearm safety course. I think it's a great idea that we incorporate it into our Indigenous schools and have Indigenous instructors there teaching them in our school system. I do want to say that I've taken the firearm safety course and I'm a pretty educated person, and I found it difficult as an adult who's not an avid hunter kind of doing the course, but I did pass it. But there's also the complexity of the paperwork and the process of submitting it afterwards, where mine had lapsed. I forgot to mail it in, and then all of this other stuff, and then there's questions coming back. So I ended up not actually getting the full certificate, even though I did the program, and I have to do it again. But one of the other things I was also thinking about was our communities are, as everybody had mentioned, are avid hunters. Moose season is coming upon us. And I know in our First Nations community, our health sector takes on the responsibility of coordinating that, but they're using it out of health budgets as a mental health. There should be a different stream of funding that we don't have to take from our mental health programs to provide this service for our communities. Or if they don't get it from the community, they're ended up having to fill out all of these cultural grants saying, this is part of our cultural tradition. I know with the women's associations, they have to apply for grants to take their women hunting because it's not something that's normally, it's not a traditional norm for our Indigenous women. So it's something that's coming around more, but there's no set designated funding pool where we can kind of access that. You have to be really creative in accessing this kind of funding. And that's one of the things working in a nonprofit association for many years. You get very creative at writing, but it's not sustainable. It's only like a one-time project, one-off. So we can't continuously offer this every year and build up more momentum for more women to hunt or more children to hunt. I also talk about our communities are very financially strapped. We have a lot of people that have poverty issues. A lot of them are on welfare. They survive on $200 every 2 weeks. I don't know how they do it, and that's feeding a family with that limited income. And if they take a firearm safety course and they actually get the funding or money to buy a gun or are gifted a gun, which guns are not cheap for hunting, then where do they come up with the income to get that? If there was a course we were going to offer, I would thought it would be a really great incentive that we provide them with the safety box afterwards, so they have something to store their guns as a thing, because most people don't have the money to do that. That's why if you see a lot of them, and that's why we get in trouble a lot, they have like the soft cases, they can't afford the hard cases. So we have to understand that our communities are financially strapped, and they have to sometimes decide, am I going to feed the family or do I buy a gun safety thing? And I can't feed my family without hunting sometimes because that meat sustains it. So it's kind of all of these different intersections that we need to look at. And also, I was thinking the norms around the community. If a person comes in, let's say you come in our community on New Year's Eve, everybody in the whole neighborhood is shooting off a gun up in the air or something like that. So you have to understand these norms within our community structure, that it is a very normal thing. And you'll see a community member in my community walking down the path with a gun on his shoulder because he's going to go hunt deer down our local desert. But those are some of the things, like it's kind of a norm process for us. And I was also thinking about the wilderness course. I think it's a great program that it should be incorporated with our communities. As mentioned earlier, a lot of our communities are remote, and teaching our children and young people how to survive in the wilderness is an essential. But once again, there's no set funding for it. If we have to take it out of another program or apply for a grant someplace to get these programs offered. If we could figure out a way that we can infuse this into the school system, it would be an incredible asset for all of our community members. Because I know in my community, even creating awareness about what snares look like in that, because we have coyotes and bobcats and that around. So some of our hunters are setting those snares very close to our housing because they're now venturing closer and closer into our community, and even on who to notify if there's something going on in the community. So I think those are important things. And when I was thinking about the positions and funding that needs to be provided, I think there should be a strong recommendation. I was part of the organization with the Native women when we created the Jane Paul Center, and we literally did it as a response to a high incident of Indigenous women within the sex trade circuit, and that our women were going missing, were having more abuses done upon them, and there was a big bust in the Cape Breton area. That's how we ended up getting support locally from there. But there is a huge gap because we have that center in Sydney, but a large portion of our women that are trafficked and brought is in the Halifax urban area, and we don't have an equivalent to the Jane Paul Center in the Halifax area. If our women are brought into the sex trade, or that they're usually vented through the Halifax area. So there needs to be some type of support and system. And sometimes even at the Jane Paul Center, we felt like we were flying a plane, or we were driving a plane while the plane was still being built. So the organization was evolving and becoming more what was needed at the community level versus what we thought up going down. So we were talking with the women who were on the street, and sometimes it was them who would say, oh, we haven't seen like so and so a couple days, we should go check on her, go to her place and that. But it was grassroots driven instead of top down. So I'm going to continuously and always advocate that we need a similar Jane Paul Center in the Halifax urban area for our Indigenous women in Halifax. I was also thinking about positions. As I mentioned, like this is the first time I've heard about a community safety position. And I think it's something that's really essential in all of our First Nations communities. And I know government doesn't want to create funding and positions and all of that stuff that goes along with it, but I think it needs to be done. And you can always do it in your governmental approach, which is, oh, let's do a pilot in 3 different communities and then see how we can roll it out. But I'll continue to advocate that every community is different, unique, and that needs to be in all 13 communities, not just in a pilot phase, just to see how it goes. And this position, I feel, needs to be really also like a public safety position, but it knows how to help guide the community and how to develop a public safety approach in the community. They can take on things like what Noel is doing in his community with the FAC course and the wilderness course and being that liaison. But I think there also needs to be a liaison between the leadership in communities, because right now there's a huge disconnect between the policing facilities in the community and the direction that the community is going in. And we need to figure out how we can make these align better to support things. And I think that is all I have for my, gender-based violence. Before I finish, one of the other things is I always say, because I was involved with the Nova Scotia Native Women's, and I know that child welfare has it, we're always going to have limited reporting of violence because there is such a fear that their children are going to be taken away from them. If they report it to, if they're doing the right thing, say, for example, their spouse and them had a disagreement, they're doing the right thing, getting their child in counseling or something like that, they're being reported to Child and Family Services for doing the right thing, and then they're under this immense pressure, like, oh my God, they're going to take my child away. I was just trying to do the right thing to help my child. Now I'm not going to do anything anymore, and that disconnects the relationship. It's so important that this trust isn't violated and that it's a safe place. If an Indigenous woman comes forward and says, I need to report domestic violence in my house, the first step can't be Child and Family Service coming in saying, we're going to take your child because you reported violence. And that's a lived reality in our First Nations communities. And it's in the urban setting as well. It's so important. Like, we're never going to fully even get the stats on what the violence is amongst women because it's not reported, because there is such a fear that you're going to take our child away. And as I said before, we now have more children in the child welfare system than we did at the peak of residential school. And it's our lived reality. And we will take, as women, we will take the abuse. We will take that to keep our child safe and home with us. So with that, I'd like to pass it on. Thank you. And this will probably be our last round. I want to do like a debrief if there's anything any last thing you want to add in. And the other thing I always ask people is, I know that these topics can be heavy. I really want you to think about something that you're going to do for self-care after this, whether it's a smudge, go for a walk, do something. So with that, I'll pass it on.
Thank you, Cheryl. Given it's the last round and that we are towards the end of our time together, I'd prefer to pass and hear from others, and just to say I'm very grateful for the conversation we've had today.
Thank you. You touched on a very touchy subject, and I know that sexual assault and reporting is pretty bad, even in the communities surrounding reserves, because not everybody lives on a reserve. But I know through firsthand experience dealing with other people who are in similar situations that they would rather continue living with assault by their partner than to call for help. And whether the parents realize it or not, the children see it and they're, again, trauma. But there is hope here in Halifax, and I'm not quite sure that too many people know about this, but the Halifax Native Friendship Center, Mi'kmaq Native Friendship Center, now has a medical clinic with 4 qualified doctors and a very beautiful, very skilled RN. She carries my DNA, so I have to brag about her. And there's going to be a lot of services for women and children at the Friendship Center for violence and sexual assault and things like that. But, you know, this is a brand new clinic. They're still trying to get their closets organized and people's schedules. And it would be really great if possibly the reserves and our people would share that information, because as you know, there's an awful lot of Indigenous people living in urban centers throughout Nova Scotia that don't have family doctors. So this place is in the future going to be state of the art, the greatest thing. And hopefully we'll be able to share some of the knowledge and some of the what's the word I'm looking for? I'm having a senior moment. Some of the programs and services back and forth, so that the urban people will feel more Indigenous. And that's totally incorrect for me to say that, but that's the only way that I can say it, because you know, a lot of times we don't feel like we're part of the Indigenous community because we're so far away. So just maybe this medical center and the things that they plan for the future will bring us all a little bit closer.
I'm appreciate the invite to come here and talk. I wish I could say more, but I can only talk about so much. I have to leave soon. I have another meeting at 1 and I'm about 25 minutes from that one. But if anyone has any questions about what my department actually does, you can call me at the band office. We can meet for lunch, go for coffee, or you just come to my office. We do a lot more than just security and bylaws, and we are also EMO, OHNS. We help EMO and help OHNS. We take care of the elders in their sheds, the elders' pets. We take care of just a lot of stuff. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So
Thank you.
here, so just
We'll pass it over to Jared.
So I'm going to keep this pretty short, I guess. I guess this kind of want to hammer home these same points. It's going to come back to education, rebuilding relationships between Indigenous people, the RCMP, and everyone else in between, and communication. We need to work on our communication as a whole. It can't just be on one level. It's got to be top down and bottom up. And I also want to thank you guys all for inviting us here today.
Thank you. Clifford? Muted.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I think this discussion today opened up a lot of portals for future discussion with different issues, you know, but they're all related. Comes down to the safety of our community members and the safety of our communities, both First Nation and non-First Nation. So again, I have to reiterate that the strength of our relationship, and you know, because allyship is what you teach. You know, it's beyond partnership. I always tell people, man, is if you want to work well with the Mi'kmaq, you better have them as allies and not take it beyond partnership, because every visitor that came to our shores found out that if you're an ally, you're in good standing in Nova Scotia and our traditional territories. You're in very good standing. You know, the British weren't our allies, and it was pretty rugged for them. You know what I mean? They had to ask us to sign a treaty of peace and friendship. And I think it all comes down to education. It all comes down to creating allies with the Department of Justice and move forward with our communities. You know, if the community policing model wants to make a comeback, let it. If our community is not happy with the RCMP or any municipal police force, let's look at setting up our own tribal police forces. But make sure that the negotiations and the funding is in good faith. I know the negotiations were not in good faith post-Marshall. I mean, the Marshall inquiry, not the Marshall decisions. That's another thing. But I'd say wherever we go, you know, the safety of our community members, the safety of our officers, the safety of every one of us outside of the community is very important. Could this be the catalyst of that relationship building? It better be. You know what I mean? It better be, because you know, the Union Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq, they built a really nice alert system. And if we had information, and I don't know if we did or not, I don't even know if we were set up then, but we do have a good system in place, you know, for missing persons, for violence, escapees and things like that, violent offenders, anything that happens that warrants notifications, it occurs. So I know our Mi'kmaq community through the Union Nova Scotia Mi'kmaq have something like that. And I think a commission such as this can benefit from I think the coordinator's name is Jennifer Jesty. And she may have appeared before this commission. I think she was telling me something like that, but take a close look at what she's got going for all our communities.
Thank you, Clifford. And before I turn it over to the commissioners, I just want to thank all of everybody for coming and sharing your thoughts and your perspectives with the circle here today. So with that,
Thank you. Just want to express my gratitude and hope that some of the experiences I was able to share today from policing along the Wolastoq River in my home province is helpful. And you're 100% right. It is way beyond partnerships. It is about relationships, and that is one of the recurring themes of our commission's work is understanding you know, that it's so critical to have healthy interpersonal relationships, family relationships, community relationships, and institutional relationships. And so that's a recurring theme that I found was reinforced here today as well. So thank you very much.
I just want to say with humility how rich and helpful the conversations today have been, and I'm enormously grateful for it, and not just for your appearance today, but for all your leadership and advocacy and teachings. I'm very, very appreciative. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Clifford. Yes, we did hear from Jennifer. She was very helpful. She came and spoke to us when we had conversations about alerting, and we were very glad to learn about the system that's been set up in the communities. And she was a wealth of information as well. And we're all enriched, as Michael and Leanne have said, by all of your knowledge, all of you today, and we're very grateful. So thank you.
and with that, I'd like to thank everybody, but I want to turn it over to the elder because I know it is part of our tradition if we open for us to close the circle as well. So with that, I'll pass it over to Elder Marlene.
Great Spirit, thank you for bringing us together and allowing us to speak openly and honestly. Thank you for allowing us to use our 7 sacred teachings in a good way. Creator, we ask that you give us strength and courage to continue praying for the people of Portapic and for the people who have crossed over and are no longer with us. Creator, we pray for our children and the Portapic children and all of those families that are involved, that they may continue to heal and someday we'll be able to stand tall and say, I survived. Creator, we say these words with open minds, open hearts, with much respect to you on this day. All my relations, Tao.
I'm surprised they could fill it up, to be honest with you. But I guess, we got discussions of gun courses and high schools and medical clinics and food. No mention of the RCMP. No mention of the violence committed by the RCMP against Indigenous people. Number of people that are locked up. That didn't get brought up. Very interesting. Just kind of hope that the government doesn't screw them over in Saskatchewan. They have a tendency to do that. Time again. It's only what serves at the time. I wonder if I should go back to Bernard's statement. Yeah, he's looking worse for the wear. It's starting. It's not looking good. But make your choices. All right. Let's see if I'm getting tips from you guys on stuff. I do hope I am. Excuse me. 1? Okay. Please send tips as to issues that you have specifically, or let's talk about them now. Let's start throwing things out. Let's start at 10:00. Let's start with the first phone call that night and work our way forward. Let's see what issues you guys come up with that are something that is supported in documentation. Or just throw them out there. Anything that you've got, that you've come across. So right. they call it? Why was Dave Lilly's name mentioned so early on as a concern? Okay, so that's in the 911 logs. Oh, no, it's not. My apologies. That's from the foundational document leak. Paul's, right? Dump there. And then it is also in the 911 logs. You can hear the conversation in the background. So it seems to change. It's an unidentified female, an unidentified person. Who was the person? Okay. New York State receiving a tip regarding a vehicle fleeing to New York from the massacre. Don't think the MCC released that report. Okay, I don't know anything about that. It is in the radio logs, yes. The Dave Lilly stuff. Okay, let's see here. Yes, the unknown person, female. That's right. Very good. The phone number of Wortman in the cell phone. All right. I'm looking currently at 3909, Jamie Blair's cell phone extraction. Now, I don't think, I wonder if I can find that. Hold on a moment here. Can I put that on here? Or, sorry, Lisa McCauley's cell phone extraction. Your police are calling numerous times Sunday morning. Find out what happened. Okay, so then you also have the issuance of the alert, right?
GPS location of Lisa McCauley.
Okay. All right. Now, let's see here. So I'm going to go back to
that call is a contemporaneous report of the events that were ongoing at that time. It's extremely important for purposes of situating the timing as to what took place. The next locator on the slide is the GPS location of Lisa McCauley. The GPS location of Lisa McCauley's telephone, her cell phone, shows that at 10:13:50 p.m. she was outside of her residence in the front yard, and that the GPS signals became obstructed or scrambled in some manner with respect to how her location was being triangulated. All of this information with respect to triangulation and GPS is beyond my capacity, other than to say that there are inferences that can be drawn from what happened at 10:13:50 p.m. when her phone lacked the triangulation processes that it might have otherwise. That being that she would have been out on the front yard at 10:13:50 and likely was murdered at or around that time. Next key indicator.
Okay, so that's a bit of a hard one. Does he also say it again? Right. Okay.
We have 4 children together at 135 Orchard Beach Drive. Second point that I had raised earlier with respect to timing was 10:13:50. Mass Casualty Commission is of the view that Lisa McCulley had left 135 Orchard Beach Drive before 10:13:50. And prior to the children making a 911 call at 10:16. So it's important for placement and timing. The phone of Lisa McCulley and the ability of the phone to self-locate through GPS mechanisms is such that it's around 10:13:50 or earlier that the Mass Casualty Commission believes she was murdered. The phone was discovered later under her leg the next day. We submit that it's plausible that at 10:13:50, her body obstructed the phone's GPS signaling and that she was murdered at that time or shortly before.
Okay, now does that make a lot of sense? The cell phone was obstructed by her leg, so therefore that's when she was murdered. Then that means that anybody's cell phone in their pocket that sits down doesn't work very well. No. Okay, so let's have a look at a couple of issues with that. Here is the cell log. Now, the cell log is extremely concise. This section should have a lot in it, a lot of different subsections. I should put up the video on how Celebrite works. Actually, I will. You guys can look into that on maybe we'll watch it, but I want to really brainstorm it and get stuff from you guys. So this should have a lot of different information that's not in here. It is tailored only basically for the 17th on, up until June, I think, or something like that. So they're not pulling any messages, any records of Lisa's interactions with Wortman, because she would have had a lot, according to, by the sounds of it, according to her dad. They were close, and he was always helping her out and stuff like that. Okay, so let's look at a couple of problems with this. All right, so if we look at device connectivity, this is a section that's good. So if we go through to device connectivity, we'll see Forerunner 35. Okay, Forerunner 35 is connected. It's detected Bluetooth. Okay, what is Forerunner 35? Forerunner 35 is Garmin watch. Okay, it has. Let's see, will it run through the specs? Easy to use GPS, so it has separate GPS capabilities. Okay, also watches her heart rate. So you'll know exactly when she would have died, right? Just kind of like the Fitbit. Also monitors steps. Also has separate cloud connectivity, not just through the phone, but its own. So there's 2 logs of it. So if she's still moving around and things, then there would be a record. There would be obviously a record of her heart rate. Okay. Another issue in with that is the business that it's under her leg. Now, he says 10, 13, 50, right? So if we fast forward here to 10, 13, 50, here we have the GPS location. Okay, 45. Now you'll notice the GPS location continues to move. It does start doing some really haywire stuff at one point in time, but that's like much later. And if it's obstructed by her leg, then how is it sending GPS signal? That's not making any sense. Okay. I'm looking for tips here. Her vehicle? Whose vehicle? Lisa's vehicle? Okay, another one we've got. I'm just, I'll keep throwing them out, but you guys have lots of stuff. So here is from Colford's ESDC interview. It had along the back bumper, the blue and I guess silver diagonal, like reflective tape on the back and Canadian flag. I think that it's on the rear bumper as well, like a sticker. Okay, there's clearly no striping on here. Now, this car, GMK 907, is the same car Is there a report on the watch results? None that I've seen. That's not it. Okay. So here is the same car, GMK 905. A month, February 12th, 2 months later. Canadian flag there, Not really anything visible. You can kind of see the outline of something, possibly. But like the picture from GCS surplus, you can see something very faintly, but not reflective. And definitely no striping. No, the diagonal lines are referring to the stripes. What was it? 6 and 7? I can't remember the amount. You know, Truth and All was really big on that one. You looked into the watch results. Has something to do with moving bodies, but I can't remember where I got that. Okay, so then if we're doing moving bodies, we've got Bryson's comments about moving bodies.
Moving into lunch.
Now, I think he knows something, and frankly, this has really disturbed me for a while. Hold on one moment.
That's when I was directed to go.
So when you attended 46 Cobblecourt Court, did you know anyone else was there prior to you attending there?
I did, because that's why I had gone there, was because I had been told, I believe it was Corporal McDonald, Jared McDonald, who told me that. I can't say for sure. I know I had spoken to an officer who had told me that there were additional victims at those residences.
Okay. And so besides Constable McDonald's involvement at Corporal McDonald's involvement when he came across the deceased persons in these two residences at roughly 446 and 450, are you aware of any other members that had canvassed or been on Cobblecourt Court that day?
Sorry, 446?
4:46 p.m. is what we see from the comms, the Colchester comms, when
Okay,
Corporal McDonald
sorry,
announced this.
I apologize. I didn't have that time in my notes. I did not know that of what time anybody had gone by there. I just know of what time that I was told, give or take.
So we know that Dorrington was down there earlier in the morning, right? An hour later, that was about 10. I'm forgetting 10 some odd. It's in his notes, in his GPS logs. And then about an hour later, roughly 11 something. I'm sorry, I'm just spitballing. In his notes, he has wellness check on the tux, which he never did. Even though he was totally in the neighborhood and just cruising around doing nothing.
Now I just want to talk about your observations of 46 Cobblecourt Court when you attended at roughly 5:30. Do you recall seeing the door ajar?
Correct.
Okay. And when I look at Constable McDonald's, Jared McDonald's statement, he had phrased it as when he was perpendicular to 41 Cobblecourt Court, the driveway, he could see down into 40, he could see 46, and he could actually see the door was ajar from that location.
Now, this is interesting because from my understanding, that's not probably visible because there were trees obstructing the way. But okay, let's move along. Rod McDonald, right? Or sorry, Jared.
I don't know what he may or may not have seen. I do know that you can stand in one spot and see, roughly a 45-degree, or sorry, a 90-degree angle to say there's one here, and you can see one there.
But it was quite apparent to you that the door was ajar.
Oh,
Correct.
okay. It's on the street.
And was there a screen door, do you recall, on 46?
I do recall there being one there the next day, or sorry, not the next day, but when I did attend with the Bond brothers, that there was a door there that may have been damaged. But again, not knowing if it was there at the time, I was more interested in getting into the house to see if there were any victims in the house that I could assist with.
Okay, well, that's a bit problematic too, right? Because his interest, funnily enough, when the call came over the radio, Jarrett started the file. Was disaster. I suspect disaster zone. Then was checking in with Jerry, making sure did you talk to Jerry? That's in his notes. And then B, when he found out that no, he did not, because he started the file number. This is the critical piece. He started the file number as soon as he called in. Jarrett called in. So then the shit started to hit the fan. So then it's, did you check with MCU? No. And then, no, let's not get over there, Skippy, and make sure that everybody's okay. No, let's talk to Jerry. Let's give him a phone call and make sure that this is okay. That's a problem. You don't really need to clear to check out and see if people are dying or dead. Problem.
If I suggested to you that the screen door was hanging off its hinges at roughly 5:30 on the 19th, is that something you could agree with, or do you have any independent recollection?
I have no recollection of that. My main priority was to get inside to see if there was anybody else in there who needed assistance.
And
no, he wanted to talk to Jerry. He wanted to make sure it was okay with Jerry. He didn't want to check and see if anybody was dying or dead or anything.
Mr. Bond was in the doorway, correct? When you
fairly closely to the doorway, yes.
And that would prevent the door from being closed. Is that fair?
Again, I didn't try to close the door at any point in time or anything like that. So, but if that was his position, and then the door probably could not have been closed.
So how does the door come off the hinges is another question. Cindy's also was off. That was also that they broke into her house to see nothing, of course, at 45. Even though Janice Gray's notes say there are 3 bodies there, even though Staff Sergeant Paul Vickers, head of MCU's notes, say there are 3 possible bodies there at Cindy's 45.
When I look at photos, would you have moved Mr. or Mrs. Bond prior to photos being taken?
I never took any photos. I can't imagine that anybody else would take photos, or would have moved anybody.
Yeah, and I'm referring.
I can't imagine anybody would have moved anybody. I can't imagine it. But the line of questioning from Mr. Bryson, yes, highly suspicious. He's a lawyer. I know lawyers. They're fucking rampant in my family. That is a libelous thing to start saying. Oh, sorry, it could be construed as a slanderous thing. Potentially slanderous, because you're essentially saying, making a veiled accusation. But he knows something to say. Would the bodies have been moved? How does he know that? Why would he think that? He knows something.
The crime scene photos, but that's my question. To your knowledge, did you or anyone else?
I've never seen those photos, and I can't speak as to whether anybody would or would not. But from my work,
I can't speak to whether anybody would or would not move bodies. Why would you need to move bodies? I wonder if he's going to bring the document up, because that's interesting. The document changes.
Previously with the forensic identification specialist, everything is photographed as it is found.
And do you recall if the TV was on at the residence?
The TV, there's something about the TV.
Do you recall if the lights were on?
Not off the top of my head, I do not.
At the time that you attended Cobequid Court, were you aware of Corey Bond's email at 10:41 that morning requesting someone check in with his parents? He hasn't heard from them. He was concerned.
No, not off the top of my head, I don't.
Okay, so no one had brought that to your attention when you were attending Cobequid Court?
No, when I went to Cobequid Court, I didn't have that from anyone.
So at 5:30, after you discovered and confirmed what had previously been discovered, that the Bonds were in fact there, did you make any contact with the Bond family that evening after 5:30?
Not that evening, I did not. I provided the information off to Corporal Bethune, to Rose Bethune, and I proceeded to go to every house in Portapique, looking to see if there was anybody else who needed assistance.
Again, that's a bit of a shady one.
4517.
Okay, this is an important document. I believe, oh wait, is it this one?
It's a multi-page document. So this is actually page 5.
Yes. Oh, he's just not answering.
5 at the bottom. This one here, yeah. This is a message you appear to be copied on April 20th at 9:06 a.m. Spoke to Harry Bond. States his parents, Joy and Peter Bond, reside at 46 Cobequid Court. He's been unable to contact them. Do you recall receiving that message on the morning of April 20th?
The message would have come in at some time. I don't know exactly when I would have opened it or specifically looked at it. Based on my looking at my notes at 12:45, then that would be when I had made a phone contact with Mr. Bond.
And that's after Mr. Bond and his brother and wife drove to Portapique, correct?
I don't know if they drove to Portapique or not. I'm just going to review that there, but and now that I see that he's planning to drive, I don't know. I have no recollection if he had actually made his way down there or not.
Did you recall having any dealings with the Bond family in Portapique on April 20th in the afternoon?
I don't recall being in Portapique on the 20th.
Okay, yeah. Is there any Rcmp policy or guidelines just in terms of how to time?
Was Harry in Portapique? Did he actually get into the scene? Is that why he's asking? Please, 246. Let me know, please. You know, if I'm off base, I appreciate being corrected.
Oh, I have no recollection if he had actually made his way down there or not.
Did you recall having any dealings with the Bond family in Portapique on April 20th in the afternoon?
In Portapique in the afternoon.
I don't recall being in Portapique on the 20th.
Okay, yeah. Is there any Rcmp policy or guidelines just in terms of how to timely process a notification of next of kin to your knowledge?
The policy says as soon as reasonable.
Okay, and what would reasonable? Who defines what is reasonable in terms of the timeliness to your knowledge?
Reasonable could be based on all kinds of things. I think if it ultimately came down to it, maybe a court of law. You know, what's reasonable when you have 17 crime scenes and 22 victims? You know, if you
17.
take a look at what just happened in Verde, Texas, one crime scene.
Oh, Wayne.
19 victims took 2 days.
Wayne. Bad
Would
example.
additional resources help?
Pardon me?
Would additional resources help you
With
performing that role
performing as the liaison officer?
to ensure timely notifications to next of kin?
My job was not the next of kin. My job was the family liaison. The next of kin was run by the command triangle.
Command triangle, yes. Yes, I believe he did go down. I'm just wondering if he got in. Somebody did get in, and Dorrington refers to removing them. So I don't know. I'll deal with that. I think he says something to that extent. It's in the Colchester afternoon logs. One of the sons wanted to see the house before the cleanup. I'm trying to find that now. Thank you. But I think it's missing from the last time I looked. I need to know. I know that I read that the son saw the house. Yes, it's obvious that somebody saw the scene. Now, why I'm asking, I can't recall the document, and I did review it in a video one day. It's in somebody's notes, and they describe the position of the bodies, both at the tucks and at the bonds. Now, either the day before or the day of, I think it's the day before, Wayne's testimony, which I can get the date for you, but for months it had been on the website in the notes, and I have multiple versions of it. It came out in April with the location of the bodies. But the day before, I think it's the day before, that document, they redacted the location of the bodies, which stinks. You think it's the conference, the comm, they were there with Skippy and the cleanup crews? Were all over the place? Okay, is that Skippy's notes? Yes, and they're not the only ones to question down there. I believe there's some questions coming from Tuck Oliver's, certain ones. I need to be careful. So let's have a look at that. COM 0058897. Excuse me. I think it's like, is it Jarrett's notes? I'm trying to remember. Maybe if somebody wants to do that COM number and have a look at that for me, the one that was posted there by Jay Dunn, that would be great. They do? Okay. I'm going to see if I can find. No, it was the commission. It was a commission council summary. Do you guys remember when I did that and I showed that the bodies had been moved, or not been moved? My apologies. That the redactions, they redacted. That document is an important document, but I can't remember. It's might be Jarrett's. You see, and this is really bad. They only have certain things. Buggy is removed. Okay, here we go. See? All right, so this document, 003915, notice how shot and then graphic potentially harmful entryway, right? Okay, so if I take this document number, copy, and I go to my downloads folder. If my computer doesn't want to blow up. All right, it's having a bad time. CSE has been messing with my computer for certainly. Okay, which is fine. Why do I only have one version in there? Excuse me. Okay, this version is new. Why is there only one showing? Should be piles. Let me try one other thing. Why is there only one? That's not good. Oh, this is going to upset me. I don't know which video I did that in. There we go. So, I have a lot of versions of it, right? I don't know. Here I have 20 in this folder. I have 23 different versions of it. So if I go to, it may seem irrelevant, but it's not. If I go to, that's July. Let's see, this one is redacted. Okay. When was Wayne on? 58897. 58897. It's around page 8. Sorry. Just trying to keep everything here. Starts the boys getting into the house early May with band. Okay, yeah, that's the 4th. The 4th. Because Guy from Service Master, who Wayne decided to try and sewer Tara and say that it was, one moment. What date was Wayne on? Can somebody help me with that? I don't know if I put the date on that video. June 21st. June 21st. So prior to June 21st, any document by that file number will have the unredacted version. So this should be unredacted. I'm remembering right. Fuck, it's not, maybe it's not this one. Bollocks. Are you telling me that's the number? What the heck? 58897. Okay. June 58897. Okay, the summary. I'll have to try and find it again. I'm not going to take up your time. But please email me your tips on anything, because I'm trying to compile a decent list here. Corey called his brother. He turned on the TV, saw the news. During the time, Corey repeatedly called their house parents, their mother's cell phone. No one ever answered. Their mother's cell phone was on. Interesting. Okay. They knew something was up because their mother never left the cell phone on. Never left the cell phone on. Harry and Corey called other people who knew their parents, but no one had seen their parents or knew anything about their whereabouts. Harry and Corey called Truro repeatedly every few hours. During the afternoon of the 19th, Harry and his best friend and their wives went for a drive. Harry spent the whole time on his phone. At one point, they took Harry's cell phone from him. They tried to get Harry's mind off of it because he was going nuts. Corey contacted a few family members. Later on the 19th, Harry called the Bible Hill, realized that he was connected to the same person that he'd spoken to earlier. Interesting. Okay. Don't know who. It was not until late Sunday night, early Monday morning, when Harry realized that the calls they were making over the weekend to Truro, Bible Hill, they were going to the same call center, although Harry never received a call back. Continued to call on Sunday and early into Monday. Corey called at about 2 or 3 Monday morning. Harry started calling. Wow, so they're not even being told anything. Is that what I'm reading? I think that I'd have to check, but I think that like Tara knew by this point, if I'm remembering right. I'd have to go back. There's a way I can check it, but Harry and Corey did not sleep until they found out what happened. During the morning of Monday, and before he left the house, Harry called Truro, spoke to somebody named Michelle Williams. Although Harry made many calls to police before this one, according to police records received as disclosure, this was the first and only call Harry made to police. Interesting. So they only have record of one? Michelle told Harry that she had no further information. She asked Harry whether he wanted to get her officer to call him back. So this is Truro. Harry told her that is, of course, what he wanted, reminded her that he had been asking for over 24 hours. Shortly after that, Skipper called Harry. In Skipper's notes, he said that he gave Harry the next of kin notification at approximately 12:45 on the 20th. Harry can't remember whether this information came from Skipper or Sergeant Raymakers, who he met with later that day, and whether the information was provided to him over the phone or during in-person meeting, but either Skippy or Sergeant Raymakers told him. I want to put that up. Sorry. Anything anybody emails me is, at least on my end, is private. I can't guarantee, but nothing in this world is anymore on the other end of shit. Harry went to pick up Corey at 10:30 Monday. Sometime between 12 and 1, Harry and Corey were driving. Skipper called and asked him to send a photo. He wanted to send the picture to police crew that was working near the parents' house. The request made Harry anxious. Harry pulled over his truck on the side of the road to send the picture. Harry downloaded the picture from his mom's Facebook onto his phone. Harry can't recall whether he sent the picture to Skippy by email or text, though they should be able to get a record of that, I would think. And he had Skipper's cell phone number, so he thinks he may have sent the picture by text. Skipper told Harry and Corey he had something to take care of, but that he would get another officer to meet them at Great Village 5 to 15 minutes. Skipper told Harry and Corey they would do everything he could to be there himself, but if he couldn't, he would have somebody else meet them. When Harry and Corey arrived at the location, they contacted Skipper to let them know that they were there. Harry and Corey waited for about an hour, but no one ever showed up. No one even called them to tell them that they were running late or to say that they weren't coming. Harry got fed up. Jesus. The tension and anxiety he was feeling was overwhelming after 2 days, repeatedly giving his information to the police. 2 days. Being assured by police that somebody would get back to him, he heard nothing. Harry and Corey were being jerked around, lied to, felt that way. He hoped that their parents were alive. Before Harry and Corey arrived at their parents' home on the 20th, Harry notified the Rcmp. Harry notified about the fire route on the Blueberry Field Road. Harry and Corey had known about the Blueberry Field Road since they were kids. When Harry was about 16, 17, and Corey was about 13, it was a fire exit, from the parents' home. If there was ever a fire at their parents' place. Interesting. Now, not that I want to go off terribly into a different area, but that is a very, very important point, because Colford, and I know I've said this a few times, but Colford's affidavit, she repeatedly states that she does not recall making being told, number one, being told by Katie McDonald about the Blueberry Field Road exit. Number two, making the call over the radio. And number three, doesn't recall even seeing anything to do about the Blueberry Field until the press conference. This is backed up also equally by Grunn's affidavit, who says he doesn't remember hearing anything about it. He said, you know, he was busy, could be something else, but at the end of the day, he doesn't recall hearing it. Those are two sworn affidavits. I think that would stick out like a sore thumb. And Colford is confused as to why she's like, is it her that says that, I know that you're telling me I said it, and I see it written down here on a transcript, but I don't recall ever saying it. You're telling me I did? Okay, so I must have, kind of thing. You know, like, it's really fucked up. Like, I'm sensing that the logs have been jimmied a little bit. This has got me thinking, because some of the things to do with tapes. We believe Grund, right? I don't know. I'm not saying anything, but they're hiding Grund, obviously. And say there's some people that are even hiding more. Buggy seems to be one. But I would believe an affidavit. Any piece of evidence I'm going to believe the most in any of this process, it's going to be an affidavit. Because that's sworn and the person's going to go to jail and we got a name. You think the logs have been jimmied? I think some of them are right, and I think there's been other things that have been either removed or altered. And what do you have to trust that on? A piece of paper. They haven't supplied all of the audio, which would be simple to do. And then you could just listen to the audio, and then it would be like, okay, yeah, this seems to align. Equally, you can have the webcam, dash cam video with the audio, and it will come over, which would correspond with the GPS logs showing where they were at a certain time. So then you would know when a call came over the air. Do you understand? It triangulates all of the data. Grund took the okay. I'm just looking for the holes or the questions. Police made a phone call and asked for somebody to come and talk to. Corey had told them that they had given the same information to police over 24 hours, and he was not going to repeat himself. He demanded that they get somebody to talk to him. Jesus. About 5-10 minutes later, Raymakers, along with 2 female medical examiners, came to talk to Corey and Harry. Raymakers told them the police were just finishing up with one crime scene. When they were finished there, they were supposed to go to another crime scene, which wasn't their parents, but because Corey and Harry were there requesting somebody, Raymakers changed his plans. I'm not understanding why this is a toughie. It's not like you have to process the whole fucking scene. You can tell the person if they're deceased. During the discussion, Harry told Raymakers that he brought the truck to his parents' house for a reason. Okay, so he's basically saying he's going to go down there. Harry told the police that he could not guarantee no one was blocking the Blueberry Field. Interesting. Okay, I haven't read this one. Wow. They go down to the parents to identify because he had people who could do that for them. Sergeant Raymakers asked Harry and Corey for a picture of their mom and dad, said he would go down himself and respectfully identify. Harry texted Raymakers pictures of their parents. Harry notes that he had also previously provided pictures to Skippy, who didn't think that they were ever going to be sent to Raymakers or his team, and Raymakers separately asked Harry to send pictures to him. Raymakers confirmed that Harry's parents were deceased. In the end, Raymakers went above and beyond and got Harry and Corey the answers they needed. He gave them his card and was really respectful. Harry asked Raymakers whether it was his mom who answered the door for the perpetrator because she was the one who always answered the door. Raymakers told him it was his mother. Although Raymakers led them to believe their mother was at the door, they later found out that this was not true. It was their father. Okay, so this is where the piece of evidence is coming from. While Harry and Corey were at their parents' house, Robert Grizzly mentioned a reporter was at the house. The journalist was able to drive about 100 meters down Blueberry Field Road on the 19th before their parents were even discovered. Is this the mysterious person that Dorrington's going to deal with? How did they get in here was the call before that, and Dorrington's like, I'll deal with that. Harry and Corey's lawyer obtained a photo from the journalist that shows that there was no containment for the house. Ouch. While Harry and Corey, I think I might know who that is too. Harry and Corey were meeting with Raymakers. Grizzly notified that there was another way into the property. After he found out, Grizzly said, well, do you think that we should have somebody over there blocking it? Now, remember, the chain is up according to Carol, which made no sense at all. Nobody's going to be fleeing the scene in the middle of the night and taking a chain down and getting out of their car and putting it back up. So I think that, again, poo-poos the Blueberry Field nonsense. They're just fucking scared pissless. They're scared pissless of the Blueberry Field Road because the dash cam video at the end of the road. That's what they're scared of. It's going to show some shit that you aren't supposed to see. Not much in Raymaker's notes of the interaction, only 3 to 5. Page 3 of 5. A few lines, COM 5584. Thank you. Okay. Wow. Okay, so where a body is being moved. Harry questions how the Tuck Olivers were able to find out what happened to their deceased ones. See, I thought they were close, but anyway, wow, this is pretty fucked up. Their families found out what happened on Sunday night. Monday, morning. Well, yeah, there was definitely a delay, but how is it that he wouldn't be contacted? Especially if you have, who all's down there? Jarrett, Skippy. There's 4 or 5 of them that are four of them that are down there. It should not be a difficult one. And their notes all indicate who was there, or the locations of the bodies. And it's all the way up to the top of the food chain. They only needed to make a few phone calls before other family members began offering to take on the responsibility of notifying family and friends because they knew how hard it was on Corey and Harry. Skipper reached out to Harry and Corey many times to make sure that they were doing okay. They think that Skippy went above and beyond. Skippy made sure that it seemed like his second job was to make sure that the families were okay. Wasn't that his first job? Oh, that's right. He's MCU investigator. Investigating families. During this time, Harry and Corey never received information about how their parents were killed or where they were laying in the house, aside from Raymakers telling them that their mother was shot inside the door. They were not told about their parents' door was being left open. They only discovered out that the information through the documents released by the commission. They waited for a long time and wondered when they could get the keys to their parents' house and be able to go down. They wanted to know when they would be able to take their parents to the funeral home, choice to start making plans. Meanwhile, Harry and Corey saw on the news the police were holding a parade for a fallen officer. Yes, disgusting. I remember those videos, making those videos. Harry and Corey asked police if they could visit parents' home. They were told that would not be possible. They were still working the crime scene. Now, I think it's May 4th before they can do anything. He knew Harry and Corey weren't the only ones trying to get access to their loved ones. Skipper said that they were trying to put himself in his shoes, same predicament. He would also want to get in there. Skippy told them that police were doing a foot sweep of the property. Harry would routinely to follow up to see when they were done. When Harry said he was planning on visiting their parents' home, police told him that he couldn't use the fire route because he would need to pass through the crime scene as they were going getting to work on their parents' house. May 1st. Harry called Skippy on the phone, got a little aggressive. They had been waiting nearly 2 weeks for information. Following day, evening of May 2nd, Harry spoke to Skippy by phone. Skippy said that he wasn't able to say for sure, but that there was a chance that he would be able to get keys to their parents' home. Get them the keys to their parents' home. Harry told them Skipper was that there would not be any better chances, and demanded the parents' keys on Monday morning. He knew that his parents' blood had been at the house for almost 2 weeks. This was something I was deeply disturbed about. And then you got Guy as a service master, but yet the rug's not even wet, and was worried that the house would stink. He also knew that what state the rest of the house was in. For example, his mother didn't have a chance to wash her dishes, and the house would stink because of that. Harry told Skipper he needed to access the house because there was a mortgage on the property, blah, blah, blah. I don't think that's probably pertinent. I don't know why they want to throw that in there other than, I would say, just not nice. Sunday, May 3rd, Skippy called Harry, said that he would meet them at the parents' house May 4th, 9 a.m. with keys. Okay, well, it's not going to be until later. Skipper said that he would have the cleaning crew do the house for no charge. Oh, yes. Guy over at Service Master. Skippy suggested that Harry could meet him at 10:30 after the cleaning crews had finished cleaning the house. He told Skippy that he wanted to go in the house before it was cleaned. May 4th, 9 a.m., Harry and Corey met Skippy at the house. Interesting. Okay. That's something I hadn't. Before he entered the house, Skippy asked Harry whether he was sure about his decision to go in before it was cleaned. It was not something they wanted to see. Harry's mother raised their sons to have guts, telling him that he should see the house before it was cleaned. Harry told his brother he didn't know why, but he had to go in the house. If you can do it, if you can stomach that kind of stuff, that is just, it honestly is the best way. You got to see everything. Corey went with Harry to see he wouldn't have to go alone. They entered the house. They saw blood spots. They learned exactly where his parents were shot. Skippy stayed by his car, and Harry and Corey went into the house. After they did the first look, Harry went back outside, told Skippy no that they were okay. Skippy went over to the Tuck Oliver homes. Were cleaning. About 45 minutes to an hour later, Skipper came. Okay, so they were cleaning over to the Tuck's house. Skippy came back to make sure Harry and Corey were still okay. When the cleaning crew arrived at Harry and Corey's house, Skipper stuck around to make sure that everything was okay. When they were finished, Skipper told Harry and Corey that he had stuff to do at the office and left. Harry did not know how many times Skipper called throughout the afternoon just to make sure that everyone was okay. Very worried then, or something. Concerned. I'll use the word concerned. If Skipper knew that Harry going to the parents' house, he would also show up at the house to see them. When Corey had to drive his father's unlicensed car home, Skipper gave Corey his card, cell phone number, and told him to call in case they were pulled over by police. Sketch that Harry and Corey's lawyers. Okay, and this is going to be interesting because I've heard issues elsewhere. Sketch that Harry and Corey's lawyers obtained from Rcmp did not accurately portray the blood spots Harry and Corey personally discovered in the home. The blood spot inside the door was correct, but the blood spot in the living room was totally wrong. In the sketch, there is a blood spot in the left-hand corner of the room near the couch. And see, this is in that report I read, and then they changed it before Skippy came on. They redacted it. There was no blood spot in the corner when Harry and Corey entered the house. The blood spot was instead right up against the coffee table over by the picture window. There was also blank near over their father's chair. Sketch 1 displayed victim 1. Victim 1, but we don't know who. In the entrance kitchen, blood spot. That was correct. The sketch of victim 2, left-hand corner of the couch and the wall mat near the table. That was incorrect. Victim 2 was out in front of the coffee table to the right of the couch and 2.5 feet from the picture window. The coffee table was pushed up against the Chesterfield. If they would not have entered the house, they would not have known that the sketch was wrong. In retrospect, Harry is glad he listened to his gut. Good for him. Harry and Corey later learned that the parents' door had been left open for 48 hours. Blank. Anything could have happened there. The disclaimer. Anything could have happened. You never know. People would just come in and move people, because that's what people do. There were lots of wild animals in the area. Their mom, Jesus, often sent pictures of bears. Any animal could have smelled. That would have been horrendous. Person robbed the house, torched the place. Jesus, if they don't have the security. At that, they would have lost everything, including family photos. That's terrible. Harry and Corey don't understand why they didn't blank and shut the door. Black redactions is DOJ. From the beginning, Harry and Corey were told by the police that they went through the whole community on Saturday night trying to evacuate everyone. Well, that's total bullshit. They found out that their parents' home, when they found out that their parents' home had been left open, they knew that this was not true. So where are the crime scene photos? Again, I was talking with a family member the other night, and they were saying that I said some stuff, meaning that, I think there should be a lot of disclosure, and they didn't disagree, which I know that they did earlier. I think there are things can be done tactfully and respectfully, but there's clearly a lot of shenanigans going on, and if people want answers, i.e. the families, this is the way it's going to have to be done, because these clowns aren't going to do anything, and the MCC doesn't seem to be doing shit. They would have seen their parents' home left open. Harry, Corey knew that the lights of their parents' home were left on, and the TV was left on. Now, I see this is interesting because happens over at the Tux. The TV is left on, but, in speaking to them, they say that this is just not, they were listening to music. That's what Aaron did. He got drunk and he listened to music. So the TV wasn't really an element. Why the TV was on, and then these phones just lined up nicely, conveniently, like nobody went through them. That's horse shit. Harry and Corey know that the lights were left on, TV left on. The exterior door was likely hanging off the hinges, and that the suspect, it was never latched.
Elder Companion, I have the honor of thanking you once again. Thank you for not just for today, this morning as well, and this afternoon, but you've been with us many steps of the way, including our opening, and I've learned so much from you. And I'm so grateful for your wisdom and the peace you bring to the room, and how inclusive you are. You include everyone, and you're teaching us great lessons, and we're truly appreciative of all you're doing. Thank you so much.
Did you learn what hearsay was? Hearsay.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Hearsay.
My name is Cheryl Capage-Giu, and I'm the Indigenous Advisor for the Halifax Regional Municipality, and I'm also a counselor with Tabag-and-Agity First Nation. And in my past, I've worked in every other sector. So I've worked as a senior health analyst, a policy analyst. I've worked with the chiefs, with the Native Women's Association, the AFN regional office. So I'm very honored to be here to facilitate today's talking circle. As with always, we always like to acknowledge that these proceedings are happening on the traditional territory of the Mi'kmaq Nation. It is our unceded territory that is governed by our peace and friendship treaties of this territory in this region. So with that, I'd like to thank you all. And before we start the circle, I just want to go through a few things. Can we go to the next slide? Is that I'm going to ask everybody to keep in mind our 7 sacred teachings while we're doing our session. We want everybody to be honest here and speak your truth. Let everybody know what our community experiences are and how this has affected the Indigenous community. But we also want to have patience to understand each other, because a lot of people don't understand our perspective from our First Nations community, and we need to take time to explain to them this. And we need to respect the opinions of others as well, and exercise humility while we are sharing. And one of the things that always grounds us as First Nations people is that we love and support one and each other, and that we respect the fact that we all are bringing our individual wisdoms here today collectively. Next slide. So for our talking circle, I just wanted to go through a few things that in our talking circle format, we'll go around this way, and I'll pass the feather as we go along. But each person talks until they are finished. There is no interrupting a speaker or trying to talk across the circle or adding in. We want to respect that this individual has it's their opportunity to speak, and that everyone will get a chance to speak on. So if somebody happens to say something that you want to build on, make a note, and when it's your turn to speak, add on to it. If we're doing a topic and you really don't have much to add, it's nothing wrong with saying, can you please pass over me on this round and I'll add something in the next round. And we're probably going to do this circle multiple times because there are lots of different areas. So each kind of round, each circle, I'll raise a different topic that I'll ask us to discuss on. And what we say, this is a public commission, but usually what we say in a circle stays in a circle. This time we're sharing with the larger community what we want to share. And it's important that we respect everyone's individuality and what they have to say, even if it may be different from our perspectives. We respect that that's their truth and what they're speaking, that's their story. So with that, I'm going to ask everybody to do maybe an introduction of yourself and what you're representing in your community. And then we'll get into a round of like our first discussion areas. And we do have some people online. So maybe Commissioner, before we get to you, I'll go to the people on screen.
Thank you, Cheryl. My name's Emma Cunliffe. I'm a settler, immigrant to Canada. I live these days in the traditional ancestral and unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish and Tsleil-Waututh, and I'm a visitor here in Mi'kma'ki. I have the honour of serving as the Director of Research and Policy for the Mass Casualty Commission.
Hello, everyone. My name is Marlene Companion. I'm a founding member of the Halabu Mi'kmaq First Nation. I grew up here in Halifax, and I'm honored to be part of the Urban Elders Council here in Halifax through the Mi'kmaq Native Friendship Center. I do an awful lot of work with youth at risk and youth that have gone beyond risk, and we work at getting them back out into their communities. I'm very honored and full of gratitude not to have Indigenous boys and girls into a youth jail, but I'm very honored and humbled to be able to get them back into communities. I've been the elder for this commission since they started, and sometimes it's hard, and sometimes I see a light at the end of the tunnel when I come here. And today I see the light at the end of the tunnel, and it's very uplifting, and my heart feels so much better today being here.
Hi, my name is Juliana Julian, and I am the health director for Buckingek Mi'kmaq Nation. I've been health director for a number of years. Initially, when I said yes to coming here, I really was hoping to be more of an observer, but that's fine. I am very interested in a number of different things, and I've been working in our community to address a lot of sexual violence and a lot of domestic violence and stuff like that in our community. So that's one of the biggest reasons why I really wanted to get involved here. We've had a number of committees in our community that have tried to work and address some of those things, and we've had some projects as well. So that's why I was really wanting to get involved here.
Thank you.
Hi, can you hear?
Be loud. You're naturally soft voiced.
I know, it's terrible. I'm Philippa Pictou, and currently I'm the Director of Policy and Planning for Dudgegamuk. And before that, I was a health director in Pictou Landing for about 12 years. And I guess one of the biggest things in Pictou Landing was shortly after I had started there, then we ended up having to take the federal government to court for Jordan's principle. Anyway, we won. And since then, it's given me some wings, and with the health directors, we've come together and formed our own Mi'kmaq health organization, which is where I'm currently working. And we're looking at, well, we're not looking at it. We are taking back health from the federal government and transforming the way that the services are offered in the community. And so I think that a lot of, well, most of the things with the Mass Casualty Commission are around health and wellness, and has a big impact on Mi'kmaq communities. And so I guess that's why we're here.
Hello, my name is Sharon Paul Rutterham, and I am Mi'kmaq from Member 2 First Nations. I am also a descendant of Indian residential school and Indian day school parents. For currently, I guess, I'm working alongside Philippa and working collaboratively with health directors of Nova Scotia with our new organization, health and wellness organization, Dudgegamuk, and or Dudgegamk. You know, there's different pronunciations sometimes in communities. And the vision of our organization is, and the meaning of that word in our Mi'kmaq language is to be healthy. So that is the ultimate vision and goal of our organization and the work as health directors providing services in First Nations communities. For the past 20 years before coming to my work at Dudgegamuk, I was health director in Eskasoni First Nation, which is the largest Mi'kmaq community east of Montreal. So I have a wealth of experiences from life and work in Indigenous communities, and I'm here to share those experiences, I guess, in our dialogue today, and also to share what health directors and communities from right across all of Nova Scotia and our First Nations communities really need to pass along to this commission. I'm thankful for the opportunity today to come together and have an opportunity to share the experiences that we have within our Indigenous communities or our Mi'kmaq communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lorianne Sylvester. I'm from Member 2 First Nation, from Mi'kmaq territory, one of the 7 districts of Mi'kma'ki, Unama'ki. I'm an educator. I've been an educator for 25 years, maybe. I know I don't look that old, but I was a teacher at elementary school, went into administration at the school in my own community, and I moved on to further my education and became a director of education. And now I'm the dean of Unama'ki College, part of Cape Breton University, which is where I'm going to retire because I love the job so much. because I get to support the students that I see myself in as a student. And I'm very happy to be here to be part of this discussion. I know that we are living in communities, regardless of where we are, of some uncertainty as there's more substance use and abuse and different types of personalities that walk amongst us. And so to help build safer communities, I enjoy being part of that because I'm very interested in that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I wanted to say too that my mom is a not residential school, Indian Day school survivor.
Before we introduce you, Commissioner, I'm going to ask Carla to introduce herself.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Carla Stevens. I am currently from the Buckingham First Nation. I'm currently the Indigenous Knowledge Coordinator for the Circles of Support and Change project, which is a project of the Indigenous Women's Resource Center. This project had come about from a project that was implemented here in Buckingham. Juliana had spoken a little bit about that, and we're from the same community and we worked on the same project. The Circles of Support and Change project now is working with rural and isolated communities for the African Nova Scotian communities, for Canso and for Richmond County. We've been doing this work for almost 3.5 years. We have 2 more years left on our contract, and I'm just really here to learn and to observe from everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla. Duma.
Good afternoon, Quayam Sirwan, Wadas Basin with the tail. Greetings, everyone. I am Duma Young, and I am just in a deck of cards. I would be called a joker. I fit in everywhere. But I'm here with Unimagi College and doing research on our legal traditions and our legal principles here. And I have here in my office, I have my one of my students here, Lauren Walsh Marshall, and she's going to be sitting in and learning. So I'm just going to turn the camera over to her, and she can say just a hello and something.
Oh, hi everybody. I'm Lauren. I'm from number 2 First Nation, and I'm just here to listen to all you guys and learn. This will be my first talking circle like this in a long time, so I'm excited. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren, for joining us as well. I'll go over to the Commissioner now.
Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Leanne Fitch, Commissioner on the Commission of Inquiry here. Born and raised in New Brunswick, but I have deep roots as well in Nova Scotia on my father's side of the family. He was born in Halifax, raised in Parsboro and other parts of the province, and I currently still have immediate and extended family here in the province of Nova Scotia. I've often said I have 1 foot in each province, I think. In my previous role prior to the commission, I retired in 2019 as chief of police in Fredericton. And Fredericton, New Brunswick is one of only, I think maybe 3, if I'm not mistaken, municipalities in Canada that have a quadripartite agreement. I understand member 2 as well has a quadripartite agreement between city, province, First Nations, and federal government. And over the course of more than 3 decades, I had wonderful opportunities to work and build relations in what I knew as growing up, St. Mary's First Nation, now officially recognized as Statansik along the Willowistic River. And I bring with me, I guess, some unique experiences from being a young patrol officer through to chief. I failed to mention this morning in our earlier session that I also had the distinct honor to work with some very fine First Nations chiefs of police through the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police on the First Nations Inuit and Métis Committee, and Chief John Dom and I were co-chair on the CACP Committee for Community Safety and Wellbeing. And the reason I raise that is we have a very shared interest in the community safety and well-being, and recognition that it takes all people coming together to make safe and healthy communities. So it's an honor to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael McDonald. I was born and raised in Whitney Pier, Cape Breton. I mentioned this morning that my grandfather was born and raised in Soldiers Cove, which is adjoining Potlatch First Nation, and I recall my father going to Chapel Island on the Feast of St. Anne many summers, and I was fortunately raised in a home which had a deep and abiding respect and honored the Mi'kmaq, and therefore I come to you humbly, knowing that our work will be so much enriched by your presence and by your input. So I thank you all very much.
Thank you. I'm Kim Stanton. I'm a guest here in Mi'kma'ki. I usually reside in territory shared by the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabe, and the Huron-Wendat peoples, amongst other guests to those territories. I'm very grateful to be here as a commissioner to hear from all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. So for this round, I'm going to ask that we go back and we think about the day of the and share maybe some of your recollections about the mass casualty and about some of the concerns about communication and even about the community's well-being or safety or the role the police took that day, or maybe some perspectives on how communities and organizations can make our communities a bit more safer. And I shared a bit this morning, but I'll share a little bit again this afternoon. My community was Spaganagity First Nation, which was very close to where Joey Weber had passed. Right where Joey had passed is right where our community physician, the majority of our community at the time before we had our health center, went to go see their doctor. And it's also one of our main routes where people are always going around fishing and that territory. And it is also very close to where Constable Heidi Stevens lost her life. Our community was literally 5 minutes away from there, with actually community members who live off the reserve being right down the hill from where that accident happened. So this was very close to us, and we had lots of people within our community who were in the need of medical care or assistance from the police at the time. We had a woman who was run over by a car, and we had to wait. We were waiting for police assistance to come, and thankfully volunteer fires came and were able to stay with us until an officer came. But there was lots of concerns about that. And I shared earlier that the majority of our community aren't on Twitter or on social media. If anybody is on anything, they're mostly on the Facebook platform. And that's how the majority of us had learned about the incidents that were happened, but we didn't realize how close it was to our doorstep. So with that, I'm going to pass it on.
Thank you, Cheryl. I think this is a good round for me to listen. Thank you.
I agree.
I think when it all came out, I think Cheryl's right, very much so. No one really knew what was going on. And I think that everybody was hearing bits and pieces on social media through Facebook. And it was a lot of who is it, whereabouts is it happening? You know, I know there was a lot of concern from our area, like, is it happening? Is it someone from one of our neighboring communities, First Nation communities? So thinking it was Cheryl's community and wondering, was it affecting those community members, and really worrying about what that would mean if it involved our community, and what that would mean if it meant that somebody outside of the community hurt someone in one of our communities. I started in my own mind, and I know you get your mind races when you don't know what's going on. So it's all those what ifs. So in my mind, I kept thinking, what if he ended up in the community and he hurted somebody in the community? What if it's somebody from the community that hurt somebody off? And what I'm getting at is that whether we want to admit it or not, it would be a complete division of non-First Nation and First Nation, and what that would mean for all of Nova Scotia, all of Canada. Do you know what I mean? There would be such big implications if that were the case, regardless of whether it was the intention, if that was the intention of it or anything like that, because my mind was racing. And I just thought, what would happen if it did end up that way? Because there would be such a further division. And in my own mind, I figured it had to be domestic. You know, right away was my thought. It has to be domestic. And I don't know that information was gotten. I guess even information is to try and stay off the highways. Like, why are we on? Why aren't they shutting the highway down? Like all those questions. And it's easy for us to say that because we don't know what's going on. But I think that those were some of the things that everybody was really worried about. Like, should have shut everything down. Like we should have. We were quick enough to shut down everything for COVID. You know, was my mindset and thinking at the time. But anyway, I think I'll just leave it as that.
When it happened, I was living in Onslow Mountain, just outside Debert, and everybody started phoning me to make sure I was okay. I hadn't heard about it. I'd been outside at the time. And so my daughter called frantic, said, go in, lock all your doors, stay in your room. And so that was kind of a panic thing. And then Facebook blew up. And then I started hearing that he was going towards Millbrook and people in Millbrook had seen him, and that's where my children were living. And so then I was starting to have the opposite panic thing about, oh my God, he's going by my children and my grandchildren now, and feeling totally helpless. So stuck in my room, watching everything on Facebook and panicking about the safety of everybody in the community that I then wasn't able to even go and check to see if people were okay. And then everybody kept on phoning to check to see if of everybody in the community that I then wasn't able to even go and check to see if people were okay. And then everybody kept on phoning to check to see if
It has to be a domestic. Brander told her. What's going on now? Yeah.
and panicking about the safety of everybody in the community that I then wasn't able to even go and check to see if people were okay.
Just call Lloyd
Kept on phoning to
or
check
Keith.
to see if
They all know. They got calls. They got calls from the Rcmp. They got calls from the Rcmp. So I suspect it was making the rounds. That's what I heard.
Of everybody in the community that I then wasn't able to even go and check to see if people were okay. And then everybody kept on phoning to check to see if I was okay. So it's like between going on the phone and had just missed him. They had just closed it on time before he got there. And so then there was that whole panic about what if they hadn't closed it in time and he had gone into the gas bar and so there was basically a lot of panic, and I know if I was triggered by it, other people in the community definitely were also triggered by that. And also that sense of not being able to trust police fully and how that whole piece impact on both those, the triggering and the police relations. So the people that you would call for help may not actually be helpful. And I know, I guess that was my personal experience of that situation.
Unfortunately, I don't remember, but what it does make me think about is how such a traumatic event that has occurred within the province of Nova Scotia and how it has impacted across Canada. To me, it brings me to a different understanding and a different thinking. Understanding how this traumatic event had impacted everyone here in Nova Scotia. It brings me back to thinking about the connectivity that exists in our Mi'kmaq communities. Within our Mi'kmaq communities, many of you are hopefully aware of the historical trauma that has occurred because of government policies and the plan to eliminate our population. What I'm trying to explain is that when individuals and communities are traumatized, we continue to experience compounded grief and continue to experience crisis situations. You know, we often hear on the news, First Nations communities are in crisis. Saskatchewan community just went through a traumatic experience with a mass casualty type of event as well, you know, and I want to have people understand that when communities face trauma or these types of experiences, it impacts everyone. It impacts the entire community, even though you're not related. You may not be related, but there's a connectivity that exists amongst Indigenous people or First Nations people, and especially Mi'kmaq people, that when there are traumas or deaths that occur in First Nations communities, it's about supporting each other and supporting each community during these traumatic events and coming together to seek these solutions on how we can learn from these situations and create a more comprehensive or improve the services and programs and many other components. It's unfortunate that because of these traumatic policies of genocide that existed within our population, the relationship between government and police has been impacted. Somewhat in the same way that Nova Scotia is being impacted, that they no longer feel that trust. That trust has been lost. And that trust has been lost for many, many years within Indigenous communities. But non-Indigenous communities couldn't relate to that experience. So I think that, you know, we know that police are supposed to be there to help us. We know that they're also there to act and respond for government and policies and laws and whatever else that that is required, but, you know, they're not enforcing our laws. They're not enforcing our concerns. You know, as a health director working during the pandemic, we were raising issues to the RCMP. They wouldn't respond. They wouldn't act until they got direction from HQ at Ottawa. Had to give them direction on whether or not they could respond. And I know Nova Scotia went through the same kind of thing, but, you know, it's about, if you're, there, I don't know, I guess I'm going to reference that there maybe, I don't know what, if it's fear or if it's, or what exists, that they have to follow what the bosses say. And I know that we all live in that environment. We have to listen to what our employers say to some extent. But if you're building a relationship with communities, you have to listen to community. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Lori?
Thank you, Sharon. You just have to love when someone speaks from the heart. Very powerful. I remember that you know, that clip on TV when the shooter stopped in Millbrook, and that scared me. My brother's an RCMP officer. He's retired now, and he lives not even 5 minutes before the community. He lived there at the time. So when that had happened, of course, we're all, because of the connectivity within our communities, we're all looking out for one another. We're not looking within our own community. Every community is connected. When something happens in Sibikanagadi, we feel that. When something happens in Eskasoni, we feel that. If it's in one of the other districts of Mi'kma'ki and New Brunswick and Quebec, you know, PEI, we feel that. So when that happened, my brother was already posted to Badek, so all of his gear was in Badek. So he didn't get to go on the call. And so our family is very grateful that he didn't go on the call, because, you know, we wonder, would the story be different for our family, for our community, our communities? So, you know, that footage that's always showed on TV, on the news, always makes me wonder, what if, you know, what if Keith didn't get notified, the owner of the gas bar, that the shooter was in that area, and he acted really quickly. But we all knew that. We're like, oh my God, the gas bar. And sure enough, he was right in front of the gas bar. So, you know, it could have been worse than it is. I mean, it's horrible already. But I know within our communities, it would have really been horrific if, you know, when we imagine what if, right? Everyone does that. But, you know, with our communities now, I believe there was like an emergency alert that was specific to our communities. And if a child went missing, or there was something going on within one of our communities, we would get alerted. I don't know if that's still a thing, but maybe just nothing happened since. But it's a good thing, because, you know, Facebook, we can't think that everybody's on social media, but most people has a phone, and if I don't have a phone, the person next to me would have the phone, and you can sure hear that alert, because it's pretty loud. But I think it's a good tool for our communities to alert us if something is going on in our communities. You know, there's other questions around plans if something happens. So we talked during lunch about the plans. You know, what if things happen in our community? What's the plan? Not all of us have that. And I think, we should get something together before something happens and not wait until something happens before before something does happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Carla?
I'm just going to say that day was very an uneasy day. Just learning how things unfolded throughout the morning and the evening in Porta Peak. I just thought the uncertainty and just not knowing like the whole magnitude of everything that was going on, and just, getting bit and pieces of the information very slowly, which was more alarming, I think, to people that were in the rural and isolated communities. Just to know what direction he was in, what direction he was going, if this was still continuing on or how it was going to end. So yeah, it was a lot of uncertainty. I know for a lot of community members who felt, triggered by all this, they felt, yeah, I just think the impact on myself was really a hard one. I did lose a friend, Corey Ellis, in the shooting, and he was a really good friend that I've known for, 10 plus years. I lived in Millbrook for quite some time, so I was quite familiar with Corey. I've hung out with him multiple times, but didn't realize that he was a victim until later on in that evening, which a friend of mine had called and mentioned that he was one of the victims of the shooting. And then we had realized the actual numbers of how many people were killed. So it was quite alarming. It was quite triggering for myself. But to understand just how to move forward and how to be safe. I do have small children, so that was obviously a concern as well. And I have children away from home that are in school and things like that. So it was, just a layer on top of layer of concern and just uncertainty of what was happening. So it was a really, really uncertain day. It was a scary day. It was filled with lots of emotion. So I just feel, yeah, that it was a very emotional day for myself by losing my friend Corey, and others that were just such traumatic, ways to go. I think just reliving all that was very difficult for myself. Thanks.
Thank you. Duma?
I remember that day, and I'm a little bit like Sharon. I also don't remember a whole lot. And I attributed that to, the initial trauma response that I've gone through many, many times. And also, given the position that I am in, I'm also very much aware of what a leadership response should be. Very carefully, very, get the information. I also was looking at it through the lens of indigeneity, and I said, I'm quite privileged to live in a community outside of risk zone I feel very safe. Why? Because there's a number of retired Rcmp officers that live on my street. And the chief of police for Cape Breton region lives one street over. We're pretty safe, because I can know that. But I didn't have a whole lot of information. And I thought about my family in Eskizoni, and I remember that I didn't really feel too much worried for them. I hate to say it because they were in lockdown. They had a barrier at both ends of the reserve because of the COVID. Regardless of what freedoms and what this means and legalities and the whole thing, I thought, well, if it happens here, that person would have to go through several layers of Native people at the blockades and in order to get to. So I was pleasantly pleased that there was a blockade, right? I guess you could say that, right? That's the research. Now, whether the legality of the blockades is another thing, right? But one thing I also note that, yes, social media played a very important role, and I kept going back between social media and news reports and trying to find out stuff. Because in the Mi'kmaq community, information is power, and whoever has the correct information, the first information, gets in the elevated state in our community. I'm also very cognitive of that. Because of that, I have to be very careful of what I say and think. And because people are saying, what is Duma going to say about this, right? So very cautious. I just wanted to make sure that everything's safe. The lockdown was actually quite refreshing for me in that sense, that I felt like I was away from it all. You know? But I also think that I'll be blunt. I have to think about the fact that almost all of the folks who were the victims and involved in this were all white, and that plays an important part. We were, I saw the Keat stuff and Subignegadi, but I thought, what is the reaction to this? How is this going to be? You have to see it through that lens, I guess. And I can't be. How will they treat this? And seeing things, how are they different, right? I think about my own thing, and there's lots of things that come forward, and I just make sure to keep myself grounded. I will admit that I took some smudge, and I smudged myself whenever I felt a little overstimulated with information. Trying to process it all, right? Watching it. And I just thought, where are we going to end up in this? So that's what I remember of that day.
Lauren, would you like to add anything?
I'm just listening.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner?
Thank you. I remember the day very well. And what I didn't share with this circle today or this afternoon that I did this morning is that during my time in Fredericton in 2018, we had our own mass casualty in Fredericton where we lost 2 of our citizens and 2 of my officers. And we were a small department, we were only 105 people, so and it's a small city. And so that's kind of the backdrop for what I'm going to share with what I remember. I was in my barn, live in rural New Brunswick, and having my coffee and listening to CBC radio on Sunday morning as it's my kind of practice, I guess. And you may not know that in New Brunswick, we only get CBC Halifax on the weekends. So I was listening to the CBC out of Nova Scotia and heard events unfolding. And my first reaction was just heartbreak and shock, like I'm sure others. And my mind went immediately to a few things, one of which was the impact that this would be having on my own city, my own community that was still healing from 2018. Our officers, other first responders. And as I mentioned before, St. Mary's is the city grew up around St. Mary's First Nation, and the incident was only a few blocks over, so not too far away. So my thoughts went to the trauma that would follow in my community and with those who were involved, and obviously of the family members and those most affected in Fredericton. And the other part of it was a quick conversation with my mother because we have family in Nova Scotia, in Pictou County, and we were very concerned about their well-being as well. So some frantic phone calls from New Brunswick to Nova Scotia. I share all that with you for a number of reasons, and one is, Sharon, to your point, the ripple effects. Our backdrop for the Mass Casualty Commission wasn't by accident, it was by design, because we recognized the ripple effect that this event has had and continues to have. And my hope is that through the work of our commission and with the help of folks like you, that the ripple effect of will be hopefully helpful going forward. Thank you.
Seriously, rewind that. She said all that this morning. I think she doesn't realize that she told the barn, having coffee, listening to ZBC, the frantic phone call. She said everything a few hours ago. Exactly. I think there's a malfunction. Bottom of the barrel.
Pick was just one of the communities that the perpetrator drove through and took lives and caused so much sorrow, but it ripples through and not only the entire country, but a family in the United States as well. And it's everywhere. And for you to learn that you've lost a friend, Carla, just strikes me that the pain and hurt and sorrow is everywhere. And I find that very poignant, and I thank you for sharing all your various thoughts. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And Sharon, I'm really struck by what a terrible thing to have in common for Indigenous and non-Indigenous people to have lost trust in their institutions or the institutions that are the public safety institutions, and for people to not have understood that at a profound level, and then to have horrendous insight into that longstanding loss of trust for Indigenous communities is a really terrible commonality. And thank you for bringing that forward.
I'm going to have to sample that, put them side by side. It's repeat.
A little bit more of the discussion that we had. There was a lot of great points raised, really relevant points. Our communities, Indigenous communities, have a distrust in structures. Police were never really there to protect us, at least historically. We always felt they came into our communities to enforce other laws upon us that weren't ours, or they were coming in to take our children to residential school. So there's a huge mistrust. And then when something like this happens with an individual in a police car, I've heard that from many people. I don't think I would have stopped if it was a police. I would have follow me home. I'll take me right to the police station that I know the police officers where I feel safe with, and then you can talk to me there if I was going to be stopped that day. But I also wanted to talk about the real need for safety. And Duma, you made a really good point. I totally forgot that we had police checks on our community that day too, because we had implemented a police check because of COVID, because we wanted to control and see who was coming in and out of our community. And I totally blanked on that, because when incidents I happened to was I went through the checkpoint going to Tim Hortons because I didn't know any different, was on the roads and was coming across and seeing cars and individuals and accidents, and it was quite the day. But I really wanted to get some perspectives, because I know a lot of you working the work in the health sector, and what can we do to make our communities more safe? This is our opportunity to tell the commission what we need to feel safe in our communities, what type of supports we need for mental health for our membership. This is just one of many layers of traumas that our Indigenous community has. And it compounds after a while, and we need to make sure that we have sustainable ongoing support services for our First Nation communities and members to deal with this trauma and other traumas that are compounded over all the years. And a lot of these organizations are colonized organizations that have a very structured, because we talked earlier about we all have bosses. And at lunch we had a discussion, and it must be a policy, I'm thinking, because the same thing happens in my First Nations community, that the ambulances won't come up until there's a police escort. I don't know if this happens in any other communities, but within a First Nation structure, our community members who are in distress do not get immediate service until they have a police escort there with them to accompany them. So I'm going to pass it on now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. Carla, I'm so sorry for your loss. Duma, I appreciate you naming whiteness as a part of this conversation. I want you to know that I heard you on that, and I appreciate it being brought into the circle. Many of you have shared the good work that you're doing in your communities to build reclaim, for example, health services, to build culturally appropriate services for your people, services that will work better than many of the colonial institutions that have formed the paradigm of many years. I would love to hear more about that work to the extent that you feel able to share it, and in particular, to hear about how the Commission in its report and its recommendations can potentially support you in your work, and whether that's about stable funding, whether that's about drawing attention to the good work that's taking place. That's something that I would very much like to hear about.
That's kind of to me, when you're asking that question, it's so huge. You know, I sit here and and I'm sorry to be so emotional, but it's like there's other stuff going on with our communities right now, and but it's so big. There's so many things when you think about trying to have a safe community. We had discussions earlier this morning about crisis teams and what that would mean for our communities, and what it could potentially mean for our communities, and how it would be, providing, safe care for our members of our community. How when it affects one, when something happens in one community, you're right, it has a ripple effect. Sharon said it right on. Like, it's not just about what's happening in Eskasoni. It's not just what's happening in Buckingham. It's all over. And to say that we don't have a trust for Rcmp, that's an understatement. Like, that's a severe understatement. We lost our chief not long ago, and so many times we looked to Rcmp to help because there's nothing in place to try and help at different times. And I think about it, we didn't really have anything in place to help our community members. So now we have a loss of our chief, and how do we support our community now when we've lost our leader? Because really, there is nothing in place. Because we're going to have members that are going to be, self-medicating with alcohol, drugs, violence will end up occurring. So who do we run to? The police? I don't think so. Definitely not. So when I look at our communities and I think about what we need to have safe communities, there's so much more to just asking us here that are sitting in this circle. It's about talking to communities. It's about listening to communities. I just recently went to school for my education degree. And it's funny because in health, there's a lot of talk about cultural competency, cultural safety. And then when I went to school, it was cultural pedagogy. And I think that struck me bigger than anything, because it came right down to, you get to know the individuals, you get to know what their culture is, because you get to know them, who they are, where they come from, what's their story. Everybody has a story, everybody. And in First Nation communities, our stories are a lot more trauma, way more trauma than there should be. Talking about being a residential school survivor and having parents of residential school survivors, Indian day school, yeah, that's my family, 2 generations down. Residential school survivors, both on my dad's side, both my dad and my grandparents. My mom, residential school survivor for life, went in at 6, came out at 16, got married and had babies. I love them all. I love them all. But the trauma that they have endured and the trauma that they have experienced have had ripple effects on our generations. And I'm sure that I've done that as well with my kids. So I don't try and sit up here and say that I'm all fixed because I'm speaking about it and I can talk about it. That's not it. Just because I can talk about it doesn't mean I know what to do about it or how to address it or how I can help future generations. I try to listen as much as I can. I try to take into consideration other people's feelings. I try to take into consideration my community as a whole, where they're coming from. I really try to hard as I can to try and provide care and try and put things in place. So when we say we need things in our community, I think that we go back to community. I'm a firm believer that all the answers that we are looking for are within our communities, and what they need is unique to their own. And I think that we can listen to that. Having said that, I did say, and I do say, crisis team is huge. Policing that is RCM, I'm not saying that it shouldn't be Rcmp, but I'm saying they should honor our laws, our communities, and the things that we believe in. And there should be support in place to make sure that those things happen. And somehow, I don't know how to rebuild relationships with people who are in authority positions like Rcmp, having spent a number of years trying to build relationships, and as fast as you get them, they're moved. You know, children with special needs, we say right off the hop, they need consistency. They need, you know, that type of thing. I think that there's something to be said about consistency with relationship building within the Rcmp. You know, we say kids need consistency. Well, what about us? Are we just saying just because we're adults that we don't need consistency with those type of things? I think that would be kidding yourselves if we thought that that was what it was. So building relationships is really, really important. How that happens, not quite sure. I think that communities will be able to help do that. And I think it takes a lot of time and it takes a lot of work, but it also takes consistent work. The commission is here now listening to this, but Sharon's definitely right. The trauma that our communities have already faced and have already endured at this point is huge. Nova Scotia has, I'm not trying to belittle this commission or what the experience of the people in Nova Scotia. I'm just saying our communities have faced trauma huge. And when I say everybody has a story, everybody has a story. There is definitely a lot of trauma that people don't always talk about. And I think that if you don't always know, it's a lot easier to say, okay, because I know what their trauma is, then I can be considerate of it. Well, I think Canada knows what our communities have been facing. It's not like they don't know what our trauma have been. So I think it's to be mindful about those type of things when you're considering it. Because I think you already know there's things that should be done and need to be done, but aren't being done. So I think that's, I'm going to just leave it as that. Thanks.
Juliana.
Well, we came from a very emotional health directors meeting this morning, talking about exactly that same point, that communities have been, sorry, I guess tears are contagious. Communities have been saying forever that we need that kind of support. Communities know what needs to happen. but there are no resources to do it. There are times there's not even wood for sacred fires, where people just, just come together and to provide that support during crisis. And crisis, well, right now, the number of deaths that have happened over the last few weeks in communities have pretty well every health team in a crisis mode where it's impacting people directly, and people are coming to work but feeling in mourning and grief and not able to concentrate on doing things and having to kind of show up. There needs to be proper, adequate funding for all these things. We need healing centers. We're very excited about the resiliency center that's coming up in Millbrook. We need that in every community. We need spaces for family treatment programs so that we can get at the root cause of violence and difficult situations that can support children being parented in their homes and staying in their communities. All of those wraparound services that need to happen, that everybody's been saying for years and years and years that we need. But we get caught between jurisdictional issues, between federal funding and provincial funding, and the feds saying that they do upstream. It was pointed out today that actually providing services after a crisis is upstream because it's preventing the next crisis. So I don't see that the government recognizes that. They've, when there's a crisis, we have to go to other communities and try and get support. We've got Eskazoni that has the crisis team. They're stretched thin, and it's only this year that the province has given them any funding towards any of it. And that's minimal and with some strings attached. We need to have that kind of service in every community, and so that we can share the crisis team between communities. So when it impacts one community, there are people who are able to go and respond and go to a different community and provide that support. We also need to do mental wellness checks differently. That's something that comes up over and over again. People shouldn't die because someone's checking on them. We need to have a proper response service. So if we have people that need a mental health check, we need to have somebody that goes along with the police that understands that person and has a way to be able to de-escalate a situation without having to shoot them. That, even though that has happened in New Brunswick very recently, has got huge impacts on all the communities of feeling that kind of fear. And the same thing with any kind of child welfare call, then you end up with the police arriving as well. And that creates a fear, and often, there isn't that kind of support for the families, and that can escalate the situation and make things much worse. And it impacts all the communities every time that happens. It's, I know, we definitely need crisis response supports. That's all I'll say for now.
Okay. This is a important issue, I guess. For me, it has always been. We know the root cause. We know the root cause of why this happened. It was from trauma. That man was traumatized in his life, and the trauma was from undiagnosed mental illness and lack of treatment and lack of service. We have to deal with the traumas within First Nations communities, and because First Nations communities have been dealing with this for eons, there are lots of models and examples that have been created from sparse funding, putting projects together, because none of it is sustainable. Nothing. So, Philippa referenced, the Eskasoni crisis line was established because of traumas and experiences that occurred within Eskasoni. And that was the community's way to respond, was developing a 24/7 crisis line service. It wasn't that in the beginning, and it was put together, we always used to say, strung together with buttons and dental floss, because resources are not there. You hear federal announcements, those Indigenous people got millions of dollars coming to their aid, and funding is flowing and whatever. But what you don't understand is that the bureaucracy takes at least half of that or more. They made an announcement years ago around youth suicide prevention. What that translated into a community of 5,000 people in Eskasoni was $10,000. Millions are being, but that's only a drop in the bucket. When it translates into, when it comes directly to community, there's over 600 First Nations communities in Canada, and that's, I don't even know how many, like with Inuit or other Indigenous populations. The need for bringing services closer to community is essential, because people cannot deal with their traumas or deal with their mental health issues if services are not available. And they need to be locally accessed, rurally accessed, not in main cities. Those institutions that exist, Nova Scotia Health Authority, IWK, whatever, they're colonized institutions, and they're not safe spaces for our people. They don't access their services. And I can understand that from our other populations. Non-white populations are not safe in those environments. There is a need for funding, sustainable funding, to provide both Western and Indigenous approaches to treatment. It's a two-eyed seeing approach. We've learned that from Elder Albert Marshall from Eskasoni and his late wife, Merdina. We know that you have to look at both sides of a person's life, or you have to look at their whole being. That sometimes, yes, you need those Western medical interventions to treat the traumas, but we also need culture. We also need tradition. We also need ceremony. We need crisis response. Nova Scotia developed a emergency crisis line. Indigenous people don't call there. You know why? You can't speak to them. Mi'kmaq is not a language that can be translated or offer translation services within Nova Scotia. You can offer services to every other culture that has come to this land. To the newest is Mandarin, the newest is whatever, of people coming to this country. But those services are not available for the First Peoples of this country. And that applies right across this Canada. It's not just in, well, maybe, I don't know. But I know in Nova Scotia and New Brunswick and Atlantic, those services are not available. When people are in distress, they go to their first language. Those services, you cannot speak to a Mi'kmaq speaker. That is why we developed the Eskasoni Crisis Line. Because people needed someone to call when they're in distress. They need to be able to vent. They need to be able to be guided. They need to be referred. They need to be handheld. The colonized systems that are established are not safe spaces. Emergency rooms, hospital settings, all services, addiction services have no supports or no safety for our people to access those services. We need healing centers. We need Western services. We need clinical services. We need traditional services. We need so many services within our communities. And the models that are created, you know, sorry. There are models. We've worked in, you know, we've talked about this and the need for these services and the need for coming together and the need for collaboration amongst all providers, including police, including child and family services, including, you know, health, including education. All of those, we all need to work together because we're all serving the same people, but all creating individual silos in their care. I don't know how many people I've talked to in trying to address their addictions issues or their mental health issues, and they have 10 people that they're talking to, trying to seek healing and supports and care and treatment. There is no comprehensive approaches that exist. We believe that's important in Indigenous communities, to be able to come together, to work together. I know that there's issues around privacy and confidentiality and all those kinds of things, but everybody knows what's going on, you know? Everybody sees it. Everybody sees people that are suffering from mental illnesses or addictions issues. We see it every single day in our streets, in our communities. But that's not my issue. People walk by. But that is your issue. They're human. It's been lost. The human connection. I always used to say that. The humanity in healthcare is lost. Maybe the humanity in policing services has been lost. It's all about process and structure and policies and standards and regulations and rules and, you know, so many issues. But anyway, I could probably go on forever. But anyway, I'll pass it on. But there's a need. There are no mental. There are, you know, you talk and when I worked in Eskasoni, okay, but Eskasoni has 5,000 people, and they have non-sustainable funding to support provision of mental health services or traditional services or anything along those lines. It comes from the government under a project, or if you submit a business case, or if you do all of these steps, maybe you'll get funded. So, you know, so much work needs to be done. And I don't know if this mass casualty is going to be able to make those recommendations because it goes beyond federal, it goes beyond provincial. We need to talk about humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. And Walalio for your leadership and speaking up for our people. You know, people have to understand the services that, you know, why we need these services, why we need our Indigenous people in these positions to help our people. You know, I've been working at the university for a year now, and part of my vision at the university is to help our Indigenous students get the help around mental health that they need. They need someone in there that's going to understand what they're going through, not to send them off to another mental health clinic where they have people there that are not trained and educated about the traumas that they're facing. And I've been getting a little bit of pushback, but in some parts of the university, but some areas of the university, the Nancy Dingwall Mental Health Crisis Center, there is a director there. She's willing to help and put the funds there to provide us with the support to put into our Unama'ki College, because I tried, it took me a year now to explain that we can't take our students and say, okay, if you need mental health services, it's across the university. You have to go through here. And then when you get there, you're going to be welcomed by somebody who doesn't understand you and what you're going through. We can't do that to our students. We have to hold their hands and help them and get the help they need. And that's what I feel is my part at the university, to do that. And I will work hard, and that'll be something that I will not leave the university until that's in place. And you know, the relationships within the university are important for them to understand that we need to work together, you know, to provide those supports. Back to our community, you know, if we asked everyone in this room right now to put your hand up if you know someone in the last week that committed suicide, I would say that just us here, Indigenous people, are going to be putting our hands up. If I asked you if you know anyone in the last month, it'll still be us putting our hand up. I know 2 people who have committed suicide in the last 2 weeks. I know them very well. And not a lot of people can say that. We deal with that all the time. Now, I taught a young student, and that student, I just happened to go on Facebook one night, and it was about 9 o'clock. And he goes by pronoun they were on, I'm still trying to get used to the pronoun things, but they were on Facebook Live and speaking almost in a way that, you know, they're giving up. I was the only person listening. I had taught this child in grade 3. I didn't know what to do. Like, I didn't know who to reach out to, because we don't have that, well, I'll just call this person, I'll call that person. But I couldn't do anything because I was on my phone trying to keep a conversation going, so this person would not do anything to themselves. So a few more people were coming on and listening, and we knew what was going on here. But we also know that we don't have faith in the system, that we can reach out to help this person. As more people came on and were, you know, communicating back to the person, I managed to reach out to the person's sister, who I also taught. I said, can you do a wellness check with your, you know, couple of your family members? He was in the other room. They were in the living room. I didn't realize they were all in the same house. So I said, could you go in and see how your brother is doing? And then when the mom and the sister came into the room, I could see them come into the room. It changed the whole state of that person. And I knew that there was going to be help. But it was a scary thing because that's only 5 houses away from my house. I wanted to take my phone and go knock on the door and go see and make sure this person was okay. And the thing is with people who have suicidal thoughts or tendencies, what's there for them? Who's going to help them? Excuse me, I think about when people go missing in our communities and how little the outside world is involved. You take, for example, Amber Kerwin from New Glasgow. I remember that so well. The whole world seemed to be looking for her. And of course, she's a girl, she's a person. We should all be doing that. Her face should be everywhere. Missing person. I remember that so well. I remember her face, I remember the details, I followed it. But I don't know if it was shortly after that, there was a girl in Eskasoni. Her name was Terry Lynn. When she went missing, I don't remember a lot of stuff on the news. I don't remember a poster. I don't remember people coming together being very shooken up because of it. Why? Is it because she was First Nation? Is it because, because she's from Eskasoni and that's not my community? That's not our responsibility? So why was the other girl? And there's nothing against that family or anything like that. It was the approaches and all of the services around that, But when it comes to our community members, it doesn't seem as important to the outside world. It takes a while for the outside, to react when it's one of our people. And that's, and it goes back to all the services and Philippa, you mentioned about that, was it a federal thing? Is it a provincial thing? We're always caught in the middle and, it's not our jurisdiction. It's not, who cares? We're all people. We all should be there to help one another. And that's what we need more of. We need more people to come forward and we need to, help one another. We need to build relationships and help one another. And we also need some suicide intervention, response to suicide. I know with my staff, we're having first aid and trauma. I'm not sure what it's called, but yeah, mental health first aid. Thank you, Cheryl. So we have to do that. We had, at the university, my team deals with students on a day-to-day basis, and within the first 30 days or 40 days of university, that's when students get really stressed. And, it brings about those thoughts that I'm not good enough, I can't do this. And then they feel, they get into those dark places. And so we're going to have that professional development for my staff because we had too many calls at the beginning of last year, the first of the year of school. And, I have to teach my team that we are not trained to do that. We have to be able to pass it on to the professionals. And that's why we need more of our people in those places so we can feel comfortable passing it on to the professionals, because naturally we want to help and we want to fix it, which is what I did when I stayed on the call with that student of mine.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Carla.
I just want to say that I've been working in the field of sexual violence and gender-based violence for the past 7 years. It has been such a roller coaster of emotions, of course, working in such a small, close-knit community like Buckingham. But to understand that, building these relationships within the community and how I had nurtured them throughout the years was a lot of work just on myself. And, knowing that the calls don't end at 4 o'clock, they're coming all hours of the night. There's so much domestic violence, there's addictions, there's just so many things that's happening within our community that is so out of our reach. Which is sometimes enraging for people who work obviously in this field like myself. We just feel that departments are obviously overworked. There couldn't be just one person per department. It just doesn't make sense. We talk a lot about informal supporters. When we did do the sexual violence project, where informal supporters were our mothers, our aunts, our sisters, our cousins. These are people that we were confiding in because we didn't have the actual supports on hand or didn't feel comfortable using those supports at health centers or external places like the Women's Center that's only 14, 15 kilometers from our community. There was a huge distrust. There's a huge, confidentiality, like they had mentioned before, breaches in confidentiality within communities, which wasn't a good thing for people who are survivors of like gender-based violence and sexual violence, who are continuing to be violated in so many ways. I got a call of domestic violence a few weeks ago where the woman who was beaten pretty badly decided to call me first instead of the Rcmp, so her kids would be exited from the house before they came because she didn't want to lose her children, because that would be the number one priority. She would be beaten half to death before she would even call the cops, which is so alarming to me to think about how women are put in these situations and how they get themselves out of them, like how resilient and how strong they are by knowing that they have to do anything to protect their families. And that's just, that's not something that we should be dealing with. Children's services is a huge issue in every First Nations community, where they're coming into our community and telling us how to raise our children, how to care for our children. And these are things that were taken from us that we are trying to relearn and try to regain, as community members. And like Juliana had mentioned before, we have gone to community recommendations. We go to the community because they know what they need, they know what they want, and it's not the same for every community, but it does trickle down to for us to understand, that these bigger departments like health and housing and addiction, it can't be just one person housing these departments. They suffer from burnout. They have families of their own, and they're trying to go above and beyond for other communities to get them up to par of understanding of how to support someone else. We've talked a lot about missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. We've talked about human trafficking. There's so much things we could talk about for the rural and isolated communities like our own, and how we're suffering. And they had talked about crisis and crisis teams, addiction teams, but in these one tiny communities, we get one person to serve everybody, which is not fair to that one person. In my work right now, I have a team of 5. We bounce ideas off of each other on how to respond to sexual violence and gender-based violence as a group, and this is hard work for just one person. I think community needs to realize that the informal supporters within First Nations communities are the ones who are taking most of this on. And, and it's a lot of people that don't get to unpack a lot of this stuff, and they have to take it home every night. And there's no way to, support these people that are dealing with domestic violence and, the historical trauma that does need to be unpacked. We need to feel the impacts of everything that is happening, and, not just for Indigenous people, but for BIPOC people as well. It's just, we need bigger teams of support to support the supporters that are on the ground right now, that are doing the service providers work, that are willing to help community members when they are in distress. There's so many things that are in our community, and like people had mentioned before, we're on projects that are limited. We have limited funding. My project is up in 18 months. You know, there's just limited funding for this right now, and like how it's going to continue on and how it's going to self-sustain itself. We're currently working on a peer support model, which is being implemented in Canso at the moment. So we're just trying to identify how the peer support model would help within the community, and for people to identify their own supports and their own like their own talents and what they bring to the table. So it's really refreshing way of moving forward and identifying like the champions for our community and highlighting the work that they do and how we can support them in that work. Thanks.
Thank you, Carla. Duma?
Well, Cheryl, I'm just going to direct this basically to the commissioners here. Commissioners, you're listening to very raw and frustrated folks from the Indigenous news, and every single one here in the circle I've worked with for many years. We've tried to do many things, and like one of the phrase Sharon used was buttons and dental floss. We've done many things over the last 30, 40 years together in one form or capacity. We always jump from things. But I am reminded, as you're listening to the stories here, and the folks who are watching or listening or this is going to be part of, they're going to wonder, what does this have to do with the incident at Clawback, right? I'm reminded of a time that I once went, and I'm going to tell you a few stories, I guess, in they're kind of metaphors. I was once at the Rcmp, the Royal Commission on Aboriginal People's Hearings. This was set up after the issue or the incident at Oka, and the land claims, etc., back in the 1990s, early 1990s. So we had our Royal Commission on Aboriginal People, and one of our Mi'kmaq elders was a commissioner on that, and that was Viola Robinson. And we were listening, and she was asking us about solutions. But everyone in the group was talking about how difficult it was. What's the rates of suicide, the 60s scoop, the traumas, etc. And halfway through, Viola got a little bit frustrated with us. And she said, listen, I've heard it all. I know it all. We've gone through our cross country, every single community. We've heard about the stats about suicide. We've heard the stats about domestic violence, sexual assault. We've heard it all. And all the jurisdiction. We know those things. What I'm looking for is solutions. And then one little old elder said, we're not done talking about this. Until we're done, then we can tell you the solutions. So when you're listening to folks venting, and this doesn't necessarily have to apply to Indigenous people only. I'm sure as the families of the folks who were murdered in Clawback and elsewhere, they are probably frustrated. They're telling you stories. They're crying. They're emotional. The solutions will come once that all is done, and they're ready to move to the next stage. Until we are ready to move to the next stage, we'll have to do this, right? But I want to come back to you in your work. Really what the theme is coming from this is, I've heard from all the speakers here, is relationships. And when I'm thinking about stuff and I'm listening to folks and I'm looking at the mass casualty inquiry and the work it has to do and investigating and do all this stuff, really, I go back to my foundational place, which is when there's been a break in a relationship, I look towards our treaties. Our treaty relationships need to be part of this. And some people may wonder, what's got treaties have to do with this? Well, those treaties also belong to all Nova Scotians, not just Undos. That's why we say the phrase, we are all treaty people. So the victims and the families, those are all treaty people. And there is no doubt in my mind, and I'm pretty sure the commissioners have already heard this, that there's an issue with the Rcmp. And the issue is larger. It's policing. It's how we want our communities to be safe. I would appear there's been a major break in the relationships, between Nova Scotians, probably Canadians, and our institutions. And primarily in this case, the institutions that were supposed to keep us safe, secure, comfortable, which are the policing, whether it's Rcmp, whether it's municipal police forces, whether it's Indigenous members of tribal police forces. And so there's been a bit of a major break there, and we're examining this. That's probably one of the major issues here. What you're listening to is all news. We know and we have experienced these major breaks. We've experienced our many traumas over the years. We have experiences of them. One thing we have not been able to do is create a long-term strategy, a vision, a dream. And maybe it is. We're basically, the Mass Casualty Commission is going to be looking at where do we want Nova Scotia to be? Where do we want to go? What is it that we need to do? And how do we get there? And the dream is to make Nova Scotia a better place to live, no matter what, and for everyone, including in Innu people, right? Unfortunately, what has happened has resulted in many Nova Scotians experiencing a deep trauma, one that most Nova Scotians have not really experienced, as opposed to Innus. We've experienced lots of traumas, right? And then there is a relationship breakdown, and they're asking the questions: where were the police? Why wasn't I protected? How could this happen in Nova Scotia? That's often the question, we're asking ourselves. And then what is it that we're looking for? Is it community-based policing? Is it, increased resources? Is it a different type of policing? Really, I guess in some ways we have an opportunity here to re-examine how we want to police our communities, whether they're Indigenous or non-Indigenous. And I'm also reminded, part of the issue also is, and I'll give you another story, an example that happened to me. Early on, when I was at CBU, when I first started there about 10 years ago, and I went into, we had, a threat come there, because the internet was new, social media, etc. Several of the students at Unimagi College, they said, they chuckled, and they said, I said, well, what's on? They said, I thought it was a joke, a meme or something like that. And they said, somebody's threatening to bring a gun to CBU. And I'm like, show me. And I immediately took action. I reported it, stuff like this. And there's a leadership vacuum. I wasn't trained for anything. And I took it to the people that I thought would be able to. We didn't have a plan. How do you plan for something that you never think will happen? How do you? But we as lawyers, we're supposed to plan for all this, the what ifs, right? We tell people, but we didn't have a plan. The leadership was running around, and pardon the pun, it appeared to be a type of S show. And so I kicked in with my trauma-based training, and I locked my younger students in a thing, and I prepared a way out, and I said, there's an escape route over here and stuff like this. Here's how you close the curtains, and here's how you stay quiet and everything like that. The leadership was caught scrambling. People didn't know. The security, the Cape Breton Regional Police, nobody had a plan to deal with this. An active shooter at Cape Breton University. What? No, that happens in the American states. And even dealing with the aftermath of that turned out to be one of our students. How do we help the student become a productive member of our society? And not give up, on a person. And we did that, and instead of a punitive model or anything like that, we focused on what does this person need? Why did they do what they had to do? There was many mistakes made. Now I'm pretty sure CBU has a plan. And I'm pretty sure the Rcmp and other policing people now have a plan for, well, if anything like this happened again. Right? No, but we have. And so the Port of Big, we expected our leaders and the police to step up and be able to walk us through, may comfort us, to help us, and to keep us safe. And that trust was eroded there because we didn't know, and they didn't know. They were not trained, they're not trained. You know, where we as Nova Scotians can be supported and kept safe, and all stuff. So I go back to the relationships, our treaty relationships. Now, if you look at this feather that's going around, I immediately notice that it's a feather from a fairly young eagle. Not fully white, there's white on it and stuff like that. That tells me that it's transforming into the eagle it's going to be. And I use that as a metaphor for the Mass Casualty Commission. That eagle is transforming Nova Scotia, our relationship with that institutes of policing. How do we, and the big, larger question is, how do we, as Nova Scotians, as owners, how do we want to be treated and policed and kept safe? Community-based peace. We have lots of models that we can look at. I know that people have talked about defunding the police or other things and adding social workers to wellness calls, etc. Well, I don't think we can ever get rid of police. But the type, the model, going forward, and that's where I get really excited about this opportunity that we have here, where the Mass Casualty Committee will be able to, we are going to be able to transform our communities in Nova Scotia in how we want to be kept safe. However, I'm also looking at some other things. And you probably have heard from Jane McMillan and others, Milnos have had, we have a history of reports, commissions, etc. And I'm going back just once in Nova Scotia will be the recommendations come down Donald Marshall Jr. Wrongful conviction report. Many of those are still unfulfilled. The RCAP, the Royal Commission on Aboriginal People, there was a whole section, a chapter devoted to justice. And one of the phrases used is justice as healing. The only surprising thing about RCAP was how quickly it was shelved. Then we have a whole section dealing with policing and the relationships between government institutions in the TRC, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, the calls to action, and more recently, the calls to justice under the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women and Girls Inquiry. There are many promises. I mean, there's many incidents that have happened. Even around that time, we have had several incidents of wellness checks gone badly wrong. They've gone very wrong and almost ended up dead. This has been a history for us here, even in Nova Scotia. I'm looking at Simon Casey Warmako, etc., or Paul Inturo, wellness checks. And I go back to the larger context of our legal system and our justice system. Sometimes the two are together, and sometimes they're not. Right? And the history of policing in our communities has been wrought with many difficulties. The justice file has been a very difficult file for owners, and it also is a very difficult file for Atlassiers, for the non-native community. What we know is justice. Probably we're on the cusp of, we need to think about what does reformation look like. It used to be a long time ago. I tell people, we in the punishment coercive model, we moved away from punishing the body to now we're looking at punishing the mind. There's all sorts of stuff there. I'm looking at some of our history. We used to have special constables in our communities. People who were just picked for their size and ability to break up a fight. But they were unknowns, and they managed to know the community, and they knew who was and who wasn't, and how they can handle it. And often, many of these unknown special constables never even had a gun. They didn't need one, and there were only one or two. Yes, they worked very hard, and they probably were under-resourced, but they kept it there, and our communities were relatively safe. Yes, there was disputes that happened. People got, stuff like this. But for generally speaking, I'm looking at for many, many years, there was only 2 special constables in Escazona. And then we had the tribal police force, an exciting time, type of thing. But the tribal police force was severely underfunded, so I couldn't do the job. And I've heard, the stories about some of the constables, which were trained at Rcmp Depot in Regina, were paid so lowly that they almost relied on food banks. That's not how you want your police to be, right? And then the Rcmp, or municipal police officers in many communities, right? And sometimes I look and I think, what is that balance that we're looking for, and how? In many communities, it could be that the fact that we're over-policed. There's been many instances of people reports talking about how if you're in the Vancouver downtown east side, there's cops on every single point. You can't go 100 feet without running into a police officer. In Escazona, they moved to a 24-hour policing. At one point, there were 17 Rcmp officers stationed in Escazona. That's a lot of Rcmp officers for a small town, 5,000 people in 4 hours. Did it change? Did it amount to anything? Did it make this community safer? I dare say no at this point. No. We're just dealing with a situation now, complaints against the Rcmp, and I'm being asked, how do you want to make those? And I tell folks about how to do it. We need to look at, and other things like, when there are dreams of Justice Institute, we had a Justice Institute came up, and court workers. However, the justice and legal files have been a very elusive dream for others. When we say justice as healing, or healing as justice, that means something. And I think we're finding that in the larger community in Nova Scotia, that the justice file is also a very difficult file to try and grasp of. But the communities can use justice as healing, and even, or you can flip it around, healing as justice. We need this. But I'm also very cognitive of telling folks, the law is a very dull knife in which to cut away societal problems. However, it's often the only knife we have. It hacks, it tears, it doesn't do a good job, but it sometimes does cut. We look at those principles, those the 7 grandfather teachings, the promise of a wonderful community, in the larger Canadian community, Nova Scotia community. Those principles are just as much applicable to non-Indigenous communities as they are to our own communities, right? However, sometimes we react. We need, if the Mass Casualty Commission can do something, is to ensure that we'll never get rid of policing, and I don't think we should anyways, but we can make it proactive to prevent problems from occurring in the first place, rather than reacting to them. There is still a need for reaction. But right now it seems we reacted, and when you don't have a plan, you react very badly. in some ways, there needs to be a renewal of the relationships between those institutions of governance and justice and legal and policing with the citizenry of Nova Scotia, Canada, and in First Nations communities and with Indigenous people. That's what we really need. Olago.
Thank you, Duma. Commissioner, if you don't mind, I think we'll take a few minute quick break and just let everybody get up and take a breath and stretch for a minute, and then we'll come back.
Proactive, reactive, silos, debriefing. Wow, they're pulling out the full the full RCMP vernacular. So I just don't, I guess it's almost like they know it. They left this one way too late. Way too late. Way overplayed their cards. Next week it will be next week, but no. Too late. Too little, too late. Way too little, too late. Oh well, everybody's going to remember that. Hello, Chiang. Oh, you actually could, there's a couple of moments there. I think the script got stuck on loop. Fitch repeated basically the same thing for about two to 3 minutes. About being in the barn. Remember that? In the barn and having her coffee and that morning and phone calls and listening to CBC. She just repeated it again. I don't know. There was like a loop in the brain. I think I might have to stick that together with the Rhonda one. You don't know what you're saying. You've forgotten it. Oops. Were a couple of moments in there, for sure. Small. But I mean, again, they have to try and save face a little bit. They can't just be like, yeah. Well, the one lady did say what? Everything was perfect. I thought that was interesting. But everything was perfect over there with April 1819, but everything else was on the crumbling. More centers, need more. Let's get some more. How about some more chairs? But again, too little, too late. Everybody sees it now. I don't think anybody's going to be duped by next week. It'd be like, oh, yay. Listen, now you're listening. No, everybody's going to be like, you fucked them all. Fuck them all. So sad. Well, everybody will remember faces and names and friends and family and who are the people you do want help from versus who are you want to stay away from. They're all tied. All tied. Yes, and she likes big fun barns. I thought she might have been at the Diddle Do Ranch. But you didn't hear the perfect comment? Oh, I think that was this morning. I was like, perfect. What are you talking about? Perfect. The elder, she kept saying perfect. I was like, oh, the lady also then who said that was everybody knew exactly what happened. First, the first one was she knew right away that it was a domestic violence. Then a little while later, I think it went around one more round. Then or maybe it was even later in the same round. She's like, well, everybody knows exactly what went on. It was mental health. That man needed mental health. I'm like, okay, here we go with Brenda 2.0. More, maybe she won't remember being on the round circle or table or whatever it is. I'm glad she knows, but it seems to be one of two. I'm not sure which it is, but well, they are rejected. No, they're already gone. It's just letting them know that no, everybody's watching and they're dismissed. It's like when you go grab a handhold and it crumbles. They're grasping harder and slipping. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's Emma's looking very nervous today. I'm surprised she can sit upright with the pin she's wearing. It's the first day she's worn the pin, and it's very large. She seems quite dainty. The pin is oversized. The huge pin. It's like the Glen Barn pin. Total panic. Oh yeah, the support ducks have been around already. They just keep going. Oh yeah. Better bring out a feather and talk about residential schools. That will cement public support. For sure. But you see, it also won't have the desired effect where people will be like racist. No. Great topic. You want to talk about it? That's super. Another time, another day. It just looks very poor given the circumstances to be talking, I don't know. It's like certain things you would say or not say at a funeral, probably. Just not said. Best to say, you know what? I defer to those who are truly going to do without forever. Right? Come here. Ruff. Come here. You're vicious. How many days exclusively for the families? Too little, too late. Way too little. Most affected? Yeah. People will calculate the amount of time in the future and they will compare. They will say how much time was devoted to the most affected. Oh, that was a lie. Oops. More airtime for, I don't know, gay issues or gun storage or wellness ruses for wellness support, hidey-ho tactics trying to pass domestic violence off to cover for boot one, which is going to hit you like a shitstorm. You won't even know what hit you then. Wow. Fail. Well, too little, too late now. It's too little, too late. That's what everybody will see. It's way too little, too late. It was all just a ruse. All talking out the side of their mouth. We care. We want help. Most effective. You sit down. Where was it? Oh, let's see. I think I put one of them aside. Where was that? Oh, here's one. These are. I'm gonna definitely make sure that these get the rounds. You remember these? Oops. Oh wait. Here's one.
Under oath there, Wayne. Sorry. No interruptions, please. He's under oath. He's to speak the truth. He's under oath. Yes, he is. No more interruptions, please. Mr. Scott? Under oath there, Wayne. Sorry. No interruptions, please. Under oath. He's to speak the truth. He's under oath. Yes, he is. No more interruptions, please. Mr. Scott? Under oath there, Wayne. Sorry. No interruptions, please. Under oath. He's to speak the truth. He's under oath. Yes, he is.
Is that your granddad?
No more interruptions,
Oh
please.
my God. I'm so sorry for you, man.
Mr. Scott?
Oh, geez. I'm not coming to your house. No, that's not somebody I want to have helping. But he's really nice. He's got a nice car because he made $1 million and change. And he helped Regan. Oh, sorry. Move along. Yeah, very nice. Oh, they're on break. I just replay it again.
Under oath there, Wayne. Sorry. No interruptions, please.
Sorry, you're most affected. Sit down, shut up. No interruptions.
He's to speak the truth. He's under oath. Yes, he is. No more interruptions, please. Mr. Scott?
Good, the Mr. O'Brien one. That's a good one too. Decorum! We need decorum!
Thank you everybody for sharing, and we're back now.
Imagine that just floating around all over social media for all time. Oh boy.
Share what you have, if that you wanted something that you wanted to share that you haven't had an opportunity, or something that's came up, or something you thought about during this session. This will be our last round because the commissioners do have a family to meet with later this afternoon.
Oh, now.
But I wanted to kind of just talk a little bit about
Too little,
voice
too
and
late.
Indigenous
Sorry.
representation. There's lots of great initiatives, and one of the things I talk about, like from a municipality context, is we have a public safety office. We have a public safety officer that's for the new immigrant community. We have one that's from the African Nova Scotian community, but we don't have one that's an Indigenous representative. We don't have any public safety officers that are working within the city context that specializes in Indigenous communities. And it's the same thing that happens all the time. They think if you have one person that they can do everything. And I always give that example. They think I am an expert in culture, language, protocols, and policy development and everything. But that's not really how it is. I rely on my elders for protocols, and I rely on other experts. And I think you need to realize that everybody needs to realize that if we're saying that we need a public safety officer in a community, it needs to be in every community because each community is unique. And it's not fair that we're always continuously getting, oh, there's one public safety officer for all of the 13 First Nations communities, when each community has different issues and different perspectives and different priority areas. And I would do it injustice if I was going to go to Eskasoni and say, I know all about your safety issues and make a plan for them without their community and put in their guidance. So that needs to be really stressed very much, so that anything that's done, you need to take into respect that even if it's a small community of 300 people, that community is very unique and has their own priorities and own leadership, and they're a unique structure, and we need to really honor that. And when I hear things like the Indigenous voice, this group here is a very vocal group, but the majority of Indigenous people you meet are very quiet and timid. They'll be in sessions and they'll feel not as comfortable. And I give the example for a lot of people is that it's you live in a community where you're surrounded people who look like you, who talk like you, who understand the same things as you. And then every day you need to leave your community and go into this big world that you don't see yourself. I always say, I feel like Tigger working in the municipality. Am I the only one? Because until Jared started working with us, that's what I felt like. I haven't to this day run into another Indigenous person. And when I did, she was there for 2 weeks and then gone.
No more interruptions,
So
please.
you feel like that. And Indigenous voice, because sometimes we're not as loud as protesters or that. Like when we advocate for defund the police, the city was very strong with defund the police. So that money went to anti-racism for Black.
No more
community,
interruptions,
not
please.
for Indigenous community. When we've been experienced racism for years and years and years before any settler communities came to our shores, the racism starts with us. And it should have designated funding that goes along with it as well, just not anti-Black racism. So with that, that was one of my last things I wanted to add in, and I'll pass it on.
Cheryl, thank you. I'd like to say thank you to you for wonderful facilitation today. It's been a real gift, and you've been very generous with your time. Elder Marlene, you started by saying that this feather is
perfect. And I think Duma demonstrated that for us. And so thank you for it was such a nice way to open the circle and then to return to that point. Sharon, I wanted to thank all of you for your comments, but Sharon, when you were talking about the lack of Mi'kmaq language services, particularly for mental health crisis, I was thinking of Donald Marshall Jr. Having been interviewed by the police in English, tried in English, his appeal conducted in English, and it was only when he got to the commission and was able to testify in Mi'kmaq that any part of his truth truly started to emerge, and how transformative that was for the commission and for the work that the implementation tripartite commission did in the wake of that. And so it's worrying to hear that the significance of Mi'kmaq language services still hasn't fully landed. And so thank you for sharing that story. It's been an honor to sit in circle with you all today. Thank you.
I sat here and I listened and I learned. I learned so much this afternoon and this morning that my heart feels full and my mind is going to blow up, I'm sure. But Sharon hit the nail right on the head. Within the first few minutes, she said the whole reason that the Portapic incident happened was, number one, a medical issue that turned into a mental issue, which turned into violence against two partners and probably violence against everyone in his life. And everyone spoke about our violences that we have had, each different, but each alike. And I sat here and I thought, you know, it's wonderful that the reserves have a medical clinic and each of them can treat the members of that community the way that they need to be treated medically, but it's not enough. And then you have the Friendship Center here in Halifax that's in the process of opening up their new medical center. And, you know, they have a lot of great plans and they have a lot of brand new money that's going to put that center on the map. But if you look at the medical system here in Nova Scotia and the hospitals, it's not enough. It's not enough doctors. It's not enough psychiatrists. It's not enough people that can help women and children and even men. You know, men are not immune to violence, even sexual violence and two-spirited people and things. I think the biggest thing that we can take from today is that our medical system needs more money. We need more people that are trained. And I know that this is not the 1950s, and a lot of our young people are leaving the reserve, keeping their status, and they're going to university, and they're coming out doctors and lawyers and possibly Indian chiefs, if I can use that old phrase. And it's our children that are going to university that's going to help this medical system here in Nova Scotia to improve. But without people like this inquiry and the three of you putting a recommendation forward, our governments, no matter who they are, whether it's, you know, an independent person that lives in the woods down by Yarmouth, our politicians are not going to do anything. They say they don't have the money. But I think that if they took it from things that they don't need to put it to where we do need and take some of the barriers to get people into the medical field and to actually practice, that there would be more help for people who have physical ailments, mental ailments, and possibly emotional elements or ailments that would cause them to be so violent against other people. This morning, we talked about guns and the impact of them, and we all concluded that at a young age, our children should be introduced to guns and the violence and, you know, how to take care of a gun and be trained on guns. It's a wonderful idea. If it works the way that I see it working in my head, it'll be a wonderful thing. That too will cut down on gun violence and deaths through that. I just think that everyone here has contributed so much, and you all have been so patient, and everybody sitting here so quietly listening. Without this group of people, we'd still be back saying, well, what happened? What can we do? But by bringing Indigenous voices in, I think that we've been heard here today, ladies.
I guess this is, I I guess I just want to say thanks for allowing me to participate today. There's so much that's been said. I sat here and I listened, and I wanted to just close my eyes and really listen so much more in depthly and think about it. Just because to me, like just thinking about Rcmp and what it really meant, and there's so much more to that discussion than what I know you had a lot to say, but there was so much more going on in my head when I thought about it. And where to start, I don't even want to go there. I'm not trying to make anything more of it than what you made of it, because you did such an awesome job talking about it. Carla, thanks for bringing up the support for supporters. I often forget some of the work that we've done in our communities. We've done some pretty damn good stuff. Sharon made a comment about making do with dental floss and buttons. Yeah, and we've taken projects that's not what their intention was. And what came out of it was what community was saying. When we did the sexual violence project, they basically said, we're not going to go to the Rcmp if we're a victim of sexual violence. We're not going to go to a rape crisis line. We'll probably go to the sane nurse to get checked, but highly unlikely. That's only if it's unknown kind of thing, or it's a date rape type of thing. That's pretty much what came out of it. And they said that they were going to go to family members because that's who they trust. So community members trust other community members. And that goes back to a lot of what Duma was mentioning, what Sharon was mentioning, Philippa. Community members trust community members. And one of the things that really worried us about it when we started doing that was we needed to make sure that they had some type of training so that they knew and felt confident about the fact that they were able to provide some support for people in sexual violence. And I think that our communities, when we talk about those crisis groups and those crisis response teams in our communities, they can do so much more to provide trust and support and make those links outside of our communities if we give them the opportunity. And Cheryl, when you were talking about being that only person, I feel like when there's different things going on within, I'm going to use the example, long-term care facilities. Okay, they need to keep some of our elders in those facilities. They're not overly friendly. So then they ask, how can they make it more culturally? That's just like a loaded question. It's no different than asking, how can you make a hospital more? I know I shouldn't be laughing, but I feel like it's so ironic to say, how can you make a hospital more safe for First Nations people, when it's a matter of seeing us there, respecting us there. The simple things like that, they're just not happening. I'd love for it to happen, but it's not happening. And each time when we go through different situations, Mass Casualty Commission, TRC, response to TRC, it's the same thing. We're saying the same thing over and over and over again. And I don't mean to be disrespectful to anybody who's participating in this, but I think it's been said, and it's great that people are saying where their heart is and where it's coming from, but it would be nice to see true things happening as a result of what's been said. When I think about some of what's been happening and what we're talking about and what we're hoping to accomplish from this commission, I think of the Marshall Inquiry. and I think of the review that they did afterwards, and I can still remember Jay McMillan presenting, and it was as though discussions were happening to try and change the way it was worded or the way it was written, whatever. But having participated in at least 3 of them, and only by coincidence, not on purpose, I wasn't stalking her, it was very much what the communities were saying. And I felt like it was a repeat. And as a young person at that time, I was I'm like, it's so exciting. They're going to listen and they're going to do something. And now they're reviewing it. So now they're going to see what was accomplished and what wasn't. And they're going to do all this. And that's not necessarily the way it rolled out. And I think of myself as a new health director 20 some years ago, and Sharon saying, just wait. You trust them, but just wait. And I'm like, with my little eyes up, really? And thinking that, yes, we're going to make changes. And here we are, it's almost 30 years later, and we're still arguing about the same thing for home care, the same thing for, mental wellness, the mental wellness teams, the whatever it is, prenatal, all the things that communities have been crying about. So when I look at this, I feel very privileged to be part of it, but I also feel like we should not forget about the fact that the information is out there, and we have been told, and you have been told, not necessarily you directly, but the information is there that says what communities think and what communities have experienced and what things need to be done. And I guess that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Juliana.
On that note, maybe one of the recommendations needs to be implement the TRC, implement the murdered and missing Indigenous women, and implement the Rcmp. All those things that have been said before need to actually be followed through with and put in place. I know we've made some progress on some of them, but there's a lot more work to do. When Duma was talking about policing, it reminded me of something that hadn't been talked about before, and that's there have been some amazing Indigenous Rcmp officers who really do great things in the community, doing community policing, especially around work with youth and things, but they're not actually supported to do that the way that the Rcmp works, so that they get pulled out of meetings with community in order to go and do traffic tickets up the road kind of thing, traffic stops. And it's super frustrating for both the communities, especially small communities that only have one Rcmp officer who's part of that community, but they're also part of the other larger force in nearby communities. And so they get pulled in several directions at once. And it really breaks the trust and those relationships in the community when they're working really hard to do community work and build trust with youth and do really important things that make a difference for the safety of the community and the future of those youth as they grow up. So I think there needs to be some better supports put in place around Indigenous police officers, whether they're Rcmp or community, regional police or however, because that type of policing actually can make a big difference towards prevention and support for people and building trust when dealing with difficult situations. So I think that's an important piece that needs to be looked at and implement all the previous recommendations that everybody has spent hours making. If we can do one thing, that would be an amazing thing.
Thank you, Philippa.
I do like the reference Duma talked about around the broken relationship. You're now understanding broken treaties and the broken relationships that occurred between Indigenous people and others, settlers who came to this country. That relationship has been broken for centuries, and nothing has been done, or very little has been done to repair that relationship. And I give you all the hope in the world to hopefully work toward repairing those broken relationships. But I also want to talk about a couple other things. I wondered, during the days of the event that happened here in Nova Scotia, whether or not there was issues around access to cell service, whether there was issues to access around internet services. That is a serious issue in Nova Scotia. For rural communities, for Indigenous communities, there is no access to internet to call for help. You cannot call for help without those services. If there's no access to internet, there's no access to cell services. You can have all the lines you have established, but if those services don't exist, we're being monopolized by these mass corporations who are dictating whether or not services are provided to rural communities and to smaller communities. They focus on mass populations in big cities where they can make the most buck. There should be standards put in place. What does CRTC do? Put in a standard that it needs to be a basic service available to everyone. And it needs to be affordable. First Nations communities have the highest rates of poverty in Nova Scotia. We know that we hear a lot about coal mines shutting down, industry shutting down, and poverty being Nova Scotia, a have-not province, dealing with all kinds of poverty issues, access to services, transportation. We don't have public transportation systems. In the city you do. They don't exist. So look at other areas. Look at, it's more, there's not just a simple fix as far as, I'm concerned. There needs, people often talk about, there is a need for emergency and safety supports and services and programs and education and everything around that whole topic. Those don't exist in Indigenous communities for the most part. Some communities may have them. EAP services for employees. Those don't exist in Indigenous communities. Some may have them. Majority do not. So you talk about the need for EAP services for policing, EHS, fire. We need those EAP services for everyone, for all service providers who are dealing with trauma, with violence, with lateral violence, with, and I guess another, so those, going back to the points we made earlier around the need for more services and bringing those services closer to communities, not in Halifax or not in wherever, the cities. Communities need those services as well. Rural communities need those services. Another thing, I can't leave here and not comment around police training, which is shocking. I didn't know how long it took to become a policeman, but I Googled it and it says 6 months. And I was shocked because they are dealing with life and death situations. And any other health profession that deals with life and death situations, whether they're a registered nurse, physician, LPN, CCA, morticians, take 2 years. Takes 2 years to become a mortician to deal with dead people. But yet it's only 6 months to become a police officer? Holy mackerel. That is insane. Literally insane. That you're giving police officers guns and powers and authorities and nurses and health professionals and whatever, you know, they don't have well, yeah, okay, maybe they can, but you know, but they don't have, you know, there needs to be a change in that whole system. How can you, they're not adequately trained. And I know they say, oh, well, if they become a detective, then they got to go for more training. I'm like, holy and it takes how long to become a physician? 10 years or something? I don't know. But you know, I was really mortified by that fact, that it only takes 6 months of training to become a police officer, to be able to shoot people or whatever, you know. And I know they don't want to shoot people. You know, I don't want to be flippant or whatever, you know, like how much, you know, a paramedic is what, a year training? I don't know, you know. Anyway, I just needed to address that serious changes need to happen at all levels across this country. I even Googled what are the safest countries in the world. Canada's not on that list. Are we looking at other countries to see what they're doing? How are they making their country safer? What can we learn from that? I'm sure there's been tons of research done on it. I also want to talk about, often when you hear there's issues with any kind of policing events or things that go on or things that go wrong or whatever else, you hear the police saying, CERT, or something is called CERT, I think, is involved. And CERT will do the investigation. And CERT will make the recommendations. Is CERT arm's length? Is CERT separate completely? Or are there ties? Is it police investigating police? I don't know. I'm just thinking of concepts like whistleblower concepts, ombudsman concepts. You know, what is there someone that you can call? Nobody knows to call CERT, or nobody knows to call whoever. You know, where do people call? People witness abuses that go on a regular basis in our Indigenous communities and outside of our Indigenous communities, where people have done wrong. What kind of system is out there to support people who come forward with witnessing these events or being involved in these events? And what kind of supports can we build around those? Well, I know that Duma referenced several reports and stuff, but I also have to remember to reference Joyce Eschwan and the impacts of Joyce Eschwan's experience and the recommendations that came out of Quebec, because they're dealing with a lot of the same topic areas as well, with police gone wrong and breakdown in relationships, and again, colonized institutions not supporting people who are in need, people that are in urgent situations. You know, so there's been so many reports that have been done. that nothing has been done to respond to those reports. And I'm really afraid that this report that's going to be done from the Mass Casualty Commission is going to sit on a shelf. Some things might get done, some things might not get done. Who decides that? The federal government, the provincial government. Parties could change. We could have an election. Who's to say that they'll think it's a priority to those? That's our life. We have presented it to government, every political party. But if it's not a priority for that political party, it doesn't get supported. It doesn't get addressed. I also want to talk about, we want to talk about solutions. I talked about the need to build those capacities, but I also need to talk about, we talked about sexual violence and the response that women or others, have experienced when going to seek for help, or when mental health people who are dealing with mental health issues, or when people are seeking help in any way. It seems that every door is the wrong door. No, you have to go here. No, you have to go over there. No, you have to go see them. I can refer you over there to them. Every door needs to be the right door. And those pathways need to be built. Remove the jurisdictional divides. It's about providing care to people. It's not about who's going to pay. It's not about the budget. It's about real services. It's about real supports to be provided to the person who's dealing with a crisis. I was going to talk about another example, but I think I'll just leave it at there, because I was going to go on and talk about other things, but I think I'll just leave it at there, that there's so many other factors that impact how and why people access supports. And as far as I'm concerned, it's not somebody else's responsibility. It's your responsibility. If you're dealing with that individual, and going back to my idea, every door needs to be the right door. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon.
Wow, I have lots of things going through my head right now. Just, because we all make connections to what Sharon says. I like that, what you said about every door has to be the right door. We get bounced all over the place. Who's going to pay for that? We have to start looking at the person and what's going on there and how we can help. I was thinking a lot about the training for the police, and what was going through my mind is, how much of that 6 months is devoted to teaching those cadets about Indigenous peoples and what we've been through, about racism, discrimination, about cultural safety. So many different things besides how to hold the gun and how to shoot it. I know it's more than that, but I'm thinking, as we move further and further on and dealing with things in society and things have changed, then why did that period of time for training not change? Because we are expecting the police to learn more Why hasn't that changed? Has the, you know, the program been the same as it has been 30 years ago? I hope not, because it should change. You know, even with our nursing program and our idea of a medical school at Cape Breton University, you know, we are focused on cultural safety, you know, because of how our people have been treated in the health system, you know, not just the policing, but with the law, but through going to hospitals and being treated a certain way, you know. Another thing that came through my mind was truth and reconciliation calls to action. You know, how much of that is discussed in your own departments where you work? You know, does that come up, that conversation about, you know, what responsibilities we have in this province? You know, because we are all treaty people. We all have a responsibility. There's all different calls under health and justice and education, and child welfare. There's all different areas that we can all be part of to achieve those calls to action. But you know, those calls to action were developed, I think it was 2015. And from 15 to 19, 2019, 2015 to 2019, none of those calls to action were achieved. I think there was none in or there was a few achieved that time, but none in 2020. And then in 2021, when the mass graves have been discovered, all of a sudden people are pulling together, panicking. We need to do these. We need to achieve these calls to action. And you know, it's a shame that we're not having those conversations enough. We're not, you know, the structural changes are the ones that are more meaningful, not the symbolic changes. And it's the low-lying fruit that everybody wants to, you know, check off. And it's not a checklist as well. It's not a checklist for us to say, okay, we did that. We put the flag up, check. You know, we have to stop doing that. We have to look at real structural change that requires resources and funding, and that's sustainable. And, you know, we have that report, but we have to be taking that report seriously in all sectors, you know, universities, government, everywhere in the healthcare system. I'm trying to push that at Cape Breton University, but I can't do it alone. Like Cheryl said, you know, we're expected to do a lot of the work in our own communities, and people expect us to do the work. Well, there's a term called emotional labor, and what that, you know, our people are exhausted from trying to fix things that we didn't break. But we are working and we're exhausted. I look at Sharon. I look at all those years of being that voice for our Mi'kmaq Indigenous women leaders. And I see the exhaustion because we have to say things not once, not twice to be heard. I've said so many things at the university, it's probably the fourth or the fifth time that I'm heard. But I keep saying it, but I feel exhausted from saying it. So when it comes to services and, you know, support for our people in our communities, when we say that we need support in an area, we are saying it for a reason. We are saying it because we need that support. We shouldn't have to say it over and over and over again. And that's where the problem is. You know, this situation in the Portapique incident, you know, that could happen anywhere because there's so many people who are faced with mental health, PTSD, you know, that, and more every day, you know, more and more every day we're dealing with that. And it's like a time bomb that could just go off at any time in any of our communities. I mean, how many times do you go out of your house and you walk into somebody who's just faced with some challenges, and you're wondering what that person is thinking, and if or if they're a danger to themselves or to society. That's the scary part. We just don't know who is sitting next to us. You don't even know what's going to happen to yourselves if you're going to have a breakdown. Could be you. I also wanted to mention one thing about, Sharon, I wrote that down, but, our community, our First Nation community runs through, it's the hub of Sydney now, and we're happy to say, we're very proud to say that we are the hub of Sydney. But yet the public transit bus does not come through our city, our community. Figure that out. It goes from down on Kings Road where the harbor is, all the way through all of the health park and up to the regional hospital, and they don't put a bus there. So nothing's changed in the CBRM as far as public transit. It's unfortunate because it's a main artery now, that road. But they may put it in because we have many people other than us using it. And I wanted to mention one more thing. Cheryl, you mentioned about there's no people in place to do certain things. We experience that at Cape Breton University too, with recruitment with students. We don't have our own recruiter to recruit our students, but yet they have recruiters all over the place for international students and for other provinces. But yet in our own province, we don't have an actual recruiter at Cape Breton University to promote education and to recruit our Indigenous students. So there's lots of different services that we don't have. So, I know we sound like we're venting, but you know what? When we have a voice, when we have a microphone, we let everyone know, and some people don't know what we face in our communities. We know because we talk all the time and we tell the same stories all the time sometimes because we're frustrated, Thank you.
Thank you, Lorianne. Carla?
Yeah, I'm just going to kind of mock what everybody else is kind of saying within this, within my own organization and institutes that I've been working in. They all needed to be on board with the cultural competency, where we did some training for some of the service providers within the Indigenous Women's Resource Center on intergenerational trauma and the impacts that is happening to community members and people that they work with on a daily basis. But to better understand how to approach these Indigenous peoples and, kind of meeting them where they're at. We did some training with Michael R. Denny, who had worked closely with survivors from the residential school for many years. And he did a presentation for our organization. And I think we had 27 people on there. And after it was done, I got so many emails from people that I work with that had no idea of the history. These things wasn't taught in school. So the history was very vague to them. And for them to understand of where we were coming from and how much trauma and hurt that we carried with us throughout generations and generations, and that how it's trickling down into the next generation that we're dealing with now and how we are supporting them. But I think in having some mandatory training for each organization or institution that is working with First Nations, Inuit, or Indigenous peoples is really ideal. It's really ideal for people to understand that what we've been through in history, the trauma, the work that's happening in First Nations community, and, the mental health services that we do need aren't culturally specific. They're not culturally aware of things that we have been through within communities and how we are told that we are resilient people and this is why we are here. The emotional labor, which was mentioned before, which in institutions is very, very hard to deal with as an Indigenous woman. We are considered the token Indian when we are in a meeting where I'm asked to smudge. You know, a friend of mine who's African Nova Scotian of descent was really offended by that, like asking how come she wasn't asked to do the smudge. She has a smudge bowl, she has a feather, you know, she could open any meeting, but was always turned to me. So I felt that I wasn't the token Indian for our organization, but for them to recognize what they were doing. They had created a racial justice group within our organization where we had a chance to kind of debrief things that were happening within the organization that we felt, you know, was directed towards the BIPOC population, which is Black, Indigenous, and people of color. We just felt that we were just targeted all around. People that realizing that the standard of service that they were providing for Indigenous peoples wasn't up to par, and it wasn't things that we felt that we were getting handed, that, you know, people weren't culturally aware of what was happening, but they weren't aware of what they were, how they were impacting that as well in a negative way. It was really hard to build these relationships, and within these communities, we're the external and the internal supports. They need to understand how to approach and how to support Indigenous peoples that are working with mental health issues. It is pretty prominent here in our community, and we have a very, very tight-knit community who have seen a lot of loss in the last 2 years. We're dealing with a tremendous amount of grief within our community, and just finding ways to kind of heal and move forward is probably our next step now. And I think that would work great here as well.
Thank you, Carla. Duma?
Okay. Well, I'm just going to keep my remarks brief because we're at the end here. I guess in some ways what the Mass Casualties Commission needs to think about is that you're being called upon to develop a new relationship. Maybe not a new relationship, but to help in the renewal of the relationships between the communities and the institutions of justice and law, and in particular, the policing, I guess. Because what happened, we are all changed, whether for the good or for the bad or just in another direction. Every single one of us was changed in one form or fashion. You're asked to come forward and think about the way forward for all of us, for Nova Scotia. And really, the commissioners are asked to help us as citizenry to how do we make Nova Scotia a better place in spite of what happened, in regards to what happened. And there's one thing too, is so where you'll have to look at the relationship between law and community. What is the purpose of the law? What is the purpose of the justice? What are the purposes of these institutions? And they may need to change. Change is not a bad thing. It's always good. I often tell people say, how do we incorporate Indigenous law or into the work that you're going to be doing, into these changes? And people say, well, I can't go back and I can't put in what happened. What was it? The law was like 1,000 years ago. And I said, well, a new law can change and adapt and become modernized, and it can play a part in contemporary roles. Every single law does. We have the revised statutes of Nova Scotia. They get revised. What was the law 50 years ago has changed, even among our own Indigenous communities. I think about the law before 1985, and then was changed with Bill C-31, and subsequently changed again. And it may change again, So law is not necessarily a static thing, or even our justice institutes. That's there's a difference in some forms. So we're looking for a renewed relationship with each other. And in this process, I'm also going to offer a bit of, I hope it's wise counsel, maybe it's not, you know, to the commissioners. As you go through this process, you will be changed. It is like the journey in Mi'kmaq people. When the scouts go off on the journey and they become the scouts, they go into the deep, deep woods where there are many dangers and many pitfalls and many challenges. And then they come back and they tell the communities what's up ahead. No, they're changed. In our past experiences with other commissions that deal with trauma, and so the commissioners or the people who have been sitting there listening have been changed. You know, I think about the TRC folks. Justice Murray Sinclair, his health suffered as a result of listening. You know, that was the price he paid. And many of the researchers also, they forever were changed as a result of listening. You cannot listen to all of this and not be affected. So I certainly hope that all of you have some sort of a support mechanism that you can go to and rely on and vent or debrief, whatever it is that you need to do. Because at the end of the day, going through this journey will change you and it will change all of us. We'll allow you.
Thank you, Duma. I'm going to turn it over to the commissioners for some last words, and then we'll end with Elder Companion closing out the circle.
Thank you. And with those caring words, Tuma, it's hard not to be emotional closing out today. Just want to thank each and every one of you, and all of the points that you've touched on are common threads that we've heard through our work over the last almost 2 years now. You know, the social issues, the mental health issues, the physical health issues, education, police training, community policing, all of these things continue to surface, and I think Tuma, you had mentioned earlier, I've had the honor of holding elder companions eagle feather more than anybody because of the pause in the circle going virtual. And when you talked about the feather representing the transformation of the young eagle, and we've commented during our work, and I've heard this from those who have been working with us, that this isn't about just police reform. This isn't just a policing matter. This really is an opportunity for transformational change. Philippa, you talked about community policing, and we've heard about community, and community is unique. Each and every community is unique. There isn't an A to Z program that's called community policing. And to do it right, you have to invest in relationships and build trust, and continue to transform together, not apart. So those are my closing remarks. You've given us, certainly, I'm speaking for myself, a tremendous amount to absorb and to take into consideration. And I can't thank you enough for the kindness of your time. All I want.
It's with great humility and profound appreciation that I thank you so much for your amazing courage, and more what you're doing day in, day out, and how you are adding trauma to trauma by the work you're doing. And I'm sure this afternoon was no different. So it's with profound appreciation for that. Thank you, Sharon, for reminding us to bring the humanity back to our institutions. And Duma, thank you for your encouragement. I greatly appreciate it. And thank all of you for your amazing contributions. I really very much humbly appreciate them. Thank you.
We came to the commission, certainly I came to it acutely aware of the weight of the recommendations that have been made in the past. the inquiries, in particular the commissions that have focused on the rights of Indigenous peoples, have piled up recommendations for decades. And one of the things that we did early on in the commission was task Dr. Cunliffe and her team with looking at the past recommendations of the past reports that relate to policing, that relate to emergency alerting, that relate to public communications, that relate to gender-based violence, that relate to the other aspects of the mandate, and consider so that we could see a path to look at what new recommendations does this commission need to make, but also what recommendations have been made time and time again, so that we can dig into what are the barriers to those being implemented? Why are they not implemented? To try to provide some path forward on that for the institutions that will be tasked with implementing the recommendations that we make, because it is a very frustrating thing for all of the people who work as hard as all of you do to try to lift up your communities and to try to make change, to try to keep one another safe when you don't feel heard and when you don't feel as though people are picking up the mantle that's been put down for them. So we have listened with humility and with great respect to all of you today, which is what you deserve. And we hope that you feel heard. And what we hope is that when we provide our report and our recommendations to the folks that are tasked with making our communities safer, that they will hear the great need and see how to get it done in the ways that need to be done. It might be a vain hope, because we know that this is not the first time around the block for any of the folks around the room. And we've all seen the reports pile up. I would just say, though, that over time, the recommendations that are made, it's never enough. But each time there's a set of them. There's someone like the young Juliana who thinks, well, who has some hope and has some optimism and does try and make some of the changes. And I think we have to keep trying, and we'll do our best to make a plan in our report for the implementation of the recommendations, to give a roadmap to people to see in institutions what part is theirs to do and how they might go about doing it. It won't all get done, we all know that, but we'll do our best to try to provide that pathway. And then we'll ask people to try to take up that mantle and do what they can, which part of it is theirs. But it is what you said, Sharon, it's about taking responsibility yourself and for the person in front of you. And we can only encourage people to do that and try to create the conditions for people to do that. But one of the things that we have tried to do is have people understand that regardless of where we're coming from in all of this, we do share that desire for safer communities for all of us to live in. And we hope that with that common ground, we can move things further towards that goal. But I don't think any of us are under any illusion about how big a mountain it is to climb. But as Justice Sinclair said, in so many words, we can show you the pathway at least, and you've helped us with putting together a piece of that pathway. And so thank you all very much for your time and your generosity and your extraordinary courage and resilience and efforts in your communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Stand to the elder to close us out.
Thank you for providing a space for open conversation so that we can clear our hearts and our minds. Creator, we thank you for the commissioners and their open hearts and minds. Without them, we wouldn't have safe people to speak with. The reports would never be made. And no one would ever hear our words. Creator, we thank you for all the support staff and all of the people that stay here every day and make sure that this is taking place. Thank you for the interpreters. They do a fantastic job. And everybody in the back with a headset on, without them, we would never do this. Creator, thank you for open hearts, loving hearts, and open minds amongst all of the women and everybody that's been here today. We're so privileged to be able to share what's in our hearts. Thank you for technology and our people that have been here today as well. We pray, Creator, that you keep us safe until we get home to peaceful homes and loving families. Creator, we pray for other members of our communities that they're safe and that they have all that they need. We give thanks to you, Creator, for looking down upon the four races of humankind with as much love as for one as the other. We say these words with open minds and open hearts with much respect. Ms. Knogma, all my relations.
Wow. When McDonald said that, I was like, do you know what you just said? Adding trauma. Thank you for coming to add trauma to trauma. Maybe I have to add trauma to trauma. I have to watch that again. maybe I. And then Stanton saying, it won't get done. We all know that. Have to. I didn't quite get all the female references there. Everything was women. That was odd too. It's like there's no men in the room at all. No men. I know that there were two. right? A 2, 3, 2, 2, I think, the last stage. Oh boy. Yeah. Oh boy. That's, oops. That's going to fit well with the O'Brien quotes and Nick in the audience. That'll make a nice little video. Perfect size for Twitter. Charlene, hello. I think I just need to rewatch that. Sorry.
Thank you so much for your amazing courage and more what you're doing day in, day out, and how you are adding trauma to trauma by the work you're doing. And I'm sure this afternoon was no different. So it's with profound appreciation for that. And profound appreciation that I
Yes, he literally said, that's why I zoomed back and I said, does he know what he just said? Adding trauma to trauma. You can tell when he came out today. I've been watching him. Actually, I've been watching them all. Leanne Fitch, it's not taking a toll quite so badly. Kim Stanton, but McDonald, it's very noticeable. And this is why I type in there, a long time ago I said that. I really genuinely, and I mean that from the depth of my heart, I feel terrible. My heart breaks for anybody in these people's circle. The wrath that they're going to feel from what they have done is going to be unbelievable. The mental illness that's going to rain out. Yeah. Let's, sorry, I need to see that again and soak that in.
thank you so much for your amazing courage and more what you're doing day in, day out, and how you are adding trauma to trauma by the work you're doing. And I'm sure this afternoon was no different. So it's with profound appreciation for that. Thank you, Sharon, for reminding us to bring the humanity back to our institutions. And Duma, thank you for your
You have to pray. Those of you who believe, you have to pray for the people around them, the innocent people. They chose what they're doing. But the people around them are going to pay. And that is unbelievably heartbreaking. But it was so foreseeable. Meeting with families now and the stuff next week is it's so too late. I mean, obviously it's something that needs to be done. The lies that you have perpetrated on people, the lives that you have ruined, not just the 23 and the families of the 23 and the friends and anybody who's in the circle of the 23, but the Canadians, the Nova Scotians, the Canadians, you have ruined thousands of people's lives irreparably. You chose that. And it's sick. It really, really is sick.
Thank you so much for your amazing courage and more what you're doing day in, day out, and how you are adding trauma to trauma by the work you're doing. And I'm sure this afternoon was no different. So it's with profound appreciation.
This afternoon is no different. 73, almost 2.5 years. Anybody who's participated in this vote, anybody on any level, and I have said that for a long time, is all the people around them. Their lives are not going to be pleasant. The people around them didn't do anything. That's going to be but it is, it's stuff like this. Oh. He knew what he was doing.
No interruptions, please. Under oath. Yes, he is. No more interruptions, please. Mr. Scott? Sorry. No interruptions, please. Under oath. Yes, he is. No more interruptions, please. Mr. Scott?
Mr. O'Brien.
You so much for your amazing courage and more what you're doing day in, day out, and how you are adding trauma to trauma by the work you're doing. And I'm sure this afternoon was no different. So it's with profound appreciation for that.
And then you had Fitch. You had Fitch, who said, we all know it's not going to get done.
One of the things that we did early on in the commission was task Dr. Cunliffe and her team with looking at the past recommendations of the past reports that relate to policing, that relate to emergency alerting, that relate to public communications, that relate to gender-based violence, that relate to the other aspects of the mandate, and consider so that we could see a path to look at what new recommendations does this commission need to make, but also what recommendations have been made time and time again, so that we can dig into what are the barriers to those being implemented? Why are they not implemented? To try to provide some path forward on that for the institutions that will be tasked with implementing the recommendations that we make, because it is a very frustrating thing for all of the people who work as hard as all of you do to try to lift up your communities and to try to make change, to try to keep one another safe.
Trauma to trauma.
When you don't feel heard and when you don't feel as though people are picking up the mantle that's been put down for them. So we have listened with humility and with great respect to all of you today, which is what you deserve. And we hope that you feel heard. And what we hope is that when we provide our report and our recommendations to the folks that are tasked with making our community safer, that they will hear the great need and see how to get it done in the ways that need to be done. It might be a vain hope, because we know that this is not the first time around the block for any of the folks around the room. And we've all seen the reports pile up. I would just say, though, that over time, the recommendations that are made, it's never enough. But each time there's a set of them. There's someone like the young Juliana who thinks, well, who has some hope and has some optimism and does try and make some of the changes. And I think we have to keep trying, and we'll do our best to make a plan in our report for the implementation of the recommendations, to give a roadmap to people to see in institutions what part is theirs to do and how they might go about doing it. It won't all get done. We all know that. But we'll do our best to try to provide that pathway.
See? She told you. Just like I said from the start, rinse, repeat all the time. It never changes. They have the power to change it. The people who are tasked to. That's you. You chose not to. You chose to leave the families to the very end, the most affected, didn't you?
Cutie adept.
I'd hear that again.
It's never enough. But each time there's a set of them. There's someone like the young Juliana who thinks, well, who has some hope and has some optimism and does try and make some of the changes. And I think we have to keep trying, and we'll do our best to make a plan in our report for the implementation of the recommendations.
A plan
to give a roadmap to people
to implement,
to see
to make the
in
recommendations,
institutions what part is
roadmap.
theirs to do and how they might go about doing it. It won't all get done. We all know that. But we'll do our best to try to provide that pathway. And then we'll ask people to try to take up that mantle and do what they can, which part of it is theirs. But it is what you said, Sharon, it's about taking responsibility yourself and for the person in front of you. And we can only encourage people to do that and try to create the conditions for people to do that. But one of the things that we have tried to do is have people understand that regardless of where we're coming from in all of this, we do share that desire for safer communities for all of us to live in. And we hope.
Then if you share that desire, ma'am, you do it. There you go. It's that easy. You don't make a plan to make a roadmap to do something about implementation of recommendations to give to somebody else to do something. You do it. What happened to people once upon a time? I took a screenshot. I didn't, no word of a lie, I didn't mess with the screenshot. It was because the feather, I took a picture of the feather. This was the screenshot I took. I didn't freeze frame it. I didn't fuck with it. I just took a picture. That was what I got. It's taken its toll. And it's only beginning. not saying that to be rude or show that to be rude. That is just a picture. I'm sure somebody could take a picture of me and making, cross eyes, or actually, I've seen a few on the internet, or, making some stupid face, but I wouldn't be making stupid faces, funnily enough. If people would just do their job and take care of the community around them and quit passing off the buck and selling their soul in the process. Because actually, I worry about their families and friends too. And I mean that. Because they live in our communities. This does terrible, terrible damage all around, and it just keeps spiraling. But nobody seems to have this one quite figured out yet. They're like, oh no, we can just keep going this way and won't do it. It doesn't have any irreparable harm. Look at our society. Remember when you were younger, it was better. And your grandparents' time, it was better yet again. And better before that. It's just been going downhill.
Sorry. No interruptions, please. He's under oath. Yes, he is. No more interruptions, please. Mr. Scott?
And now you're going to try and pretend. How devious. How dishonest. How disingenuous. They don't care. None of these people care. I'll put the pin on for today. Tomorrow, who are you? What was that again? Bump. The bus goes over them. Huh? What? To everybody else, we're all paying. We're all paying for their yumminess. Frankly, I live out west. I didn't do anything. I know one person in Nova Scotia before this. Tara. That was it. I received a phone call. That's all. Two and a half years later, and I just try to bring what little experience I have and garner a whole bunch along the way and share it. But some of the stuff you can see so far off. There was a note. Did you say, Nikki? A note that was passed? $100 million struggle. See, like there again, it's like the fiscal costs, right? Which are so immense, it's hard to grasp. Because if you have report after report after report after study after propaganda, SOC accounts trying to convince you everything's good, perfect, it's working out, it's something else, you don't believe, gaslight, you have all the money that costs. Who's paying for that? You, me, grandkids, your grandkids. Who's getting rich? You aren't. You're going broke. And your grandkids. or even broker. Or what again? The emotional toll, though, it's like that MasterCard commercials. You can't put a price on it. It's priceless. Not in a positive sense. It has no, you cannot value that. People's lives are ruined. They can't work. They can't contribute. Their quality of life is destroyed. They take that out. Mills said that. Mills said that. Remember?
Liar, where I had 13 other witnesses in the room that heard the same thing I heard. So at that point, I still want to investigate. I want the truth out there. And I kept saying right from the start, you want to know the truth? You get the 13 of us in the room with Anna Nagy, Margaret Grant, the other psychologists, and the people making the decisions, and you're quickly going to find out who's telling the truth. That never got done because they knew who was telling the truth, and they didn't want to show that they were protecting a liar. So at the end of it in November, the person that was responsible, I was in contact with her supervisor, Superintendent Rob Doyle, to investigate his employee for wrongdoing. Okay. And he did nothing and basically became arrogant and abusive and, like shameful in emails to me. And at that point, I was like, I'm done working for a broken organization. Mm-hmm. I'm done working for this organization. And I just, I was starting to get cranky with the kids, get cranky with my dogs at home. That's not me. I'm an easygoing guy.
Right there. Boom. I'm starting to get cranky. Getting cranky with the dogs, getting cranky with the kids, and that's not me. That's because you fucked me and destroyed me. You took a good man and you ruined it. Good job. So let's make some recommendations that, what? We'll just go on the shelf. Won't get done. Won't get read. Nobody cares. We'll pay a bunch more money. And we'll start all over again. And again, and again, and again, and again. Until people get their head out of their ass. Where was Stephen Ellis? Where was he? Where's he been the whole time? Oh, that's right. It was only when it went to Parliament, Campbell's pages, and then all of a sudden he's got the tie. And he's like, that's my writing. Not my writing. Not Seamus's writing. I'll tell you, I sure as fuck stuck a lot more time into it than he has. Because I never heard boo. You stuck in time. And you know what? It's done shit to you too. The machine just keeps on churning. And I'm not saying that to say give up, because I don't. It is a fact of you have to get people around you involved. I know that Bachelorette is very interesting to some people, or whatever it is that they do. But our communities, the people around us, are being destroyed. Good people are being lost along the way. We're going bankrupt. Souls are being sold. And none of us are benefiting. And it is only when people come to the understanding and quit being gaslit and quit with the cognitive dissonance, or that it's not in my backyard, I don't need to worry about it, who cares? That attitude is part of the problem. A big part of the problem. There are people out here in Western Canada, let's say, that give a lot of care about Quebec, or sorry, not Quebec, my apologies, about Nova Scotia. They spend an exorbitant amount of time trying to help you all, trying to help us. It's not their neck of the woods. It's not my neck of the woods. It's very easy just to say, you know what? It's very easy for me to run away to my ranch and pretend that things aren't happening. Even though I'm wiser, I know exactly how the system works. It doesn't matter. You can't fucking hide nowhere. But I certainly could live out my days and not have a concern in the world. NIMBY. But what does that do if I had to leave my property and encounter other people? Not good things. I'd rather encounter good people who have good things going on in their life and are working. I'm paying money and they're feeling like they're doing a good job and proud of what they do and protect people in my community. And there's not shams being run to try and cover up all kinds of corruption. Please email me your tips and your findings. You got a couple of days. Citations are necessary. We have made major strides. I assure you, we have. And I haven't had in my past yet. I haven't given up a fight. And I'm not going to. But I need your help. God bless you. God bless the 23.